All right, we are live, so.
Hello! Hello, people of
Hi,
YouTube.
everyone.
I'm Anna, aka Artistic Composed. No, we're not doing that today.
Oh, wait, I need my happy.
Oh, yeah, but so. Spilling it.
Oh, and I'm hearing myself feedback. That's not great. Let's not do that. Okay, there we go.
Fall down a rabbit hole obsessing about 1940s puppet show. So you mean a normal Saturday night?
Hi, everybody. We're here. How are we gonna do intro? Should I do the intro first?
Yeah, you are the director after all.
Hi, I'm Jonaya Riley, and I'm the director and lead writer and developer for Friendsim 2. I'm here with Anna, whose channel this is, who's our voice director, one of our writers, wrote some music for it, and with Chrissy, who is our writer for Volume 8. And yeah, so we're going to be playing the game in a minute. We thought we might do some quick look at the first trailer to kind of go through some of the how stuff changed, because the first trailer has a lot of bullshit that we did to just make it look like it was more finished than it actually is.
Before we get started on our trip down memory lane, though, we should tell you about what we're drinking
Yes,
tonight.
that's right. We should
are
do
drinking the official cocktail of Volume 1. It is called Legislator's Lament. It is cold brew, Kahlua, and a little splash of heavy cream, and it is delicious.
It's actually half and half that we're using, but you could use heavy cream if you want it to be very rich.
The store was out of heavy cream, but half and half, honestly,
It's pretty
better.
good. Yeah, it
This
mixes
is one
better.
of the most delicious alcoholic beverages I've had.
So yeah, if you are 21 or older, because we don't condone underage drinking, feel free to do that sometime. And if not, you could just get coffee and put heavy cream in it and some sugar. I guess you're probably gonna get it at the same place.
Just get a frappuccino.
It's like an alcoholic frappuccino. So yeah, we're gonna do the thing. We are gonna look at I think we'll look at just the first trailer.
Yeah.
Because so this game, it's been in development for a little over a year. The first concept started in mid-February of 2021, and no, you're good. You're good. It's fine.
It's not
It's not a don't have alcohol thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not ineffective.
So we started development a year ago. We started doing preliminary writing and plotting and getting some basic art assets together. So originally we were going to announce the game on 4/13 of 2021, that it existed. But I had set up Twitter and stuff, so we had the ats reserved. And some people found out about them and started wondering about it and whether or not it was official. Which it's not, by the way, if anyone's still unclear on that. So we just kind of rushed to put out some promo images that were basically photo bashed art from the original game. And then put together a trailer with some new art and stuff. So shit, I'm gonna play that.
Skyflare says the secret Starbucks booze menu. Yes.
Yeah, that's a thing that exists. You should definitely ask them about that. Just don't tell them I told you to do
Yes,
that.
but if you report it and send it to us.
Oh my god. So yeah, let's do the studio thing. Okay, cool. So I'm sure people have seen the first trailer that we ever did, but we're gonna watch it again. So this was something that we kind of did a little faster than we meant to, and people found us, and we didn't have any sprites yet. We started to figure out backgrounds and things. We had an idea of what was going to be happening and the concept of the game, but we hadn't really made any routes or anything, so we couldn't do gameplay. We didn't do a gameplay trailer until when the hell did we do the game? Last year, late last year. It was October.
That was the sock collar.
No, that wasn't even a gameplay. Oh, the winter, yeah, for the winter showcase. You're right. So yeah, let's watch the thing again. That's loud enough.
Where were you? You left for sweeps, and now you're just back. But
The snapping is
Don't
actually
you get
me
it?
snapping.
You can't just come popping back in here and ask us to come with you.
Because
Because nothing is that simple anymore.
Maybe I don't want to leave. Have you thought about that?
I think you should go. It's not safe here.
We had Charlie was like
You have to
working
get
on.
out. There's no
like,
amount of money in the
'Cause
empire.
these
that'll
backgrounds
make
were
it
made by
worth the
Charlie
kind of
Flock, who
heat
worked
you're
on
bringing
Friendsim and
here.
Pester Quest, and like I think Snowbound Blood as
I
well.
wish I could say things have
And
gotten
I
better
was
since you
basically like,
left,
hey,
but
you do these
they
in
haven't.
like
I can't
less
do
than
this.
a month.
I've got my grubs to care for. I've got people that matter to me here.
Oh, my dear reader. It has been a long time.
It was. The scratch
Fortunately
voice has
for
evolved.
you, I still consider myself a most excellent host.
Yeah, and we actually hit the fucking 2022.
Yeah, we did.
Let me switch over to like I don't fucking know. I'll leave it here. So yeah, like we fucking there. Like yeah, we the trailer was like we got a lot of attention on it because we did 413, and yeah, the background art was done by Charlie Flock, who did work on a bunch of the official games. Really good artist. Not sure why that thing is moving off the screen, but that's okay. Our chat may be unusable when we look at the recording, but that's okay. So like, yeah, I had started to approach people about working on the game. Basically like, hey, person that worked on official content, would you like to work on my fan game? And a lot of people were actually like, it helps.
Almost everyone said yes.
A lot of people said yes, and like, I mean, part of it is because I was able to pay them at least a little bit, but also like, I think a lot of them were excited with the prospect of getting to do more like Hive Swap stuff.
But the only people who said no were a couple of the musicians who were too busy, right?
Yeah, we got a couple of musicians that we approached that were like either very busy or just not interested, which is fine. But yeah, we got a lot of interest from that, and then like. So at this point we had like the concept for the game was going to be Miss Spar goes back to Alternia and like stuff goes wrong. Had some very vague ideas. Those got fleshed out a lot, but like enough to get a teaser basically. And then by the time we did the 612 trailer, we had a little bit more of a concept of like Scratch being the antagonist. Also the Scratch voice, which was like, some of the voices were precast because, like, people did, we have people that have done the voices for a while, like Anastasia.
Listen, I'm going to fucking precast myself. Who else is going to voice this character?
Or, like, my Tagora. But, like, Scratch was just, like, I just needed a voice, and I have a deep enough voice that it, like, I did ask Toby Fox.
Wait, you did?
I actually emailed the only email I could find for Toby Fox, which he either doesn't check or doesn't respond to. But I did actually reach out to Toby Fox. I mean, I did get James Roach to do the title music, so. But like, yeah, no, the Scratch voice ended up being a thing that just kind of like happened and worked out really well because everyone seems to like it a lot.
I remember when it came out, I messaged Anna being like, "This is Jonaya? This is
Yeah,
great!"
yeah, and like, so yeah, we had a little bit of a concept. Then by the time we got the 612 trailer, we had like actual like some in-game shots and some basic stuff. So yeah, now we have like a coherent idea of what the plot's going to be like. But like, yeah, we've been working on it for a while, and we still got a lot to go. We got a lot to do, but we've also we're pretty far ahead. Like, we're basically like. Volumes 2 and 3 are practically done. Volume 4 is pretty far along. Volume 6, 9, 14, weirdly enough, which is the last one, are very like far along.
I'm very excited for y'all to see what's coming in Volume 2.
Yeah.
I read that one.
Yeah, Anna wrote Volume 2, and then like, so, and then
also, David, I wanted to get his permission to press the baby as you on final.
Oh my god.
Have the baby and the baby the best friend. It's true.
Oh my god. So yeah, we basically like we reached out to people. 612 we opened up like voice auditions and got a lot of people interested in
300.
that.
Right.
300 auditions from like 100 different people, which is amazing. So yeah, people have noticed this, which is really fucking cool. Like I'm not super old in the fandom. I've been here for a few years now, like 3 years, coming up on 3 years. And I just have a brain worm that says I need to make a game, and I did it because I don't know what else to do with myself.
I've been here for fucking ever, so it's
Yeah.
it's fun to. This is my 9th year as a Homestuck, and I just celebrated my 10th 413, and
Fuck yeah.
it's crazy that 10 413s later, I've reached the peak of fame in the fandom that people like, those really well-known voice actors that we all loved back in 2012. Or, I mean, I don't know if I'm Broadway Car Cat level well-known, but honestly, if I could ever be Broadway Car Cat level well-known, actually, no. The truest honor is somebody makes a parody of my musicals.
Oh my god.
You are already TikTok
Times Apprentice parody.
No. A Homestuck parody of Maka.
Oh my god. I'm gonna go to gameplay now. So yeah, we're gonna do gameplay, which hopefully will not be a black screen. Ah, there it is. Cool. So yeah, we're gonna start playing the game because like I don't think anyone wants to hear me just like ramble constantly. We're basically gonna be playing through probably the whole thing. I mean, like a lot of people streamed the game already, which is amazing. I'm sure a lot of people have played it.
We saw some pretty professional streamers.
Yeah, there's a couple of really professional streamers, and like it's gonna take me less time to get through it because I wrote it and know how to do everything. So yeah.
This is a blind playthrough for me. I kept it. I kept it purposely blind so that way you guys could get some fun, genuine, probably enthusiastic reactions.
But like, yeah, I wrote. So I'm the writer for the prologue in Volume 1. Can we get Casey Mongio for Pester Quest 2? I'm not going to comment on that.
We're not doing a Pester Quest 2. That's the comment we're going to make on that.
Sure.
At this time, we are not doing Pester Quest 2.
It's so many volumes away. I just, God.
One game at a time.
I want to say something so bad. Anyway. Anyway, yeah. Very excited for some of the future volumes, I'll put it that way.
Very excited.
God, Volume 3, 7, 9, 13, 14. There's a bunch
and
of
we
them.
guess 8.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You
haven't written the script yet. Oh, the music is fantastic, though.
Music
Like the music for Volume 8 is really good. Okay, anyway. So we're going to play through the game. We're going to make some commentary. Like, I wrote the volumes. Obviously, like, both of these people have seen the behind the scenes. Anna's been very involved in production as the voice director and, like, one of the VAs for these routes. Technically, it's 2. Yeah, so let's get started. Yeah. One thing I will say off the top is that I got a lot of inspiration from Befriendis, which did a really good job with like content warnings and stuff. So that's where I got a lot of the ideas for accessibility features. We actually do use the quirk system that Geo made for the Friendsim engine, which Befriendis does use, which allows you to disable quirks if you find those obnoxious. It also makes it a lot easier for script writers because you don't have to write in quirk, which is annoying. So yeah, Friendsim 2 is a sequel to the events of Hiveswap, Friendsim, and Pester Quest. If you haven't played those games, a brief summary is available in the help screen. Hiveswap Acts 1 and 2 are not considered canon to Friendsim 2 and it exists in a timeline where they never happened. Basically, this is taking place after Pester Quest. Pester Quest events don't have a lot to do with this game. Like, I did see a couple of people that were like, hey, why is that? And it's like, the important thing is that Miss Parr got powers. Like, yeah. Yeah, Jojo Funk McLovin did a lot of the incidental music, so like credits, bad ending jingle, credit song, and also the theme you hear when you see the council. This title theme was done by James Roach.
So, Chrissy, I have to ask, are you getting flashbacks to our first screen series?
I'm getting so many flashbacks.
Remember when I made Zach be our armpit section of the barb is
Oh my
right.
god.
I still think about that. It's still the highlight for me. Of us getting into those. Remember when we made Sam walk out of the room?
Yeah, because we made it read the armpit
And
section.
then my roommate texted our roommate like, are you and Sam okay? Because she thought we had a big fight or something.
Let me check your
I mean, if you're gonna fight about any Friendsim rug,
In reality, we just broke him.
So I'm gonna play so this option here, the streaming music volume, actually makes it so that the non-voice sections have lower volume, which means that you can read over it. I'm gonna keep the action difficulty on normal. For those of you who don't like QuickTime events and stuff and haven't played the game, the story-only mode basically disables like timing and stuff, so you don't have to worry about it. It makes it very hard to die, not impossible, but difficult. And we got some accessibility stuff, which, you know, if you've played the game already, or if you've played like previous Friendsims, nothing in this is going to be like wildly different. So fuck it, let's do new game. Friendsim 2 uses a persistent save system, so this basically the game will track your progress. So your choices are going to matter in future volumes. It was a huge pain in the ass to program an episodic Renpai game to do that without breaking.
oh, but it's gonna pay off.
It will,
Also,
yeah.
Please pay attention to the choices you make because they really do matter.
Daria will remember this.
Daria will remember.
Someone
this.
joked about that, but like, yeah.
No, Daria will remember things, and don't make Daria mad at you, or it will break your heart.
Like stuff matters all the way up until like the ending of the game, where you get like different outcomes based on some of the choices you make. Route contains content warnings for existentiality or existential or identity crises, unreality, gaslighting. Route has action sequences. Player discretion is advised.
Archaeopteryx Gallopade says you just made the game significantly better than the original one.
Aww.
Yeah, we did.
It's a very difficult feature to program. I had to do a lot of behind the scenes, like it's got a thing that like saves and loads into persistent memory because Renpai wasn't really built to do this, but yeah, you can make it do a lot of things it wasn't built to do. A lot of things.
Oh yeah.
Were you expecting someone? I'm not sure who it was. Not sure whether your expectations have been tempered by time to the point where they've grown rigid and cold, inflexible. The worst part of every tragedy is that the outcome is inevitable. The conclusion is foregone even before you read the first word of the first page. But maybe this isn't a tragedy. I suppose that's up to you, isn't it? So I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you expecting someone? All around you, the void paradoxically presses in around you and expands infinitely beyond you in every single direction. You are, all at once, enveloped by it and completely free of it. You think that if you concentrate hard enough, you could probably perceive your physical form, the shape of your body that exists within this space between spaces that you found yourself within. You can't remember exactly why you're here, can't remember how you got here or what you were doing before. If you strain hard enough, you feel the trace of images on the edge of your mind. The warmth of a summer's day and the sound of your friends joking with each other in the middle of the park. A blanket laid out, food served, a pleasant sense of domestic contentment. And deep inside, the constant sense of foreboding unease. How long have you felt this way? How long have you drifted in this void, wondering about the places that you once knew? About the people that you abandoned? Names flash through your mind, specks of recognition and memory that dart out to touch you and race back again. The sensation of inevitability that clawed at you once, that pulled you away from them and forced you toward a singular goal. What happened to them when you left? Part of you, the part that clings to a sense of naive optimism with every fiber of your being, wonders if they lived a good life, able to find their place in the world through your intervention. Part of you knows that's a lie. Do you think that everything has to proceed according to some narrative plan? Well, of course, that's basically been what's guided you since the beginning of this journey. Actually, do you want to read these parts? Because like that way I don't have to read
What makes
everything.
you so sure that you know what the plan is in the first place?
The void roars in its silence. The everything and nothing of existence reaches out and pulls away all at once, turning in on itself in an infinite loop that you could always and never see in its totality. Inside your mind, a singular thought. So this one, like, obviously, if you don't choose to go back, there's no game. So
the game.
if you click it once, you'll get a little bit of extra text. I'm not going to go through that because it's just a bunch of reading. But if you do it again, it'll just quit the game. There's no achievement; it just quits. If anyone is wondering how to get the secret achievement, you have to reset the game's persistent data from the menu. That will no longer cause a bug that deletes all of your Steam achievements and doesn't allow you to get them back. I was building the game with the wrong RenPy SDKs installed. But yeah, no, if you want that achievement, you basically have to sacrifice your saved games and everything. Or you can just do it when you install it fresh.
Yeah, do it early.
The game doesn't care. So we'll choose. I can go back.
You've made your decision.
Of course, you think to yourself. The decision was there all along, because you never really had a choice in any of it. Not if you wanted to live with yourself afterwards, anyway. The good news is that you're already coming up with a plan. An idea that will ensure you don't have to worry about any of the messy details of narrative involvement or whatever bullshit Doc Scratch had going on in Alternia. You've got the powers of a First Guardian now. Powers that rival those of the very personification of the narrative. So this is a no-brainer. You'll just zap yourself back over to Alternia, round up all your old friends, and take them back with you to the locked timeline you created for everyone. If you didn't play Pester Quest, this happened. Miss Par got like a bunch of powers to teleport and go through time and shit, and then they become First Guardian. They make like their own locked off universe with their own version of Earth with like certain versions of their friends all safe there.
Will this all be available in the section?
There is a brief summary that explains what happened to the point where you need to understand what's going on in the game. Yeah, it's summarized, but like yeah, you'll get the general gist of it. They can live safely and happily for the rest of their natural lives, tucked away from the eyes of the Alternian Empire or whatever malevolent forces would have controlled their fates. Besides, you know they'll get along great with the other friends. Tagora and Terezi? Just imagine the wacky hijinks they'll get up to.
My first thought of fan fiction.
Oh my god.
Okay, I want to read this though.
Yeah. So like, we got a question. This is going to be a Revolution or Salvation run.
Oh yeah, what are we gonna do?
Do we want to leave it to chat?
Yeah.
Chat, vote now in chat. What should we pick?
Vote now on your phone.
Yeah, what should we pick for the prologue? Then we'll ask for volume 1. Yeah, also, it's been a few years since Pester Quest and Friendsim, so like back on Earth C, your friends are like 17, turning 18. The fact that the time skip is consistent across the universes that's on purpose and important.
So it won't be as weird when 23-year-old Tagora hangs out with 13-year-old Terezi.
Also, that too, but like, yeah. Terezi's like turning 18.
I'm just thinking of like Velma and Louise, Laura and Terezi.
Oh my god.
Just imagine these two like getting into random shenanigans.
For salvation.
They're like stepbrothers, Terezi and Tagora. Wouldn't that be great?
You focus, pulling your concentration into yourself and letting your thoughts sink in on themselves. The narrative folds in around you like a paper crane, layers collapsing into layers into your own sense of self until there's only a singular point of conscious awareness left. Oh, we got a lot of,
So it says YouTube is not receiving the video to maintain smooth streaming. I don't know how to fix that.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on with the video. What the fuck? Is it? Yeah, let me check my connection here.
Sorry.
No, it's got internet access. We should be good.
We have a lot of votes for salvation.
We do.
Yes. Like with the undercount that we extremely did.
Yeah, when everyone was like, don't do genocide.
Yeah.
And Zach was like, you should do genocide.
Genocide's so hard though.
It really is.
I never passed it because I was too scared, but also I don't think I could have passed fans.
Okay.
But the music, Megalomania.
This is not a very good...
I wonder how many flashbacks we just caused.
Okay, it's...
We have bad internet apparently.
We have not great internet right now. Let me see if there's something I can do. Me probably not running the stream at the same time would be good.
Oh yeah, you're watching. I have the chat here.
Yeah. Let me just close this entirely because I'm streaming out on OBS. I don't need this. Yeah, give me a second. I think... Is it, like, still lagging? Why is it doing that?
Stream is healthy now.
Okay, cool. I apologize. I was trying to do too much.
Oh, but now it's...
I don't fucking know. You don't need to close your eyes, because they were never open to begin with. Your mind turns sideways, and you
Oh,
zap.
I'm also playing it too. Okay, that should also help.
You have no idea where you are.
Who the fuck? Who is it out here now?
You turn, and standing in front of you is a very large, very angry Connell Okama. Okay, okay. The anger isn't entirely a surprise. That seemed like one of her defining characteristics, generally speaking. But there's something wrong. Wait, just join the stream, and I don't know what's going on, but a bunch of people are saying salvation. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to decide which path we're going to take. Actually, salvation would be interesting, because I've seen most people doing revolution. So yeah, sure. Also, we get to lie to Galek in the trial. That seemed like, yeah, but there's something raw about it you weren't expecting. You begin to stammer out a greeting, the first bit of your whole speech about how she should definitely come back with you to a locked timeline far away from here where she can be safe. Judging by the chat screen, you guys have a really huge delay. Oh, there is no way to fix that because YouTube streaming kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's gonna be like a 30 to 40 second delay.
Sorry.
YouTube is... YouTube streaming is, it exists.
It's a work in progress.
It doesn't give money to dead Bezos, though.
It does, yeah, yet.
Safe? What in the world are you talking about? What are you even doing here?
Before you can actually answer any of these questions, another familiar face appears.
What are you doing here? You're taking a mighty big risk.
That voice sounds
This is the one that Anna did at my request because, like, during fic reads and stuff, Anna was voicing Skylar, and I'm like, you know what, that's actually pretty good.
I don't have a drop attached to me.
I got more Carolinian vibes from it.
I can't.
It doesn't matter. She's an alien. She's from the troll south. Who knows what their accent sounds like? Maybe it sounds like a fake southern accent.
Honestly, yes, that is now canon. Troll South sounds like
The troll south.
Also, Skyclear, thank you for saying that you love the style for the talk sprites, because a lot of people really hate Skylar's design, and they are wrong. Skylar has a good design.
So
that was a good design.
I'm not gonna get on people for not liking the designs because, like, whatever, you can feel how you want, but like, there are reasons that they look different. Like, it's been 4.5 years in the game, and like, Skyla is one of the people that, for a little bit of spoiler for Volume 3, Skyla's in the fucking Alternian army now. So, like, yeah, she's a little more drawn out, which was intentional to kind of give her more of, like, a border collie look, and also she's been in the fucking army.
Like, they're probably starving.
Yeah, like, Skyla was not... She was a little more built and had a shorter neck in the original, but, like, she wasn't exactly huge. That was more Connell's deal. Like, even Connell's lost some weight if you look at her.
They're starving their army people.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, there's also
The army's not great.
there's also potential that they're more in shape now. So
No, they're being starved.
Yeah,
Define in shape.
well, think about, like, there's more fitness tests, more...
Skylar used to be built, and now she's slender, because they're starving the poor
Also
girl.
incredibly stressed. Yeah, Volume 3 will go into that a little more.
I guess I also keep thinking that they're children in the original one, so there's still potential.
They
for
are...
them to
So,
grow
by
up,
our
like,
canon...
get taller and stuff.
By our canon, they were like 18-ish in the first one. Like, we...
Ascension is 10 sweet.
Yeah, we went with a head canon of an Ascension being 10 sweeps, because, like, it kind of makes sense. It's an even number, it's 21 years old. It makes sense. what are you gonna do? Tell on us to Andrew Hussey? Like,
Basically, they feel like adults.
Yeah.
In Friendsim. Like,
they do.
You can't tell me that the Teals are like 16.
Yeah.
I mean, Torona's like 13. But like, she is the one who looks like a kid.
Yeah.
The rest of them, they are college age. Like, it feels like college.
Yeah, like, we wanted to make this pretty clear that, like, this is a story about adults.
They originally were like
Except for one.
I don't want to say the world because it was kind of internalizing knowledge base, but
I mean, they were on the cusp of having to deal with Alternia's full violence. Like they're being forced through Ascension, which is like conscription into the system, which is not great.
The cusp of one life into another.
Yeah.
Like a new phase.
And that's super important in this game. And not everyone is going to be. So we did have some questions about like how much we were going to see Alternia versus like off Alternia, and like this is just post Ascension, so you're going to be off Alternia probably about half the game in orbit. Like you're not going to go to like distant colony worlds. We're not going that far, but you are going to be in orbit, seeing a bunch of different places. You're also going to see Alternia again, and like some stuff has changed in Alternia, and like you're going to get to see both people that are like on the run from the Empire and people that are maybe like caught up in the bureaucracy where they just haven't been made to go through Ascension yet. So yeah.
It is possible to have made Ascension for a brief period of time.
Right, like in various ways, yeah.
Read A Delightful Abattoir to hear more about that.
Yeah, I wrote 2 like novel-length 5-swap fics that kind of like go into that more, and yeah, I stole some of my own ideas.
I stole some of my own ideas too. Read the Prologue on Andy if you want to see Tizzy's and Seltzer as a child.
Yeah.
I've read them, they're very good. Highly recommend.
We're also going to do the, I'll tell you when we get there. We're going to do the listening to Scratch.
Of course you are.
You're here to help everyone stay safe. You don't know whatever weird stuff these two are up to, but you know that they're your friends, and you know that you care about them. Maybe it's been a couple of days or so, but don't worry. You're sure that they'll adjust really quickly. You can introduce them to some of the others, and Connell's laughing at you.
You're serious? Why would I ever want to leave?
Because this planet sucks? Connell laughs again and turns away.
Look, I think you need to go. It's not safe here.
Something in Skylar's voice is making you deeply, profoundly uncomfortable. You want to stay here and argue with these two to explain how good of a plan you have and how it's going to make both of them happier in the end. After all, we're all friends, right? Skylar just looks at you and there's something hollow behind her eyes. Something haunted.
I think you should go.
You're about to argue to let her know you're not going to leave until you can make sure that she and Connell are going to come with you when you hear something in the distance. A low, rumbling noise. The noise of something large and heavy moving just outside, grinding into the stony ground and rumbling closer and closer. Skylar leans in and her expression gets frantic.
You need to go! Now!
The intensity of it takes you by surprise, and without even thinking about it, you open your eyes and you're standing in an office of some kind, but you're not alone. Off in the corner, hunched over a desk, is your old friend Tagora. You run forward, but stop dead in your tracks as Tagora quickly whips around and glares at you.
What the hell are you doing here?
The best Tagora voice in the entire family.
Aw, thank you.
No one else can do it.
He glances around as if looking for someone and takes a step closer. You can see fear in his eyes.
You need to get out. There's no amount of money in the Empire that'll make it worth the kind of heat you're going to bring in here.
You start to protest. You're not going to bring any heat of any kind when you hear a loud knock at the door and freeze. From the other side of the door, you hear a familiar voice.
Gorgor, are you okay in there? I realize that our impending ceremony is still quite a ways off, but I need to go over some of the documents with you in detail.
Precisely 4 standard hours, to be specific. Also, the galek quirk screen no longer lets you click on other stuff or advance the text, which was a bug in the original game that I discovered while playtesting. What's that?
And in Act 2.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Also, I believe I heard some small commotion earlier. Are you sure that you are adequately prepared for today's festivities?
This the Galek voice is CL Captain Lazar on
They
Twitter.
are so good.
Very good VA.
We go to audition for Galek was an open audition, but I think we were testing something. We were testing a script in one of the in a private chat, and CL was reading for Galek, and they were like, "We have to have you audition for Galek."
Yeah, it got to the point where it was like that was kind of the sound I was looking for, and like we had a lot of people that read Galek way too slowly. Like he talks a lot.
So much text.
You gotta get through it.
Oh, I'm fine, dear. Nothing to worry about at all. Just slipped a bit in here. You know how clumsy I can be.
Oh no, he's hot.
I am so waiting for Galek to just like say like I know and just get hot water pour out.
The joke that we have for Volume 1 is if you want to play a drinking game, take a shot every time Galek says indeed or of course.
We will die.
No, it's actually not that many. I thought it was listening to the voice lines, but I checked the script and it's only like 4 or 5 times. This time the world resolved quicker around you, and in the distance you think you can still hear the sound of Galek and Tagora talking through a closed door. You can't have gone far this time, and you're noticing that you don't seem to be traveling in time either, which is, well, that's probably a good thing. It looks like you're in a bedroom or a respite block of some kind. And it appears that your old pal Tisius is staring directly at you.
It's you.
She doesn't seem happy to see you. You get ready to deliver your speech again, to convince her that you can get her off this hell world and safely away to a place where she won't have to worry about the Empire or Alternia or anything else. Then she isn't listening to you.
Where were you? You left. For sweeps. And now you just pop back in here like nothing has changed? Do you have any idea what it's been like while you were gone? Do you have any idea what we've all had to do?
You can hear the rising anger in her voice, and you back away, putting your hands up. Last you remember, Tisius was hanging out with Daria, and they were going to work together to make Alternia a better place for everyone.
Are you serious right now?
You half-heartedly shrug. This whole plan has been going a lot less smoothly than you thought it was going to. In fact, you'd venture to say that it's been veering off toward complete disaster, and you're not entirely sure how to change that.
Just go away.
But wait, no. You can't just go and leave her there like this. This is easy to fix. Just a quick zap and then round everyone else up and head back. No big deal.
I told you to go away.
She doesn't sound angry anymore, just tired. It sounds as if all the energy she had just got expended in that moment she saw you, and now it's been replaced with a weariness that seeps down into her very soul. You hang your head, and once more, you zap.
Says, "Oh no, she's hot."
Yeah, someone, who was it that made the comment about they were hot now?
Chrissy.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, like
I showed you the sprites like a fucking year ago, and you were like, "Whoa, why are they hot now?"
Just really quick, so the sprite artist for Skyline Connell requested to remain anonymous, so can't reveal who they are. Fantastic art, though. Really amazing. Really good to work with. If you know who it is, cool. Don't spread that information around because they did ask us to remain anonymous. But the sprite artist for the Teals is Daydreamer Lex. They are fairly new to doing like sprites. They've been doing Homestuck fan art for a while, but I saw their art on like a Discord I was on. I'm like, damn, that's really good. It's got a very like papers everywhere kind of like vibe to it. And I was like, hey, can you do sprites? So they ended up doing all the sprites for Galek, Tagora, Tisius, and Stelsa, both the regular sprites and the trial sprites. So like really, really cool style.
when the volumes come out with all those characters in it, you'll see my point.
Well, that's
I mean,
part
they're
of
in
the
this
vibe.
one. Yeah, they're in
Well,
this
yes,
one.
they're in this one.
I mean, they were the only characters that were. At the time, we didn't have any other characters. We've got a good chunk of the cast done now. Like,
Yeah.
we're still working on a few of the sprites for later, but like, we've a bunch of people from like Wanchi, Sarava, the rest of Ardata, Amicia Tirona, person I almost accidentally spoiled something huge, some other stuff. Didn't say it, fortunately.
Oh my god, I just realized what you meant.
Some of the big spoilers happen.
I'm going to drink to avoid spoiling.
Not this one. Anyway, you find yourself on a hill overlooking the outskirts of a city that looks eerily familiar. For a moment, you just stand there and take it all in. The light of the twin moon shines down and scatters along the buildings. Hives, you suppose you should say, that dot the city. This is a background done by Q-Stuck, by the way. Q-Stuck did a couple backgrounds, including the big, twin moons one we've been using for, literally all of our promo art. They did this and then kind of, stopped doing Homestuck stuff for a while, and now they're doing Homestuck stuff again, which is really cool, because they make amazing art.
The fandom is healing.
Yeah, this is a good... Their backgrounds are just incredible. You begin to walk, drawn by some kind of vague sense of purpose. Look, I fixed the typos! The kind of half-formed thought that brought you along on so many adventures the last time you visited this version of Alternia. Walking down the hill, you stumble half-aware down a long, winding street. A sense of looming familiarity claws at you as you walk, reaching up and teasing at your heels, threatening to pull you down once more into a well of remembering. You're still a few dozen yards out when you recognize the shape at the end of the street. The once familiar silhouette now overgrown with creeping vines that snake up and around and in and out of everywhere. This background is by Artistic Apparition, who you're going to see a bunch of their art, a bunch of volumes down the line. They did a lot of Volume 9 art. All the Volume 9 art.
Yeah, they're the ones that fix really well, right?
Yeah, they do a very, they have a looser, sort of grittier style, which worked really well for the subject matter of that volume. Your spaceship. It doesn't look like it's been touched in a while. The dread picks at you again, and you do everything in your power to push it down. To ignore what Tizia said to you. To go back to the way things were, not even an hour ago. Another thought pulls at you, and this is one you can't shake. How long was I gone? The thought won't stop echoing around in your mind, bouncing off the sides and coming back again and again. How long has it been? What was it that Tizia said to you? That you'd been gone for sweeps? How many sweeps? How many years has it been? It doesn't make any sense to you. You did the same thing you've done countless times before. Concentrated on the time and the people you want to find, and then aimed yourself and zapped. By all rights, you should have arrived within days of the last time you were on Alternia. So save. Ignore this. Apparently I had saved from before. Let's just overwrite. There we go. I forgot to delete my save directory. Or clean install, kind of. You feel the panic rising, air catching in your lungs as you trip backward over your own feet, the breath rushing ragged in and out as you start to hyperventilate. You feel something out there, something far away but powerful, familiar. You close your eyes. Even before you open them again, you feel something that you haven't felt in a long time. Somehow, you know what you're going to see when you open your eyes again. The unnatural green resolves itself before your eyes, swimming in and out of focus before finally snapping into place in front of you. You've been here before. So many times you've been here. You've seen it again and again. Stood in this foyer, sat in the other room when the man who rules over this place told you to find your answers. Ran from this place in a desperate attempt to escape. And then, you saw it in your dreams.
Oh, my dear reader, you've been gone for a long time. I can't say that this intrusion is expected, but I suppose it is not necessarily unwelcome. After all, I still consider myself a most excellent host.
A shiver runs up your spine, and you turn to run, but your legs freeze under you. You can't tell if he's doing something to you to prevent you from leaving, or if it's just the raw fear keeping you locked in place.
Oh, please. If I were the one doing that, rest assured that I would be far less subtle about it. I simply want to have a conversation. Why don't you have a seat?
Yeah, that's me snapping into my crappy streaming mic with a lot of reverb.
So think about this track. It sounds so much like Scratch Track, right? Like it squeezes Duck Scratch or Midnight Crew. It's not written by Homestuck.
We actually got a couple of our, a bunch of our people that work on this are not Homestucks, including one of the background artists that did a ton of our backgrounds.
Yeah, Magpie is not Homestuck.
Like, this is written by a person named Benny James, and
She's actually in my musical theater
yeah,
writing
she's
program.
in the graduate musical theater writing program, and
She wrote the lyrics in a 20-minute musical on my YouTube channel. And if you're familiar with the video that literally said
But it's
"Don't
like-
watch it, I'm looking for
Yeah.
it," but,
It's very good.
you should watch it. It's excellent.
called callback. But yeah, we needed a composer fast, and I was like, I'm in a graduate program full of composers.
Mhm.
So
We ended up with a few people that are not part of the Homestuck fandom, but they are now. Oh no, he's hot too. This voice I've gotten consistently like that kind of feedback about. People really like the Scratch voice, which is cool because I just did it like to be deep and menacing. And for a trailer, I did work on it, like, from the first trailer to the second, I made it, like, more resonant and more, like, menacing. The whole idea here was to have Scratch be more of, like, a menacing presence in the game. Like, he's kind of... I don't know, his characterization is different throughout Homestuck, but, like, I always thought of him as an interesting, like, villain, because he's got so much fucking power over the narrative. Like, he's a little bit goofy at times in Homestuck, but, like, he's not goofy in this, not really.
Well, like the trolls, Scratch is also mature.
Well, Scratch is timeless, but, like, the thing about that is you've started to diverge his timeline, so he feels threatened by that, because he is threatened by that. You blink, suddenly sitting on the vibrant green couch with a vaguely floral print on it. You're having trouble thinking, having trouble remembering why you're here in the first place.
So, why are you here? What errand has come up to draw this particularly intrusive rodent out from their hiding spot?
The interior of Carson Mansion, California. So I'm not sure about this specific one for this background, because this is the one that Charlie Flock did, but let's just say that there's Carnegie Mansion inspiration at other points. way later in the game. It is deep and menacing. Thank you. Yeah, that was the whole idea. And we're gonna listen to his dialogue, which you go listen to. It's pretty incredible. Oh, that's cool. Huh. I know that some of the Felt Mansion stuff, like the whole like Hussey office is based in the Carnegie Mansion.
really,
Yeah, which is like appropriate given, you know. Oh, that's easy. You wanted to come back and get all of your friends. You figured. You figure that since you have the powers of a first guardian now, it'd be simple enough to just kind of hop in and take everyone back with you. By the way, the sprites for Mispar, these sprites, not the trial sprites, and Scratch are Chess Wanderlust Sama on Twitter. They are really neat artists. They did these two sprites, and they also did these little, like, the chibi heads. If any of you have completed routes, you'll see them, like, appearing. Those are Chess Wanderlust Sama. Very, very cool artists to work with.
A first guardian, you say?
Yeah.
Well, of course. How wonderfully droll a thing to consider. That the cog in my machine would one day be as critical a piece of their universe as I am of mine.
Hallway with a drop to a staircase in the back. Interesting.
Huh.
Realizing the Felt Mansion as, like, a physical space was a thing that I ended up doing. Yeah, Hussey's room is Carnegie's, like, study, or one of his studies. I think he had more than one. Rich bastard.
I guess that's one of the listeners.
Yeah. Like, with a couple exceptions, because I couldn't find photos of it all. You're not sure that this comparison is exactly a fair one. After all, you aren't using your friends as pieces in some kind of nth-dimensional chess game.
Really? You think that absolves you of the consequences of your decisions?
You don't want to admit it, but this has you a little bit freaked out right now.
You have no reason to worry. After all, I never lie. And as such, I can say that your presence here is a mistake. Why, you can't even begin to imagine the ripple effect it will have on this universe. The mere act of contacting your friends again could very well undo this world as we know it. Your friends could very well end up dead, simply because you chose to try to set them free. So I ask you, wouldn't it be better to simply not? To let your friends live out their lives under my watchful, nigh omniscient eye? I can promise that their lives will be no worse than they would have been had you remained an Alternia in the first place.
Writing Scratch's dialogue so that he's not technically lying is so fun, because, like, here, he's basically saying if you'd stayed on Alternia during Friendsim and never gotten any of your powers, like, their lives wouldn't be any worse, because, like, yeah, no shit, you wouldn't be able to do anything to affect anything. Like, Mispar didn't have any powers back then. You start to snap back that you would never do such a thing. You couldn't leave your friends to simply exist on this hellhole of a planet. But then you start to wonder, maybe he has a point. So here you get the choice to, like, listen to him. Listening to him doesn't lead to a bad ending. It just lets you hear some references to other things, and then you get the choice of whether or not you want to go back.
We should listen.
So we're going to listen to it because...
And we're going to tell you what happens.
Exactly. You settle back into the couch and look up at Scratch, and you wonder why you're even bothering to do this in the first place. Wasn't Scratch the bad guy?
Please, your view of good and bad is so incredibly simplistic. If you think that everything reduces down to the binary of virtuous or villainous, then I have some terrible news about the real world for you. In any case, I'm no monster. I simply aim to provide a much-needed education in the way that things work around here.
You guess that makes sense? I mean, he hasn't exactly been anything other than polite and reasonable so far. Maybe you're just remembering things wrong? All the evidence to the contrary. Maybe that was just a big misunderstanding.
No, it wasn't!
You could say that, if you like. But, you see, there's so much to consider. Have you given any thought to what would happen if you were to simply pull these critical pieces off the board at such an important point in history, when they still have such a role to play?
In your mind's eye, you see a small apartment with a tiny closet. In the closet, there's a crate? For some reason, you think of one of your other friends, the one who's always shouting. So
This is a reference to the project?
Yeah, the next 3 lines are going to be referencing the 3 writers that wrote, like, significant Hive Swap fic, which is me, Anna, and Chrissy. So this one is referencing the Progeny, which is Anna's fic. You should read it. It's very good.
And then you should read the 2 sequels to it.
I did write 2 sequels to
They
it.
are very good. Actually, the Progeny is not finished, but I can tell you how it ends.
So like, this is the concept of, like, Mispar having this kind of vague awareness of things the reader is potentially aware of is, like, a recurring theme that's super important, and it definitely will come back to be a thing, like, throughout the game.
Have you really stopped to think about it? How the removal of a single key piece could put the entire game into jeopardy?
A concert swamped in blood, the sour smell of rust in the air. The sound of the drones winds low over the crowd, and then the rattling roar of the guns as they open fire again. And the screaming won't stop. This is a reference to Answer to the Question of Revolution, which is Chrissy's fic, The Bitter Hedgehog on AO3. Also read it, it's really good.
Sure, then read the sequel of the Work in Progress, Dragon Punk Band.
Darius Punk Band AU.
It doesn't matter if it's the lowliest pawn. All of the pieces have their own unique role to take on the board. To deny that is, well, my dear reader, it is simply foolish on a scale that mere words fail to describe.
I will say I really love that people have picked up on the Dear Reader stuff with Scratch, because, like, I just made that up. Like, it seemed like a thing that he would say, so I just put it in his dialogue, and I've seen people now, like, using it and associating with him. It's like, hey, I influenced people's thinking.
You are true.
A lone figure tends to the caverns, long after all the others have faded into the mists of time. Long after everyone she once knew or cared about has passed on from the world. She can barely remember who she is, but she knows that her duty isn't yet complete. This one is a reference to my novel, Delightful Abattoir, which is a sort of like an alternate take on the Hive Swap. Like, Mistbar doesn't exist in it, it's just the Hive Swap world in like post-Ascension. So, read it. I think it's pretty good.
It's really good.
There's also a sequel, which is also just as long and has like it continues the plot. Oh yeah, it is longer this time. But yeah, so these are the 3 references there.
Do you see what I mean? There are other worlds than these, dear reader, and you simply exist in one of them, a cul-de-sac at the terminal end of time, cut off from everything and everyone of any meaning.
The There Are Other Worlds Than These was just a Dark Tower reference. You shake your head as if that will clear it out. The words that Scratch said keep ringing around inside, digging deep into your conscious mind and picking, finding their purchase and burrowing in deep.
Well,
what? You're sorry, you were lost in thought, or memories?
not of anything that's happened to you, but perhaps in another world, given the right circumstances.
You do have to admit that you don't really know very much about how all these alternate timelines work. It was confusing enough before you got all these crazy Versguardian space-time powers, and now it's downright headache to keep track of everything. You thought maybe the job would have come with some kind of instruction manual, but...
Not to worry, dear reader. You can still reverse the course you've begun to chart. It's simple. Go home.
Go home?
Yes, of course. Go back to your cozy little locked timeline, tucked far away from all of this. Retreat to your domicile and leave this world to carry forward on its course.
The locked timeline?
Yes, I hope my implication is clear. I am implying that it is possible that the events here are in fact necessary to close the loop of causality.
Well, you suppose you can't really argue with that? Alright. So here is the choice that will lead to a bad ending. So if you choose to leave, you'll get a short, bit of dialogue, and then you'll get a bad ending, and then the game will go back to the main menu. So we're gonna not do that. Just go through here. So, no, wait, fuck this shit. This is complete nonsense. Even if Scratch is planning some kind of long con with all of your Alternian friends, you've already proven that you can make a stable world without any of this manipulative nonsense.
I say, my dear reader, that is a most unconscionably rude thing to say to me. After all, I am so much more experienced at this than you are.
If you choose not to hear him out, he'll say something else first, basically how are you going to ignore my advice, or something to that effect.
What do you plan to do? To rush about from place to place, picking up your friends and taking them away to live in a fairy tale world of your own making? And what of the friends you leave behind?
A sudden jolt runs up your back.
Are you going to leave them behind to my whims? Do you truly think you can live with yourself afterwards?
Dog Switch is kind of ripped.
I mean, this version.
This version is. This is a very different. Yeah, he also has a neck now, which makes him look so fucking creepy.
All he needs is a nose, and then he can follow
He looks like he's about to have the Lord English come snaking out of him.
Wait, Chris, do you remember our theory that the hottest girls all have noses?
That's why I'm saying, he needs a nose. He already looks like a bouncer, but if he just had a nose, I think that the muscles.
Oh, maybe. Maybe you think you can help them right here on Alternia.
Not all the children have noses, and that's why you think
Yeah.
they're hot now.
They are hot. Their shirts are tighter. Their hair is better.
Oh my god. You glare at Scratch. You're still not sure what you could actually do to him in any material sense of the word, but the anger is seething inside of you, and this smug bastard thinks he can talk down to you like a little kid. Scratch shrugs, pressing his fingers to what would be his temple if he had a more conventional anatomy.
That would certainly be a treat, to see them dash themselves on the rocks of martyrdom and self-sacrifice. For what? For the vague promise that maybe Alternia might get better one day?
His dirk and his equius are showing, yeah.
Oh my god.
You keep... No, I'm so sorry. I don't... Not even a freezer. I'm sorry. Do you want, like, some... Just, like, the coffee to drink?
I need something cold enough to freeze.
Oh, Jesus. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Yeah, I just want a cup of ice. Would it help to, like, eat something? Feeling in your
It
mouth?
would help to ice.
Oh,
Wait,
just...
actually,
Okay, no problem. Be right back.
You keep glaring at Scratch, and as you look at him, an idea begins to form in your mind. Hey, so if he's so smart, how come he wasn't expecting this? The way you see it, you're here to stay, and you've got two options. Either you save your friends, or you give them away to fight back. So here's the first choice. Boop. We're gonna do salvation this
Yeah,
one.
everybody go to salvation.
Save everyone. Not all of the choices will be super obvious what's going to happen. That's on purpose. You should think about all the choices you make.
They all matter.
They will. A lot of them matter. Some of them don't matter much. Some of them matter a whole lot. Some of them don't matter for a long time, and you never know what. But like, there's no. Unless you die, and the game's very forgiving about that. Like, you will get a chance to retry everything immediately. You're not gonna, like, there's no bad ending. There's just two different branches you can take. Yes, there are, yes, your actions can hurt people, and sometimes you can't avoid hurting people, or you just have to make a decision about who you want to hurt, or, you know, who you are going to hurt, not want to. It's a complex game. So we're gonna do save everyone.
You fool. You completely irrational, pandering fool. Do you have any idea how stupid you sound right now?
Probably not significantly more than usual, so...
Oh, shut up, you ungrateful pile of detritus. You've lost any right to speak on this or any other matters of importance.
Well, that's a pretty mean thing to say to you. Honestly, you're feeling like you've worn out your welcome already and should probably be on your way. Scratch shifts his weight, and you're beginning to notice that he's closer than he was before.
I'm afraid that I can't let you continue to meddle. Before, you were simply being bothersome, but now you've crossed a certain threshold into the realm of the truly infuriating.
Here's answering the question, how do we get rid of Miss Parr's space-time powers? Because, like, those make it hard to write the kind of plot we were. Long-term choice branching, yes, the game will pay attention to, like, what you're doing. Your save tracks your progress that you've made to the point where you save it, and, like, you can have multiple saves, and you load them, it'll load the progress you had. So, like, you can have different branching saves if you want. At some point, we'll probably be releasing save states that have, like, end of route, like, you've done all of one or the other, but that'll be a while from now. I've got to, like, make those. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is probably not good. Oh, you're here. To clear things up, some people thought this was Jonaya and were wondering why she didn't look like Jonaya. This is me, the games director. You will see the writers of the game appearing in these sections. If you never die, you won't see very much of it, but if you do die, you'll get more story, so do without what you will.
Easter eggs are probably Easter eggs.
It's, like, there's a whole, like, secondary narrative in this space that you can actually, like, just kind of skip a lot of if you want, but, like, you know, some of it is mandatory, this being one of them. You struggle with the bleary, disconnected feeling that threatens to overwhelm you and stare directly at the figure in front of you. Where are you? It's not the first time we've talked. It probably won't be the last. The figure turns to you and smiles. You don't know how you can tell that she's smiling. You don't even know why you know this is a she and not some abstract entity. I wouldn't worry about it. You got a long road in front of you. Getting too worked up about the details is... She shrugs. You think that she shrugs. But then you can see her expression soften. Sense her expression soften? You're feeling lightheaded. Confused. I know it probably sounds cliche, but you've got a destiny to fulfill. Not one that's set in stone yet, but... It's not a destiny that involves dying at the hands of Doc Scratch. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Just keep one thing in mind. This time, your choices might not mean much, but that won't always be true. A single kind word can save a life. And a single whisper of defiance can start a revolution. So many authors by now. Yeah, they're just like collecting them. Also, use the crowbar to null station. That is in fact the Juju Breaker crowbar. That was one of the early ideas we had, was like, how do we like plausibly nerf Misfar a little bit so they don't have crazy powers that can like reshape the world without being too contrived. And it was like, oh, what if Doc Scratch has the thing that like gets rid of powers and stuff? Scratch shifted his weight, and you're beginning to notice that he's closer than he was before. You know what's about to happen. You don't know how, but you know exactly what's about to happen. You quickly roll to the side, and Scratch's strike ineffectively hits the couch. A little spark of green flies out from the crowbar, and you recognize that this isn't just an ordinary crowbar.
You're not playing fair, are you? They're helping you.
You've no idea what the fuck he's talking about. You make it clear to Scratch that you have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. You mostly just want him to stop trying to kill you. You try to zap away, but something keeps you held down, a force that presses in and smothers you.
If you'll just hold still, this will be over as quick as you can blink. You won't even know what hit you.
Yeah, you know. The difficulty of these sections will adjust with the like action difficulty. You'll have more dodges to make, and also the timing will be tighter.
You are becoming.
And also you can use the keyboards on that section. If you want to use the keyboard left and right, you can do it. That's not the first time you've heard it. And if you have anything to say about it, then it won't be the last. You roll sideways and jump to your feet, ready to scramble away. You have no idea where you'll go once you get out of the mansion, but getting out and away from the crowbar-wielding maniac is a bit higher priority at the moment. Also, the crowbar, like, stays important. Like, you'll see in, like, a year.
If you could just hold still, this would be significantly less onerous to both of us.
Yeah, you're not doing that. You jump back over the couch, then run down the side, headed for the door. It's just 30 feet or so down the hallway, basically nothing, and you can... The crowbar clips your leg, and you're sent sprawling headfirst along the floor, sliding into an awkward and painful stop up against the side of the old-timey television cabinet that is, for some reason, just kind of hanging out here.
Now, my dear reader, it is time for this ridiculous charade to end.
Yes, Skyflare, there is gameplay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gameplay. You will be surprised just how much gameplay.
Let's just say Volume 3 is going to be interesting for people, and Volume 7, and those two in particular. And some other stuff, like, 5. 5 is going to be a fucking trip. Yeah. God, I put so much work into that. You can't let this happen. Not now. Not when you haven't even had the chance to figure out what in the hell is going on with your friends. The pain is shooting right up your leg. It feels like it's turned into a fuse, and it's burning straight up toward the base of your spine. I don't know about the keyboard that would help so much. Yeah, actually, so keyboard and gamepad. I believe the gamepad support was left in for that. So, like, generally speaking, a lot of the keyboard support is not active because it fucks with some of the other stuff. But like, when there are things where a keyboard, like a directional input, would make sense, a keyboard and mouse will work well. Well, or keyboard and gamepad. Although sometimes the keyboard sucks because Renpai's key handling sucks, but that's neither here nor there. You can already feel your powers draining away, and you think that you know why that crowbar looks so familiar. Doc Scratch advances on you, hefting the chunk of crimson metal above his head. You've got one chance here, one opportunity to pull everything together and get the hell out of here. With the last ounce of energy you have, you reach deep down inside yourself and grasp that last shred of your powers. And for one final time, you zap. All around you, the void paradoxically presses in around you and expands infinitely beyond you in every single direction. You are, all at once, enveloped by it and completely free of it. You find yourself sailing through the spaces between the atoms themselves, and you suppose this is how it always felt, but you were never so keenly aware of it. like being in a car that's about to run out of gas, sputtering and coasting to a stop on a busy highway. The analogy is starting to get away from you. You can feel yourself slipping, falling back into reality. Well, at least you aren't dead.
What in the hell are you doing back here?
Tagora, your old friend. It would definitely be really awesome if he could just maybe stay right here and not go run off and tell anyone that you're here. Mostly on account of you don't think you can leave anymore.
That's it. I'm telling Galek you're back.
Well, fuck. Any chance you could maybe convince him not to tell Galek? At least not right away. You really were just trying to help out here, to get everyone away from this hellhole and safely into the locked timeline. Also, are you on a spaceship right now?
Yes, we're on a spaceship. I don't know what a locked timeline is, but what did you say about leaving this hellhole?
Actually everything. Everything, Miss Parr's powers are gone. The Juju Breaker thing, at least in our interpretation of it, completely wipes out your powers. You're still, like, more durable than normal, but, like, that was always a Miss Parr thing.
Miss Parr's just a dude.
Yeah.
Just a little guy. Just a dude with no pants.
Yeah, you don't have pants. Oh, yeah, that. The thing you literally just said. Well, you think you could probably just round everyone up and pop one over to a nice, safe place you made for everyone. A safe, distinctly not Alternia place.
What? I thought you just found something more profitable to do. You know, you being on the Empire's watch list now and everything. It's been 2 sweeps. Honestly, I thought they killed you.
Wait, what? You give Tagora your most winning smile and nod along. Of course, 2 sweeps! Very cool and fine and normal. Everything's fine and normal. See, hypothetically, you might need some time on this, but... Tagora eyes you suspiciously, but he doesn't interrupt. You see, you think you might be able to help Tagora get away from Alternia entirely. Galek too, if that's a thing he actually wants. You're still working on understanding how the whole kismesis thing works.
Fine. I'm listening.
Salvation! Achievements are fixed and work properly! So yeah, that's the prologue. We're going to go immediately into Volume 1 when we're done with this. I wrote this one. Voice cast, we've got Anna did Tizius and Skyla, Bucky did Connell, CL's Galek, and I'm Tagora and Scratch. Sprite artist I already talked about earlier, background artist as well. End card artist is Void, Voidlace on Twitter. They are a fantastic artist, and various people did music. Frosty Mac did the sort of like prologue music, which you'll hear at the beginning of like every round. So yeah, do you want to save your progress? These are endgame, they're like end of route saves, so you can like pick up and you can basically use this to have different branches if you want to like...
You can experience it all.
Yeah.
All the pain.
Miss Parr's journey will continue in Volume 1, Implication Theater, which we're going to play right now.
Take a brief break.
Yeah, sure. You doing all right? Okay, hold on.
Sorry, everyone.
Let me go to... I'll go to BRB. All right, we'll be back in a second. Do you want me to mute the mic?
Yeah.
All right, we're back.
Hi everyone. Thank you for waiting.
All right, we're gonna get back into it and do volume 1. All right, so we're gonna continue the next volume. I guess we'll still do a salvation run. I want to do. Everyone's doing the revolution. Most people chose revolution.
Can't stop the cult of revolution.
Yeah.
You can't put out
All right, continue the next volume. This route contains content warnings for depiction of blood, death, a dead body, discussion of institutional violence. The route has action sequences. You spend a little bit. Oh fuck! We get the Godfather joke too. That's the other thing. It only shows up in the Salvation. So the game actually, depending on your choice in the previous route, it'll like change who you're talking to, and like in future routes, the same kind of thing sometimes will happen. Not always, but sometimes. So like in this case, yeah, it depends on who you were talking to in the last one. You spend a little bit more time than you maybe absolutely need to trying to convince Tagora that leaving Alternia would actually be about the best decision he could make. It'll be like a vacation in a place where literally everything isn't trying to kill you all of the time.
It's not that I don't believe you, in spite of having no evidence whatsoever. It's just that, well, you come here saying, Tagora, leave with me, and Tagora, believe me. You don't offer me respect. You don't offer me friendship. You don't even call me Gorgor.
Wait,
you come here on this, the day of my hate wedding, and you asked me to come with you for money.
Actually, you're pretty sure you never actually offered any money? You were nearly 100% sure that money wasn't discussed.
So, really, I'm flattered. But I'm afraid you'll have to do a bit better than that.
Okay. You can still work with this. You asked Tagora what he's been up to lately. How'd the whole ordeals thing go? You definitely know what that is and aren't just grabbing at terms basically at random. Tagora eyes you skeptically, but then puffs himself up.
The ordeals? You want to know my story of triumph and brilliance?
I'm sure I can say that was the end of my college trials.
Oh, sure, yeah, let's go with that.
Well, after Ascension, I joined the hallowed halls of Legis Corpus.
Oh, a Legis Lacerator.
Nothing so brutish. A showmaster, responsible for the grand spectacle trials that keep the Empire's justice system moving.
Yeah, like, one of the things about this is we had to, like, fill out some of the... that was direct. That was just a parody of The Godfather. That was all that was. I wanted to write a joke, and I did it. We had to figure out, like, what we're gonna do to flesh out some of the Alternian stuff that's, like, not really talked about. So, like, we kind of grabbed a bunch of concepts that we've all sort of thought of. Like, Anna came up with the idea of, like, the 3 branches of the Showmasters and the Auditorizers and Legislators. Yeah.
They were Auditorizers. And then it's like, okay, is Tagora going to be a Legislacerator? I definitely don't see Tagora as an Auditorizer. It's like, wait, no. There's got to be someone to organize these show projects. And so I'm a filthy theater kid. I'm in grad school for musical theater writing. And the trials are basically just theater. You got the playwrights, which are the Legislacerators. They do all the research, they write everything down, they present everything. You got the auditorizers who are like the producers. They deal with the money, they deal with the organization. They're like a cross between like producers and stage managers. And then you got the showmasters. They're the directors. They're the stage crew. They are this is from the Progeny. The showmaster thing is from the Progeny. And I haven't written the chapter yet, but the next chapter you're gonna see a show trial happening, and Tagora is literally on the catwalk holding the spotlight. Like, and this was what Tagora was born to do.
Violent event planning.
Yeah. So, like, some of the terms, like,
violent wedding.
I want him to plan my violent funeral.
Oh my god. You'll learn more about, like, world building stuff as the volumes go on.
You don't want to have the people who are crying there.
Yeah. Like, because there's, like, certain areas of Alternian society that you're going to learn more about. Like, you will learn more about the Legislacerators and the other branches. You're going to learn more about the, like, military and all their shit. You're going to learn more about, like, propaganda and how the Alternating Empire does that stuff. You're going to learn more about Beck. Yeah, you'll find out about Beck Rogers. I mean, if you've already seen the Chitter stuff, you know about that, but we'll get that out when you get the Palm Husk. And also, you're going to learn more about like all the different like aspects of the different strata of society, like the Jades and the Higher Bloods and some of the other people, maybe a little higher up. Yeah.
But I'll admit that things could be better. It's a grind, constant work, just absolutely murder on the skin. And I thought that getting into a stable cosmicitude with a high blood might be socially beneficial.
Galek hears in.
Yes, Galek. Which is why it might not be so simple to just leave.
You reassure Tagora that Galek is more than welcome to come along as well. You didn't get to know him that well, but he seemed generally reasonable and open to new experiences. Does he still have the tattoo, by the way?
Yes, but that's not the point. He's gotten a little more uptight lately, which is to say downright paranoid. This is a long way of telling you that if my Kismesis doesn't come with me, I'm not leaving.
Okay, this isn't exactly a deal breaker for you. You're definitely okay with the idea of doing a little bit of friend persuasion. Friend suasion? You'll workshop that one in a little bit. Point being that if you can get your powers working again, you'd be completely down with the idea of taking the whole Galora package with you.
Look, whatever you're planning to do here, I don't really care. But I've got a hate wedding to get ready for. Also, I need to talk to Tizius about something, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, Tizius, you're a big fan of her. She's, well, okay, maybe not the happiest to see you right now, but that never stopped you before.
Right. I said I don't care what you do, but actually, you need to be very unassuming right now.
Yeah, you're pretty great at that, a regular secret agent.
I wouldn't say that around Galek these days. But I'm serious, you need to behave yourself. I'm not having you fuck this up for me.
Honestly, fair.
Alternia doesn't have laser tattoo removal confirmed. Or Galek didn't want to get it removed.
Or Tagora's totally lying right now. You got the tattoo.
Also possible. As you walk down the corridor, Tagora trails off and makes a motion with his hands, as if to say, you get what I mean. As you round a corner, you see Tizius leaning up against the wall, frowning and staring very pointedly down at the floor. You're about to say something when you get a close look at Tizius' face, and suddenly you think that maybe now isn't some more painful removal possibilities in scraping the skin off. Suddenly you think that now maybe isn't really the time to talk to her.
Ah, excellent. You're out here brooding and generally being sullen.
So this is the point where the two paths converge again. So, like, you would have talked to Tizius and Stelsa if you picked Revolution in the previous one. Or the, like, stick it to the man ending.
What the fuck do you want, Sorgor? Don't you have a hate wedding to plan with your Kismesis?
Oh, nothing. Just have a quick conversation with a fellow loyal member of the Legis Corpus.
The Legis Corpus is one that I pulled for Delightful Abattoir. It just means, like, legal body, basically. I use a lot of Latin for the teal stuff. The ship Justitia, yeah. Justitia, which is just justice in Latin. That's the name of the teal flagship. You'll see that in a little bit. You're about to settle into quiet listening mode when Tagora shoots you a withering glare.
A conversation I was hoping to have in private, actually.
Okay, fine. You know how to take a hint, actually. You wander around the ship a little bit. The corridors you encounter are remarkably similar, actually, and you find yourself quickly getting lost. After some time, you finally make your way to some kind of observation deck, looking out the large pane window to see Alternia floating there softly against the hard vacuum of space. It almost makes you forget how harsh a place it actually is. Your vaguely existential ponderings are cut short when another one of your old friends interrupts.
Ah, if it isn't my old friend. The esteemed cultural ambassador from the alien world of... You know, I'm not entirely sure that you actually told me what the name of your planet was.
Well, I use the term more in a general, loose sense of professional and camaraderie than deep friendship. I hope you don't take offense. I believe this was the story you told me at the time, although with some hindsight, I realize it was a flimsy pretense. I apologize if it simply slipped my mind. It's been a few sweeps now. Oh yeah, that. Well, your planet is called Earth. You've actually been hanging out in a different version of it lately, if he knows what you mean. From his skeptical expression, you think that maybe he doesn't.
Indeed. I don't pretend to, but I suppose it's beside the point. That being said, I am happy to see you again.
You tell Galek that you're happy to see him too. You really feel bad about how long you were gone and all. It wasn't strictly your fault, but you're also not getting into that whole discussion again.
Which is completely fine. I completely understand the need for a certain amount of discretion in one's day-to-day affairs. My work with the Alternian government often requires it.
Specifically, the refusal to discuss certain key details for various reasons related to safety and confidentiality. Unfortunately, not something I am at liberty to discuss. That's great. You're in the process of asking Galek what it is that he does. The tramp stamp haver, the man of the hour, Miss America! What he does for the government when his expression gets cold and he shakes his head.
I feel that I already addressed why I can't discuss the specifics.
Oh yeah. Well, how about this whole hate wedding thing? What's the deal with the hate wedding? Thank you for coming by. Galek slightly rolls his eyes.
Is Tagora still insisting on calling it that? It's simply that we are forming a legally binding partnership based around our kismicitude that includes various consequences for breaking the contract and other such details.
To refer to the whole thing as a wedding is somewhat reductive, and I will not tolerate reductivism in my relationships. No, it's not a sex thing. Honestly, it's mostly boring legal stuff at this point.
It's a fairly standard practice, and it helps ensure that my kismesis is assigned appropriately cushy, non-fatal positions.
You look around the observation deck, and you have to agree that cushy seems like a pretty good way to describe everything here. You congratulate Galek on his excellent taste, and he smiles at you.
Yes,
Thank you. The ship is mine, of course. Partially for personal use and partially for my work. You're welcome to be here, and you are, of course, welcome to stay for the the ceremony later.
Boy, I'm here enough then. Okay, have fun. Sleep well and all that. It's only 10 here, so. Which, as previously mentioned, I will not be disclosing details of, provided you behave yourself and don't bother anyone. I'm going to throttle Golgor for using that damn phrase. They are kismeses. They're kismeses.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if
Oh yeah, no. Whenever Galek was in stream, I think he distracted how cute they drew him. Look at his little face. This is adorable. I'm gonna tell this here calm sport.
Yeah, he looks kind of big now.
He looks kind of like old in the first one. Like he's not supposed to be older than everyone else, but he looks like he's like 50.
Yeah.
Like we had to get them more like their age. He kills your dad. Yes.
I didn't want to say it, but his older version looks more like his dad, I think.
Before this.
In a good way.
This newer one?
Yeah.
The-
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Because my dad is not, like, beefy.
Yeah.
My dad is sweet, and Galek's not sweet.
Before you can ask what's going on, the palm husk sounds another alert, and Galek's face only gets darker and more concerned.
If you'll excuse me, I have an important matter to attend to. As I stated previously, you're welcome on this ship as my guest. Please, make yourself at ease.
Galek walks off in a hurry, leaving you staring once more out the window at the sweeping vista of the stars and the planet below. Once more, you can't help but think how peaceful it all is from up here. It's almost like you can ignore the constant misery down below and focus just on the natural beauty of it all. You get about 15 minutes into this bout of reflection when you start to get antsy and need to wander the ship some more. After all, Galek said you were free to wander. Well, okay, maybe not exactly that, but you feel like the implication was there. Once more, you find yourself traveling through some very samey corridors in search of something interesting. You decide against the bridge. Galek's comment about not bothering people stands out in your mind. Instead, you head in the opposite direction, towards what you naturally think of as the back of the ship. After a few more minutes, you end up in a large room that looks like it might be a cargo bay of some kind. Maybe it's the vague association your brain forms between this and your platonic idea of the Postal Service, or maybe it's just your need for adventure, but something calls out to you here. And then, you notice the airlock at the far end appears to be open. Cautiously, you approach the airlock. This is probably just a mundane thing, probably nothing to worry about. Oh shit, no. This is something to worry about. That is definitely a body. Maybe not a dead body, but oh fuck, they sure do look dead. And there's blood everywhere. You think it's pretty unlikely that someone could lose that much blood and still be okay. It's a troll wearing some kind of spacesuit, and it looks like they're hooked up to a safety tether or something. Did you mention there was a large amount of blood? But that's okay, this is fine. You've dealt with blood before. Clearly something is happening here, and you need to do something. This part of child leash, oh my god.
Yeah.
Investigate the airlock, or actually maybe not do that. So like, investigating the airlock kills you. It gives you a bad ending. Do we want to do that so we can see the council?
Maybe we should.
Let's investigate the airlock.
Let's leave our fingerprints everywhere and be at the scene of the crime.
Okay, dead bodies. You're totally 100% sure that you're absolutely fine with dead bodies. And blood.
New achievement.
That's my cousin is playing a game.
Oh, never mind.
No, they're playing Back for Blood too.
I'm like, oh, that's a cool achievement.
Holy shit, that is definitely blood. It's all splattered on the floor and keypad, and you have at some point very recently begun to panic. You're shaking as you try to figure out what it is you're seeing. No big deal, you'll just investigate this keypad over here. You know, the one covered in blood. You're not sure if you slipped in the blood or if you're just freaking out and tripped over your own feet, but you start to fall forward and accidentally hit the keypad. There's a quick rush of air, a sudden moment of intense fear, of stark, terrifying realization. And then, you're floating. I realized after I'd written this route that it was very similar in concept and tone to Among Us.
Which is why you should go to my channel and watch the video called Friendsim.
Yes, you should do that. It's very fun.
We basically just turned Volume 1 into a game of Among Us.
Yes.
We solicited a bunch of people.
Horses!
Yes.
Yes, we did it on April Fool's Day, which meant that we got the horse thing.
Which is just so great.
It's
So
appropriate for Hussy themed
it
things.
is. The council will see you now. Oh, hey, you're back.
It's not the first time the council has wondered if they've been
Yeah. Oh, hey, you're back. Nice to see you again. I'm kind of curious, though. Why are you here? I don't mean here, because this isn't really a place. I mean, why are you back on Alternia in the first place? What exactly do you hope to accomplish through all of this? What should we say? We want to rescue our friends. I want to rescue my friends! I understand. Sometimes it feels like so much all the time. Sometimes all you can do is save the people you care about. If that's what you want, be prepared to do some convincing. Sometimes people aren't going to want to just run away with you.
Stelsa was sus in our video. She didn't know what sus meant.
What does it mean when it says imposter?
I can't do a text.
No.
I can't do a text. As much as I wish I could.
Point of all this being, I think you should keep trying. Your journey's still just beginning. It would be a shame to give up now. It's a troll, same thing. So, the council sections are basically whenever you die. The game is very forgiving about that. Even if you keep dying, it'll just let you keep trying again. It won't kick you back to the menu. Which originally it did. It would give you one council section, and then it would kick you back to the menu, except that's really annoying if you forget to save. Yeah.
Be bad at Friendsim.
If you crank it up to hard, you can definitely fail a lot, but that's an optional thing if you want a more challenging action sequences. The game will never make fun of you for being on easy, and you won't get a special achievement. This is not that kind of game. There is gameplay. There's in this volume you'll see very shortly. It's
That's why each one we die, we keep going back.
But, like-
What's the story? What happens next?
And actually-
That's why we do this or that.
you want to, if you die or fail in a way that results in a game over, you will get more of the story. And like some of the volumes, like volume 2, actually have different council sections that change throughout, like depending on where you fail and all that. And some of them will continue, like you don't just get one, like there's only one in this volume, but some of them you'll get multiple possible choices.
Neat. Read this.
Quit your job. Join my emo band.
Okay, so let's not investigate this time. Actually, maybe not do that. You back slowly out of the airlock. You don't know much about forensic investigation to begin with, and you're starting to panic. You'd probably end up tripping over your own ass and sending yourself out the airlock if you tried to do anything yourself. As you're heading out to try to figure out, to find someone with more qualifications in the field of figuring out who did a murder, you practically bump into Tagora.
Watch where you're going. It's bad enough that I have to deal with everything else today.
You can't help but notice that Tagora seems to be acting in a way that is especially suspicious. Quickly, you put on your junior legislator hat, the hat is metaphorical, and prepare to question Tagora. The questions are literal.
I want this hat.
I don't know what you're doing here, but I don't like it.
He seems oddly calm about all of this.
There you are. I inquired as to your whereabouts, but Tisius was unsure exactly where you'd gone.
Fortunately, it's not an especially large ship and there are limited options.
What is it?
I just needed to...
He trails off and you can see his eyes dart over to the open airlock. Slowly, Galek approaches the door and looks inside.
What in the Empress's name is going on here?
What? What is it?
Galek looks furious, and he's got his hand inside of his jacket. Hand on something that you're starting to realize is some kind of pistol.
What is the meaning of this?
Gunlek.
I'm being awarded for being bad at video games.
Yeah!
Finally, we catered to.
Yeah, you're...
People should be able to enjoy interactive stories without being good at like quick time.
Yeah, like, if you put it on story only, it basically, like, disables timing for everything where you don't have time limits. Mostly, there's a couple sections where you still do, but, like, it's nothing onerous. And also, like, it makes the trial way easier. It means you can't, like, fail without doing a very specific thing. You could still get the secret bad ending if you present the evidence, but you can't, like, fail by presenting the wrong evidence.
It used to be sad.
Yeah.
I wanna be sad.
And then, like, in later volumes where there might be, like, other kinds of gameplay, you can't do things like die during it. But then you have, like, easy, normal, and hard if you want it to be. Normal is what the game is tuned for, but, like, hard is quicker and faster, and you die more easily, that
How
kind
many
of stuff.
copy cuts?
Normal is 4, hard is 3, and you don't... And, like, it makes it less clear which statements you've pressed and stuff. Easy, it actually crosses them out so you know which ones you've pressed already.
Ugh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Gorgor, how could you? I know you hate me, but I didn't realize you hated me. To do something like this on my own ship, in the middle of what should be a miserably joyous day for both of us.
I believe the distinction in this case to be extremely important, and the cultural nuance, while subtle, should not be overlooked. Again, the cultural subtleties are there, but I hope not lost on my alien friend here.
What the fuck, Sorgor? What were you even doing down here?
Tagora backs away nervously, putting his hands up and shaking his head. Honestly, he doesn't really seem like someone who's been caught red-handed so much as someone who has no clue what's going on.
You don't understand. I just got here.
I love the bad idea. Got the ass in it. Such an awful idiot jacket. Exactly what I want from my visual novel. Yeah, that's what happens to you get bad at things.
A likely story. The kind of story a rebellion spy would tell. Tagora, the only reason I'm not going to shoot you on the spot is because in spite of everything, I still care about you. If it weren't for my pitch feelings...
Dude, calm down.
He doesn't finish the sentence, but you think that he doesn't really need to? Slowly, Tagora lowers his hands. And he just looks deflated.
Fine. Do what you want.
It doesn't take long to lock Tagora up in the office you found him in earlier. He doesn't really seem too interested in putting up much of a fight at this point. You manage to catch up to Galek once he's done locking the door.
Oh, it's you again. I'm truly sorry that you had to witness such a base display of emotion on my part. I'm simply overwhelmed that my own Kismesis would disrespect me like this.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
but I just want to say, since Hostile Method is in the chat, I need to tell you, you are somewhat responsible for my voice acting being put on the map, because my first incorrect high swap video, which has nearly 40k views, was of your high swap incorrect look.
That's so fucking cool.
It's all come full circle, I guess?
Yeah. I have been known to sometimes become overwhelmed, perhaps even fly off the handle a little bit. You know, with the whole murder thing. So someone was streaming this and was like, why didn't they suspect Mispar? Which is like, pretty good point, but it's like, Mispar is just so like unassuming and innocent that like no one normally assumes that they're the murderer.
Also, this part just got there. They have no...
Well, Galek doesn't know.
Okay,
Galek doesn't know what happened, because it's been a few minutes. So one thing about this game, which you may have noticed if you've been paying attention to chitter stuff. Everyone else...
Yeah, that's because I forgot my mic cable.
Yeah, I'm in front of the mic. Everyone else is kind of off to the side. Yeah, we are working with my laptop built-in mic, which is not the best. So I don't know if anyone noticed during the chitter that the timestamps are there. That the game has like an internal clock that gets advanced, by the writers. It's not. I think Galek might pronounce it separate. I don't know. It doesn't
How
matter.
are you pronouncing it?
I pronounce it Kismesis.
And the Galek doesn't.
Kismesis, which is fine. Like words have different ways to pronounce them.
But we solidified the names. We should have solidified.
We did, but there were some of the VAs that pronounced it differently. But like this person points out, it's like GIF versus GIF.
Okay, have you ever actually heard someone say GIF in the real world?
Yes, I think.
Like it's an everlasting online debate that
I actually used to say GIF like a long time ago.
How dare you!
I haven't said it for
How
years.
can you be my girlfriend?
Oh my god.
A filthy GIF sayer.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I haven't said it like that for like
Hope
5 years.
You
Back through the Homestuck thing. Oh my god.
By the way, for those who aren't aware, the voice director and the director are dating.
Yes.
We spent a lot of time together.
We weren't when we started this.
We
but,
weren't when we started this.
Stuff happens.
Part of that stuff is going through 300 auditions together. That was actually a huge part of why we're dating.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking.
The misery brought you closer.
It was really misery. It was
Well,
fun.
not misery,
It
yeah,
was
that's
good. No, you're good.
I looked in the code to see how they did that. It looks so complicated how they do that.
If you see this part, they need the sticky noise.
I'm assuming. So, if you're talking about the time thing, so there's actually I'm the person who did all the programming.
Jonaya is a genius.
Yeah,
So, like,
accurate.
So Ren'Py has persistent variables that store stuff at the game state level, and unfortunately that persists across saves. So what the game is doing is it actually takes every state variable for the game state and loads it into a local variable when you load a save. So it's like faking having the saves don't store their own iteration of the persistent variables, but I basically found a way to fake that. So it's loads it in and then it saves it again whenever you save the game, or when you it saves the variables in state so that the save games track that, and then when you finish the route it bakes them back into the persistent variables so they can be pulled in the next route. But yeah, there's a current time variable that is the number of hours. I think it's hours. Yeah, it's hours. and then the game has some code that converts it to like cycles and hours and minutes that it uses for like the chitter thing. There's a whole bunch of crap going on behind the scenes, including some really like awkward bug fixing stuff I had to throw in at the last minute. Ignore that. You didn't see it. If you saw it, no, you didn't. There's some issues with the chitter feed that I had to like hack around a solution for. And there's some stuff in later volumes that's like insane. Volume 3.
You are the woman in the
Volume 3 and 7 are crazy. There's some shit I'm not going to spoil, but like,
Oh, it's good.
yeah, it's really cool. I'm very proud of it. Anyway, I mean, the Ace Attorney stuff is cool too.
I suppose it falls to me to deal with this matter in the prescribed manner.
You have a sinking feeling that what he's talking about involves a bullet to the head.
Not necessarily. An airlock could also be involved. Any method at all, really. But regardless, I still fall under Imperial law when it comes to these matters. And as an Alternian officer in my own right, I cannot simply ignore it.
Notice it was a very cool, interesting way to do that. So cool.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to work around RenPy's limitations, which, like, you can do a lot of stuff in RenPy if you're willing to work at it. Also figured out some annoying stuff with how Python handles the variables, but then learning about copying and reference. Like, I'm not going to get into programming talk too much, because there's probably, like, 2 people in the chat that want to hear that. Skyplayer and Hostile Muppet, I think, are interested. But yeah, if you want to dissect the code, go for it. So the code is actually MIT licensed, so if you want to, like, crib some of this stuff for your own RenPy projects, like, go for it. Just, like, credit me for it, and that would be cool. Part of the reason we did this was to give the fandom, like, some stuff to play around with. You're starting to get an idea. You put up a hand. What if, you suggest, Tagora were given the option of a trial? Wouldn't that be a good idea? That's very much in keeping with the Alternian legal system?
I suppose. You do understand that Alternian trials are mostly a formality, right? I would simply be delaying the inevitability of my unpleasant duty that would sadly still be my responsibility.
This is something that Tagora himself would be painfully familiar with, being a showmaster himself. Basically, the showmaster runs the trial in a way that is intended to be the most dramatic and entertaining spectacle possible. At the end of it all, the defendant is invariably judged to be properly guilty and either summarily executed or, if a tyranny is available, fed to his honorable tyranny. The latter practice has fallen somewhat out of favor, and that there are fewer and fewer tyrannies hatched in these latter days of the old empire. You understand that, but so much fun dissecting going deep about to reveal your embarrassing code. Oh, it's very embarrassing. It's embarrassing and not fully commented and janky, but it does the job.
It's really good.
You
did a really good job. I don't know what computer science is, but you did whatever they do right.
Like, just getting around some of the limitations of RenPy was like a fun challenge. You understand that, but what if you could actually, if you do dissect the code,
Hidden chitter stuff for future volumes.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That one in particular, not going to spoil it.
yes, actually, so there's chitter stuff for future volumes. You'll see some of the chits that automatically go out as time goes on, and also, if you dig around in the code files, you might get a sense of what I'm talking about with Volume 3, because I did have to include part of it in order to not break other parts of the game. I probably could have segmented it out, but you know what? I left it in there on purpose. What if you could provide some kind of defense? Maybe things aren't all that they seem. Galek eyes you skeptically.
I suppose that would be acceptable. At least to humor you while I mentally prepare myself for executing my own kismesis.
He sighs and shrugs.
Very well. You may have run of the ship to conduct whatever investigation you see fit and interview any witnesses. I'll add your biometric data to the ship's scanning system so that you can access the office where Tagora is being held.
Be cautious when investigating the airlock. I wouldn't want you to accidentally end up in deep space. I believe that Pysius and Stelsa are about if you want their insight. I simply cannot bear to call him Gorgor right now. Galek pulls his palm husk out of his pocket and swipes a few times on the screen. It chirps softly to indicate that whatever he was just doing worked, you guess? You're still not totally clear on how this alien technology actually works.
There. I will be on the bridge. Please feel free to ask me any questions as pertain to your investigations. Once you're done gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses, we can conduct a proper trial. And then I can get this whole Empress Stand process over with.
Actually, when it comes to code, the Ace Attorney stuff is like the jankiest code because like I still was figuring out how RenPy does certain things and like what I could do with Python because it's a language I'm less familiar with. So like a lot of it is super hacky and like it works, but it takes a lot of manual work to make it work right. So like it gets better as it goes on. Some of which is not in the game. The Volume 7 stuff you can't see that. You gotta wait till Volume 7 to see that. Well, fuck. Looks like you're gonna have to try to figure out what's going on here. You don't think it's especially likely that Tagora actually killed anyone? That doesn't really seem like his speed. Yes, you should probably start by talking to Tagora, given that you're going to be defending him and all that. You should investigate the ship thoroughly and talk to everyone who's involved. Yeah, so now we're doing Ace Attorney. One of the things I really wanted to do with this was, like, actually do Ace Attorney, like, not just the fake trial, but, like, the different locations, talking to people, gathering evidence, and then have, like, actual logical things you can figure out in the trials. Yeah, I wasn't... Like, Act 2's trial felt like it needed a lot of, like, editing and revision and stuff.
I like how HIC is like a religious figure. It's like he's sworn a political figure.
Yeah!
It's like a Trumpian thing.
Yeah, exactly. You open up the door to find a sullen-looking Tagora leaning up against the bookshelf in the corner, eyeing you suspiciously.
Come to gawk at the condemned.
TF2 is coded on top of a coconut JPEG, and that's the thing about game dev. It's like in like computer science, there's a lot of like judgy, like, oh, you know, the purity of your code and like how elegant it is, and with game dev, it's like we have a deadline to meet. Like, yeah, it's janky. Who cares? It works.
No, we should.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Fuck yeah. Well, no, you explain, not really. You're actually here to defend him? To provide some kind of chance of maybe not being condemned?
Oh, Empress, that's somehow even worse.
Oh yeah, that's right, I did buy confidence. I mean, you're welcome to have another roll. Ouch. Well, you're about the only one he's got right now, since no one else seems to particularly care about his plight. What flavor you got there, by the way? Pass my bath once. That's probably simple, right? I'm just gonna pick one that looks good, and I'm gonna eat it. Because, like, none of those are unappealing to me. Alright.
Fair enough, so what's your brilliant plan?
Oh yeah, there's probably a problem with mine because we have bad internet.
Yeah, yeah. I'm in, not my apartment, so my internet sucks here. You don't want to admit that this is about as far as you managed to get as far as the actual planning thing goes.
This is it, huh? You haven't actually thought of anything.
Well, the thing about that is...
Fine, make this quick.
Lots of dialogue trees. I love doing dialogue trees. So, later in the game, you may run into dialogue trees where you don't get to ask everyone everything. Like, you have to make a choice about what you want to know about. Like, it's never gonna block you out of anything, but like, you know, dialogue is important. It's a fucking visual novel. Why was he down by the cargo bay? Tagora narrows his eyes and glares at you. And you're really not getting a very warm and friendly vibe from him. Hey, are you friends?
You're a dangerous person to be friends with. I'd rather not right now, if it's all the same to you.
Okay, fine. But you also noticed that he completely dodged the question. What was he doing down by the cart today? Acting awfully suspicious, too.
I wasn't doing anything, and I don't have to answer to you either.
Of course.
That player says, I immediately found the briefing and wow, ooh.
Fuck yeah.
Don't spoil it for everyone because it's going to be an exciting surprise.
I will say the Volume 7 thing is even more extra than that. But yeah. Also, the Volume 3 thing may be used in the eventual future for an Act 8 thing as well. Not I'll be super vague about it. Of course not, but it might make things tricky as far as the whole preventing Tagora from dying objective. This seems like a pretty important information.
It's none of your business what I was doing down there. Maybe you should concentrate on finding out what's going on rather than running around in circles like this.
Did he do it?
Does it matter?
Well, you explained, yeah, it kind of does. It'd be a bit hard to prove he's innocent if he wasn't actually innocent.
My innocence? You honestly think that has anything to do with the outcome here?
Tagora laughs in a way that you find more than a little bit unsettling.
Please, Galek's made up his mind, so that's basically it.
And that doesn't bother him at all? You're still not completely sure how the whole quadrant thing works, but you were pretty sure the Kazmises weren't actually supposed to literally kill each other.
Oh, this isn't about our relationship anymore. This is completely inside of his head.
You remind yourself that you should look around the room too to see if you can find any clues. Finding clues is one of the things that good detectives do. Why, you'd be willing to bet there's even a neat little symbolic representation of the bits of the room you can look at. Maybe some kind of magnifying glass?
This feels kind of illegal to see, but also very cool. This isn't illegal, is it?
It's legally gray. Like, so, we do not own the rights to the characters in universe. Some of it is vague enough that, like, probably isn't covered under copyright, but, like, we don't own the rights to the characters, we're not charging money for it. Like any other fan game, technically, like, if the IP holder wants to get really aggressive, they can take it down, like Nintendo does all the fucking time. Technically, the name Friendsim isn't trademarked. Yeah. The name Hiveswap is.
They didn't care about Friendsim trademark their IP?
Well, they trademarked the Hiveswap IP, I guess that's what they cared about. And Pester Quest. But, like...
Wait,
they trademarked Pester Quest, and they trademarked... Actually, no, they didn't trademark Pester Quest, I don't think. They trademarked Hiveswap, specifically. Because, I mean, that's the ongoing franchise. And, like, all of the assets were, you know, commissioned by us. We don't use any Homestuck assets, we don't use any Friendsim assets or Pester Quest stuff, all the music is original. We did pitch shift from Ace Attorney sound effects from the old DS game, but that was, like, a joke. If Capcom sends me a legal threat, I'll change the sounds. Please don't send me a legal threat, Capcom. It's, like, all in good fun. I'm amazed that, like, or not amazed, I'm glad that What Pumpkin didn't, like, try to take this down, because, like, honestly, I really liked Friendsim. Pester Quest was... I didn't love Pester Quest, but it's fine. If you like it, it's cool. There were some routes that were good. And I really like Hiveswap. I was disappointed by Act 2, but, like, in the way that you're disappointed by something you really wanted to like, and it was like, this doesn't feel finished. Published on Steam, literally a monument to what fans can achieve. Yeah, I appreciate that. Like, I was like, hey, what if I just put this on Steam and see if anything happens? Like, that would be a way better platform to get to more people, and, like, they're not gonna... 6,300 downloads as of, like, this afternoon. But, like, I don't want it to be hard for people to find, and I wanted it to feel like a sequel. Like a real sequel, but, like, better. So I reached out to people that had worked on the games, I reached out to people who, like, knew what the fuck they were doing, and was like, I want to make this thing feel coherent. I don't want it to feel like a fan game. I mean, like, yeah, it's gonna maybe like some of the stuff isn't to your taste, which is fine, but also like, I had an idea for the story that like all of us wanted to tell, and we're doing it. So
To what the one in the 70s.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go for it.
So yeah. What Pumpkin, if you want to give me money to make Act 3, call me. Email me.
Money's good.
Jonaya.Riley@StudioJuneGames.com. Send me money and I'll make a game. Seriously, like, Hive Swap and everything means a lot to me.
The D-Clicker spoils a ton of characters. Might want to trim that to just wait.
You know, I'm cool. I honestly, like, if you poke around in the code and find stuff, good for you. That is a good hint. I did delete, like, the volume titles for everything except for the next one, and, like, the various, like, information there to not spoil plot stuff, but, like, hey, if you found some of the later stuff, awesome. I appreciate your ingenuity. And honestly, like, spoiling a plot thing shouldn't ruin the story, so I am looking forward to seeing people's reactions to some of it. Can't say what Pumpkin doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't know if What Pumpkin still exists or not, but like, in spite of what a couple of people seem to think, this is not like me shitting on What Pumpkin or like attacking the official team or whatever. I'm like 99% sure that we're never getting another game, and definitely sure we're not getting another Friendsim. So I was like, what if we made it ourselves?
Not that early Friendsim quality.
Cool.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with you about the second half not being as good as the first half, because, okay, some of the volumes in the second half were like, you know, pretty middle of the road. I mean, I don't remember, like, anything from Charon's route, or, like, Marcy's route was pretty, Cargo's was, like, cute and okay, but then you got Daria's and Nike's, which were some of the best in the entire game, so I can't agree that the second half was worse than the first.
I mean, no, Friendsim was like, it's considered post-canon. So, like, Friendsim starts a new timeline that Friendsim and Pester Quest are related, they're in, like, their own timeline. Our game is set in that same continuity.
Same as canon. It's been made into some crazy thing by modern.
Yeah, like, spoilers, like, if you have a good story, then, like, spoiling things shouldn't ruin the story. Yeah, it was an official What Pumpkin game. Yeah, Friendsim, Pester Quest, High Swap Acts 1 and 2, those are all the official games. And, you know, I just wanted to slot ours in right after Pester Quest.
Chitters is so good.
Yeah. How'd y'all put Friendsim on Steam? I paid Steam's fee and uploaded everything to spec.
What Pumpkin
and like, was basically like, if What Pumpkin takes it down, okay, you know, I'm gonna lose a little bit of money, which, like, on top of the game's budget, it's fine. But if I left it up, it gives a much better platform for, like, getting it out to people, because Steam's reach is significantly greater than itch.io. Although the game is on itch.io too, if you want to download it there. Also, if you donate money when you download it there, I will give it to, there's like 3 charities that I'm going to split it between. Or, if we don't get a lot of money, maybe, like, pick one at random. I will pick the one for trans people, because that's been, like, a big thing lately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a recipe. Hey.
Alright, so now we're going to look around. So yeah, this game, like Ace Attorney, you can look at various things in the room and, like, click on them. So let's click on the cat poster. There's something to be said for the convergent evolution of vastly different worlds that ensure the universality of a cute kitten dangling precariously while encouraging the viewer to hang in there.
and Marvises, the two most
Oh,
controversial routes. You're pretty fans of them.
I love Lanera. Lanera's my favorite character in Hive's Vlog. Volume 6 has, like, the Jade women in it, so you'll get to see them.
The Jade route is very fun.
Yeah, that's what, there's, like, some of these routes are more, like, chill and, like, novel-like, and some of them are more, like, high-impact. Volume 2 is, like, more chill. Volume 3 is extremely high-impact. Volume 6 is, like, personal drama.
Yeah. It's a dating sim.
It's
literally
like a dating sim, yes.
Every route has a gimmick. That's what
Yeah, some of them. Well, a lot of them do. Some of them are, the gimmick is just, it's a well-written visual novel route, like 2.
No, it's
That's true. That's true. Yeah, it's a month later. Yeah. Alright. Of course, this being Alternia, there's probably some horrible catch. The tree face. The kitten birds as their universal content. There's probably some horrible catch. The tree is venomous, or the kitten is venomous, or there's some venomous creature just out of frame. Whatever the case, you're completely certain the venom is involved somehow. I guess technically Volume 13 does have a gimmick, but it's like a feature I haven't finished coding yet, and it's not a big thing.
14?
13. It's like a little minigame section. That too. That's just a cutaway. I mean, that's gonna be good though. Alright, let's look at the plan. You know what? Not all of the flora in Alternia is a horrific nightmare of teeth and spines, hellbent on killing every living organism it encounters. Just a lot of it. But this plan is perfectly normal and harmless. At least it is right now. Maybe it'll grow up to be a giant friendly monstrosity one day. Best not to think about it too much. I'm very excited for the Jades. Yeah, the Jades are great. Also, I'm gonna go grab that iced tea out of the refrigerator.
We also grabbed the
Yes.
yes, Branya and Daria, they will have a time.
Oh.
The girl got sussed on Chitter. She forgot to censor the word kill. Well, it's Chitter, not TikTok we're talking about. I can't wait for Trixie to... Oh, Trixie is going to have a time.
You're gonna like that route, I think. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. Also, so even if you poked around the code in Chitter, there are Chitters that aren't in that because they aren't revealed until later. So like, you can't see things like the Jade Blood's Chitter accounts because they aren't in the code that's been released. But they do have Chitter accounts. Yeah. Alright, let's look at the books. Looking through the books on the shelf, you don't really see anything that would be particularly useful to you. You're still able to recognize most of the writing, the characters forming intuitively into something you can comprehend. The subject matter of the books, on the other hand, is completely beyond your abilities. You aren't even going to pretend that this stuff is even remotely accessible to you. Computer. You're pretty sure the Galek wouldn't leave Tagora in here if the computer actually gave him any way of connecting to the outside world. And sure enough, it looks like it's completely locked without some kind of administrative passcode. You can see a few program icons in the back. Solitaire, some kind of word processing program, and something called the Vital Trap. But none of it is something you can open and look at.
Sorry, it's for something to
Yeah, the sprites for Daria, Lanera, and Branya were done by Riot Raker, whose art is amazing.
And the concept art for Daria is from
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we gave Daria a new design.
Daria deserved it.
The Jades are in the Chitter code.
Oh!
Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, that's right. They are. They're deactivated, but they are in there. Yes. Yes, you're right. There are some chitters that won't be, like, I mean, I'm not really spoiling anything. Sarava isn't in there, but will be, because it hasn't been written yet.
Yeah.
Marvis won't be for a while. Marvis has an account, but, like, additional stuff. Yeah. Well, only the beginning ones. Yeah, the Jade's one. I forgot I put that in there because it's needed. All right, we're gonna go to the bridge now. You walk onto the bridge of the ship, and you're immediately struck by just how quiet it is. You expected a spaceship to have all kinds of humming gizmos and whatnot all over the place, but it's mostly just a few trolls sitting in silence and tapping on screens. And, of course, a very sullen-looking galek standing in the middle of the bridge, staring out the view screen at the stars.
I hope that your investigation is going well. Even if I find your motivations to be misguided, I trust that the process will uncover the deeper truth behind the matter.
I think I'm going to skip the annotations. Because there's a lot of Galek flavor in the annotations, but also reading Galek is a lot. So, we're going to do the streamlined version. If you play it, you can meander about. We're also going to probably like take it easy on the chitter. That's Riotbreaker. Yeah. Riotbreaker did the Volume 6 sprites and also the promo art, which is done, but you won't be seeing it for a little bit. But they did do a bunch of art for it, which is really cool. Riot is awesome, and she's a lot of fun to work with. You shrug. You haven't really made a lot of progress yet, but you were wondering if you could maybe ask Galek some questions, in an official investigative capacity, you mean. Galek chuckles, although it's not really a sound that actually suggests any kind of humor.
You've been talking to the Legislacerator, huh?
Tisius? No, not yet.
Very well. I will endeavor to answer what questions I can in a straightforward and honest manner. I cannot promise I will be especially helpful, but I will try.
You really think Tagora killed someone, doesn't he?
Why wouldn't I? All evidence that exists points to it as an inescapable conclusion.
Okay, but suppose for a second maybe he didn't actually do it. Wouldn't Galek just feel completely awful if he were to kill his own Kismesis over a misunderstanding? Galek shrugs and frowns at you.
I suppose you have a point, which is why I'm even indulging this foolishness of yours in the first place. Honestly, if I were holding to the simple letter of Alternian law, he would already be dead.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few Marvis ones. There will probably be a bunch more, like, once that gets more done. But yeah, Marvis's current posts are just like flavor, and there's a few that won't post until later in the game's timestamp. Like, if you poked around the code, you might have gotten the sense that, like, some of the chitter posts have, like, a minimum in-game time that's required for them to post, so that, like, I basically pre-wrote a bunch of content that kind of gets drip-fed out as the game goes on. Some of it has conditions, too, like certain routes being done. Does he have anything that would be helpful to know?
Personally? That's a bit of a vague question, and not especially helpful to whatever it is you're playing at here. I suppose if you were to want an additional perspective on the matter, I would suggest you seek out the Tealbloods on this ship, who aren't murderers. I believe Miss Entik and Miss Sezyat are on the observation deck. You are also welcome to investigate the crime scene directly, of course.
Alright, let's go. Oh, I see the timestamps. Yeah, you do. Yeah, like there's because the game time is controlled by the writers, so like a certain amount of time passes at various points. Like, you know, like during the dialogue trees, like every dialogue tree advances like 3 or 4 minutes, and then like when the routes end, it advances like a couple hours, depending on how long it's supposed to be between them. So like, yeah, you'll get a little bit of like automatic stuff where I don't have to specifically time it to the thing in the route. It's just time to game time. Alright, so let's go talk to... The airlock in this section is just flavor text, so we're going to go talk to Tizius and Stelzo.
But how can you be sure?
There's no way he could have killed that troll. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, so you're really going through with this, huh?
You nod enthusiastically. Although you have to admit that a lot of that is very fake it till you make it, and not so much genuine enthusiasm. Still, Tizius seems to take it well enough.
Sure you are. I suppose you're going around asking everyone questions now, right?
She really doesn't think he did it, does she?
Not that it matters much to anyone, but no. Not that I can prove anything right now.
The trolls in the bridge have names. They do not. They are just background trolls.
We can make up names right now.
If you want to make up names for them, go for it. There are some other background trolls in Volume 3 and some other places, so... You explain that on your planet, the person accused of the crime is usually considered innocent until their guilt can actually be proven.
That sounds nice.
Of course, in reality, that's almost never actually the case, and conviction rates are extremely high. If someone is accused of a crime, they're often going to be found guilty, or agree that they're guilty in order to avoid a long, expensive, and humiliating trial.
So, basically what we've got here?
Just it doesn't melt down and shit or the spider's leg.
Yep, no giant monster to eat the accused, though.
Oh, we're phasing out the giant monster lately. Except in especially important cases. The whole thing was such a production, and there aren't many of them hatched anymore.
Important cases?
You know, like beetle theft. Why, just last Perigee we had a case involving the Legicorpus High Senate, and... oh goodness, never mind. If you get me started on this, I'll never stop.
It's the only time, I think. If you add us on Twitter with names for the bridge trolls, the first 3 that we see will be canon.
Yeah.
Thing 1, Thing 2, and Thing 3. I like that. Yeah.
Anything less, and you're just likely to get shot in the head at the end of things.
Oh, well, that does sound pretty bad.
Glad to see your talent for stating the obvious has remained intact since we last talked.
You have no idea what to do.
That's pretty obvious.
ZZ! Don't be so negative. Our friend here is just trying to help.
Fine. Have you tried actually looking around for evidence?
Well, kind of. You have to admit that you're pretty new to this whole Legislacerator thing, honestly.
If I were in your position, I'd start by searching the Master Respite Block. I'd be willing to bet you find something worthwhile.
That case was... that's a reference to the thing... mentioned in Homestuck. It was like the trial that Terezi is like reenacting when she's introduced.
Wait, really?
Isn't it? I'm pretty sure that was
I
it.
don't remember what
It
that
was...
trial was.
So it's like the one with like Senator Lemon Snout or whatever the fuck it was.
I thought it was a Scuttlebug thing.
I don't know. It says they say I think it says Beetle in the original comic, and I don't know what they're talking about because they don't expand on it.
Also, Jalen Johnson, you mentioned British Delta. Yes, British Delta.
Yeah.
British Delta is best Delta, and yeah, Tex started doing Delta for my channel ages ago, and when we did the auditions, I was like, I want to hear other Delta. Because, you know, when we all read the Stelsa route, we were all like, oh yeah, she's probably got that, like, New York Jewish mom voice going on. Like, fucking Linda Belcher voice. And I was like, yeah, I want to see if people will send him more traditional Stelsas. And some people did, and then Tex auditioned. It's like, no, I like Tex best.
Yeah.
That's his best Stelsa.
How would you even get in there? You can't imagine the Galek just leaves the door unlocked.
So how'd you get into the office where Tagora is locked up then?
Oh yeah, Galek gave you access through the ship's computer, and maybe it extends to the respite block as well. You can go in there and snoop, investigate. But wait, how did Tisius even know you'd been into the office? Instead of responding, she just taps her nose and smiles at you. And this is not strictly necessary, but can't they just ask the ghosts who killed them? I seem to recall trolls having ghosts. That was a thing, right? Troll ghosts? You were nearly 100% certain that was a thing. That it was a thing. So why can't you just ask the ghost who killed them? Simple, right? Troll money. Oh, yeah, okay. I think it's like old troll money. Like it's, yeah, it was.
Before
you're right.
Kagers?
It was before Kagers, that's right. Because it's supposed to be like an old case.
Well, it's a little more complicated than
this
that.
Isn't that.
For one
presumably
thing,
ancestor
non-corporeal
time?
testimony has been banned in trials for 50 sweeps due to the possibility of bias.
Yes, still sorry, medical case.
Not
Like
one
historic case law.
Not one that you did the other day.
Yeah, lemon stout, the treacherous fiend that was. Yeah. Yeah, that's like it's like old law school stuff. You know, you've got to study your case law if you're getting a law degree.
Also, we're not entirely sure what creates these ghosts, but they're not always present and require a certain kind of psychic to be able to talk to.
There's been like 15 canon iterations of troll money at this point. I'm convinced they're all canon. Yeah. Yeah, there's like credits, Kagers, Beatles, probably some other stuff.
My money every time I go someplace.
We went with Kagers because like that's, I think, mentioned in Friendsim 1.
And we haven't seen any evidence of a ghost here.
Oh, well, that kind of sucks. That you can't even ask what happened.
Yep.
But wait, just out of curiosity, what happens if there is a ghost? Wouldn't they be pretty angry about what happened to them? Do big spaceships and stuff just have hundreds of pissed off spirits everywhere?
Oh, don't worry. They have people for that.
Yeah. Illicit embezzled beetles. Maybe beetles are like a fancy currency for like high bloods, and that's why stealing them is such a big deal. I don't know. I only wrote that line and made implications about the broader world. Alright, so we're gonna go to the master respite block now and poke around, because we're snooping. Yeah. The Recupercoon looks like a giant seashell, which you guess would be the alternate equivalent of some kind of Palace of Versailles thing. It's very fancy, a bit much for your tastes, honestly. Off to the side, it looks like there's a door leading back to a shower room. God, you could probably use a shower.
Oh my god, Tagar is a play on Caesar?
Oh, shit! Okay.
I never knew that!
Look. Oh, okay. Troll Kager. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't actually know that either. Weird that you didn't notice the shower in the other respite block before, but maybe you just missed it while having a moderate to severe panic attack when you zapped in there before. That line changes slightly if you actually were in there talking to them, which we were not. Troll romance. You really wish you could take a seat right now. This whole process is exhausting. But you've got things to do and innocent teal bloods to exonerate. And then, over here. At first glance, this looks like a standard bedside table, but there's a cleverly concealed drawer on the side of it. You shuffle around in the drawer, mostly because experience has taught you that's often where people keep important papers that they don't necessarily want other people to see. But that doesn't matter, because you've got a mission here. After a couple of minutes, you find something promising. It looks like some kind of legal document, and it's absolutely covered in footnotes and annotations. On closer inspection, it seems to be some kind of hate marriage contract. We'll just hold on to this for later. Alright, so now we can go talk to either 2 hours of troll economy lore.
Oh my god.
So we can go to the bridge or the observation deck. I don't actually think you need to talk to Tisius again. So we're just gonna go straight to talking to Galek about the hate marriage contract. There's a lot of like missable stuff, which we're probably gonna kind of legit not have any way to show. Okay, so there's there's no there's no shower for the guests on this specific spaceship. This is like a small spaceship. This is Galek's private ship. So, like, public shower? No, apparently not.
So,
the crew, you don't get to fucking watch!
No, poor guy.
Galek is an asshole!
They just have to
Oh, God.
Yeah. Or it's crew restricted. That's never brought up.
They have ablution blocks, right?
Not the
Maybe
not
not.
the non-high blood. This is not like a long-term spaceship. This is like a short-term, like, yeah, they probably don't actually.
Is it like this big spaceship?
Yeah, basically.
So it's like a, it's like on that so
Well, okay, that does actually expose a little bit of a plot hole, but let's just say the crew has their own showers that you need to be a crew member to get into.
yeah, they're not sure.
Hand waving. Yeah, there's a crew only. Word of God, there's a crew only area that none of the guests get into because they're not on the vital track system. All right, let's talk to Galek. You found this hate marriage document. Galek's eyes grow wide and he stammers before quickly regaining his composure.
How did you even... Oh, of course. The access I provided for the office also allowed you into my private quarters.
You can just tell them that
The entirety of Voiton's World 30th political party.
Okay, so you asked me about Tanya has more than one political party.
Alright.
the body near like was killed because he was hogging the communal budget.
Oh my god!
And now he's dead. And then they made the tea back because they don't want to touch the bloody
Look
tea.
at this in his face now.
Oh,
You're really good at investigation. In fact, you learned from some of the best in the business. A regular problem sleuth, TM. That's you! Galek shakes his head and takes the documents from you and looks them over quickly before handing them back.
You need to understand that nothing in here is especially unusual or untoward on my part. Pretty standard for those seeking to formalize their quadrants.
By the way, if you feel like adding tropes related to plot holes to our TV tropes page, a thing we apparently have, go for it. I don't know who maintained it, but that is fucking cool. You're not really sure if you fully believe him. You don't know much about contracts or the Alternian legal system, but it seems like there's some very one-sided language in here about harsh consequences for tagora. The body in the airlock does have a name.
you'll find out.
Yeah, there's a log. One of the evidence logs tell you what the name of the person there was.
Fine. I suppose you're not going to leave me alone about this. I suspected that Tagora was pitched with someone else.
Dead body. No, it's actually an esoteric reference. Okay, but why?
Just a feeling I got. And then he's been getting increasingly distant from me lately. Especially the last couple days. I suspect that this has something to do with his sudden turn for the murderous.
You think that this was this seems like a little bit of a stretch, even by some of the convoluted logic you've run into lately. But you refrain from saying anything. You should probably see what Tagora has to say about this. Alright, so now we're gonna go back to talk to Tagora. Consider using RPG Maker when making Friendsim 2. No, so, actually, so the game is written in RenPy, so, like, I can't really, like, integrate it with RPG Maker. I will vaguely hint that, we found a way around that. Sure, that's fucking Skyplayer is what I'm talking about. You saw it in the code, you know what I mean. Solving problems that you create for yourself, basically. Okay, we're gonna go back to the office and talk to Tagora. Talk. Galek thinks he might be cheating on him. Tagora actually looks genuinely tickled by this. He tosses his head back and laughs in that weird grating way that he has.
Cheating on him? Oh, that's fucking rich.
So, no?
Of course I'm not cheating on him. Why the hell would I do that?
Stuck in a hateless relationship?
You should really stop talking so much. You know that, right?
Actually, not the first time you've heard that.
Oh, I can't imagine why.
Tagora's dialogue is so much fun to write. He's such a bitch.
Voice, too, right?
Yeah, it is. He's a lot of fun to voice.
In any case, no, I'm not fucking cheating on him. I might be morally flexible in a lot of ways, but I take my quadrant seriously.
Objection. Okay, cool. So, about the whole about to be killed by his Kazmistas because of the murder he claims he didn't commit thing. Basically, so yeah, so like, you can like basically put visual novel stuff into RPG Maker, or you could put like other stuff into visual novel. I went with the putting other stuff into visual novel approach, using like RenPy's Python and displayables and stuff like that. Like RenPy is a fantastically powerful engine if you know how to get around some of its like inherent limitations and jankiness. But like, it's a fantastic visual novel engine. Like, when we were developing the game, I actually tried a couple of the like RenPy's been stretched so far. Yeah, and guess what? There's even more that's not in that code. But yeah, like Godot. That is the if that's the one for Unity, no. I had kind of like started with the idea that we were just going to do a RenPy visual novel, and then I kind of like decided, like, I'm like, hey, it would be cool if we could do this thing in RenPy, and we could, so it just spun off from there. I think if I had been like starting with the idea that we were going to do everything we did, we might have gone like the other approach and used Unity, but we didn't. So that it was actually very niche reality. We used some other tool to get the chance. Huh. Oh no. I don't know if y'all are talking about DSAF, whatever that is.
What?
I'm not sure what that is. I can make an RPG game for Python track on it. You probably could do that. All right.
Fine. You want to know what I was doing down by the cargo bay? I was talking to Tyzius. More specifically, I was trying to find a spot where I could talk without Galek potentially seeing.
Wait a minute. Didn't he just say that he took his quadrant seriously?
Idiot. It wasn't a quadrant thing. God, I don't feel that way about her. I needed her advice on something. Specifically, I think Galek might have added a few conditions to our hate marriage contract.
It's its own engine, much more open source and free than Unity. Oh, okay, cool. That's what I mainly use. Don't know specific original novel. Okay, cool. I've seen Godot mentioned, and I looked it up once. I thought it was like a thing for Unity, but I was wrong about that. Yeah, I know I've seen it mentioned before. I've never used it. I may play around with it for future projects, but like for this, we're using RenPy. We're just like stretching it to its absolute breaking point.
So here, Tagora, like, no, I think we're talking seriously. I never made fish for Tyzius. But that's to make it so I don't accidentally write him being fish for Tyzius, because I ship Tyzius and Tagora so fucking hard. Nobody understands.
Skyflare, you say Doom and RenPy, but like theoretically, if you used like Pygame stuff, you probably could write Doom and RenPy. Yes.
Yeah.
Conditions? What does that mean?
It means I don't know what it means. I never got a good look at the document, and he hid it away somewhere.
No, well that's convenient. You happen to have that document with you. Tagora quickly grabs the papers from you and looks them over, frowning to himself.
This is about what I expected. I was hoping Tyzius might be able to find a way to legally nullify whatever language he put in there. He might be a high-blood, but I don't want to be in a relationship where I don't have the upper hand.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, yes, it's literally what he just described. Oh my god.
He was actually doing anything other than talking.
No. Oh my god. Yeah, that's
Oh yeah, Galek is a bottom.
Yeah, he's
You would think it would be a
definitely a
they were
bottom.
both top scenario, but no, Galek is bottom.
Yeah, no. Okay, this is starting to finally get interesting. Of course, it sure would be nice if Tagora had literally any proof of what he was saying as far as his conversation with Theseus. DSAF is a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game named Day Shift at Freddy's, and is basically a comedic DN based around a mix of half canon and half the original. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the Five Nights series very much. I've only played the first game, and not a huge fan. Not for any particular reason. It's just I don't find it that fun. All right, let's.
The best I can do is this.
He hands you his palm husk. Okay, thanks, but what are you supposed to do with this?
It's a Legis Corpus palm husk, you grub-brained idiot. There's an investigative module installed that tracks evidence you gather, including my conversation with Theseus.
Why not just let you log into his account and see the messages directly, though? Surely this whole message log thing is an overly cumbersome way to... never mind, he's glaring at you again.
I'm not letting you see all of my private conversations. There's some highly compromising photographs in there.
Yeah, you're actually good with doing things this way. Sometimes a little bit of gameplay conceit is good for you. Helps keep you on your toes and all that.
Anyway, you'll figure it out. And don't worry about giving the palm husk back. I've got a bunch of them. Consider it an investment, if you will. A gesture of good faith that you'll get me the fuck out of this.
Oh, now you want.
You know what? You're not actually going to pursue that line of inquiry any further. He's right. You'll figure this out. Okay, now we get the palm husk. This I'm so fucking proud of. I put a ton of work into making this work. And everyone that looks at this, like, gets sucked into the chitter hole for, like, a half hour. We're not going to go through all of this because there's a lot here. But, like, yeah, basically you've got Chitter. So these are the people you've got in your contacts as of now. You will get more. She has.
Not creepypasta though.
She is like 17 now, and it's been 4.5 years. And she is into another thing, which you'll find out about in Volume 5. I think she still kind of likes Troll Warrior Cats, though. Soldier Furbies. So yeah, we've got, like, everybody's fucking chitters and all their information. So, some things about the chitter. The likes and dislikes, or the hearts and spades, are actually based on, like, a formula. So every character has a number of followers, which is over here. And then they have, like, a like and dislike ratio that the game randomly generates a number. That is, you know, just for flavor, basically. Although it sometimes generates the same one, like these two here.
I want to read
Cutie pasta. And then you've got your timestamps. This is in descending order from newest to oldest, just like Twitter, which is important, and like Trizza's Chitter. And yeah, there's a lot of world building in here. The art, everyone likes the fucking... Good. So the artist here is Clementine. It's Clementine-PNG on Tumblr. I don't know if they have a Twitter account. But yeah, their art is fantastic. I wanted something like very visually distinctive for the Chitter profiles, and like I saw their art on Tumblr. But yeah, like a lot of stuff in here is dynamic. So you've got like the chits will update throughout the game, and like people's information, the trending tab. This button here is actually the Imperial Alerts, which are like more world building stuff. And yeah, everything in here is like important. There's like a lot of like foreshadowing or world building stuff that you can read.
The thing is, it wasn't the fan team, it was one girl. One fucking incredible girl.
Yeah, the ratio is, I just like, it's just so like every Chitter profile has like a bunch of data in it. Like they're Python lists, they're like lists full of other lists. Cycles are days. Yes, it's night cycles or day cycles. So like that's the number of days. But yeah, like the Chitter, like the accounts have like a like and dislike ratio. They have like a follower account. They have a bunch of other stuff and overrides. Our Dada is all grown up and depressed. Yeah, our Dada's not doing great. You'll find out more about her in Volume 4. She does appear in Volume 3 briefly as well. But yeah, like, so you get to find out what everyone's doing. And of course, Chitter is woke. We have pronouns. We have pronouns on the bio. So you
they
can...
have blue hair and pronouns?
No, just pronouns. Elward does, yeah. But yeah, the art is fantastic. We've got, some people asked why there are 2 Chixies. This is her public and this is her private. So like Mispar is one of her 5 followers. The 5 followers are Mispar, Tizius, Daria, Malik, and Elward. Those are the 5.
It's just Darius Punk Band.
It's Darius Punk Band plus Elward. Plus Elward.
You can't tell me.
Yeah, we've got Elward, who's not doing great. Galek, and so, like, also you'll see that these will update throughout the route. Like, it'll be contextual to new stuff, so you, like, yeah. And if you double click on the profiles, you can actually jump to people's things, which lets you look at a few profiles that aren't accessible normally. Just a massive list inside of arrays. Yes, exactly. You get it. It's just lists of other lists of other lists.
Galek's profile is so baby, and then Sora's profile is like really hot.
So, like, one of the things, so Skyla's profile, if you scroll all the way down, you'll notice that there's a big time jump where she's been drafted or conscripted, and they've turned her account into like a Beck Rogers fan account that she doesn't control. And if you double click on the Beck Rogers and Gorf quotes, you can get to their accounts. So
and the best part about the Beck Rogers and Gorf Twitter, they're real.
They're real Twitters. They're not fully populated. Like, I'm going to be putting out some more of these, and it's just going to be what's in the game. But, like, yeah, if you go to @GorfQuotes or @TheBeck Rogers on Chitter or on Twitter, you can actually see these accounts.
I do like that so far shown Beck Rogers is the only troll facial hair. Just for his scheme.
Whoa, tagora. Galek was always getting ratio. Beck Rogers is like a deeply racist show that's Imperial propaganda. Gorf quotes, Gorf is his loyal sidekick. You did Gorf's voice. That was
fine on us this whole time. Gorf!
Yes, the similarity to the snarf is intentional.
Gorf knows his place.
I'm going to take my next side. I feel like Gorf is like, what you said, well,
The Twitter that Gorf quotes used to be was called Bubsy.
It was vaguely threatening Bubsy tweets.
So take that with your mouth.
Yeah, if you were following vaguely threatening Bubsy tweets, you're following Gorf quotes now. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. It is a deeply racist.
What would truly be considered like backwards chat compared to Chitter? Are there like 12 just little freaks that are like that keep using
AOL? So like we've gone with the interpretation of the timeline where Hiveswap takes place like hundreds of years before Homestuck. So like Trollian is potentially the more like a new, I don't know. It's newer. I like the TM, yeah. So like Trollian and like all the Homestuck stuff takes place like 600 years after Hiveswap ends. Like there's some very vague canonical evidence for that, but like it's not super solid. Like basically just comes down to like some stuff that was said in Pester Quest, some stuff about Malik, and like the fact that Trizza doesn't exist anymore in Homestuck. So yeah, and we've got like lots of world building. We're not going to go through it all, but like feel free to poke around. It's great. There's a lot of stuff. Also, these will update as the game goes on. So yeah, Stelsa, we got Rep. We got Remley, who's been deactivated. That's gonna be super important later. Fucking zebra. God, he's so gross. Hashtag Blue Blood Lives Matter, too. I vomited a little bit writing that. He's in the top 10,000 on Slaughterpie.
And he's coded a name for himself using his own last name.
Oh, the Kodak effect is his canonical ad.
He's just like...
We used canonical ads where we had them. We made them up for characters that didn't have them. So Commander Carmia, because she's a captain, but whatever. That's a fucking typo or something. I don't know. Collapses back into privacy, as I hope our world does. Elward, we went with selling uppers, because she has like a bunch of them. Galek's need to know. He's intelligence. Snakebite is canonical. Clownbase is canonical. Remley Fine Art. It's from Act 2. Remley Fine Art is canonical. Perpetual Professional is from the Progeny.
And that was actually suggested by Chrissy.
Yeah. Better Call Gorgor is canonical. Tizzius Listless Advocate, also from the Progeny.
And eventually Darius Handel, Jaded Obstetriatic, also from the Progeny.
Don't worry. Oh, Girl Bosnian Planet. The AO13 after faking her death. It's all good. Trust me, my uncle works at Homestuck. Don't worry, Remley will show up later. It's going to be a few volumes. Kodak Effect is canonical. Country Lady is canonical. Trizza's Chitter. I'm not going to go through it all right now, but it's worth reading it and paying very close attention to it. And, none of the stuff in there that looks like a mistake or like a tonal thing, like a bad writing, is. It's all on purpose. Yes, that includes the one in a different quirk. Yes, that includes the dramatic shift in tone.
Does Galek have to block on the
Probably. And then we've got the investigation tab, which gives us our evidence, which is like, I don't need to look at this because I wrote this, but like a lot of information here about like figuring out what happened. Tizzius and Tagora talking about trying to legally nullify his shitty marriage contract. So yeah, a lot of stuff there. She better all cry. Alright, so now we've got to go to the bridge again and tell Galek that Tagora wasn't pitched for someone else. Galek narrows his eyes at you and shakes his head slowly. He has that kind of, yeah, I don't really believe you look to him.
Really now? I find that extremely unlikely, given his secretive behavior lately.
You explained that Tagora found out about the hate marriage contract and felt like it was unfair to him, so he was trying to figure out a way to nullify the contract. He was messaging Tizzius around the time of the murder.
Patently absurd. The only reason I made the contract in the first place was because of Tagora. He's clearly involved in something. I'm just not sure what.
Yeah, so FYI, Triz's quirk is not having a quirk. She doesn't have a quirk. She writes in, proper normal grammar and punctuation, spelling, etc. Like, she does use hashtags a bunch and, like, doesn't talk super formally, but yeah, she does. That was not a mistake. Feel free to speculate.
I have to protect myself.
Okay, so every Friendsim troll will be in the game. Some of them have bigger and smaller roles than others, and some of them have very specific positions in the narrative. But yes, every single troll from the original Friendsim will appear, plus some other people from possibly Act 1 and 2, maybe. Perhaps. Or at least be mentioned. Like the Trizza Chitter.
The only character I can guarantee will not show up is Joey. Joey and Jude are not in this.
Yeah, when we say Hive Swap Acts 1 and 2 are canon, we mean that, like, Joey doesn't exist, never came to Alternia, Demek and Zephyros never, like...
There's no swapping.
There's no swapping, none of that stuff happened. So this is like if all of the same characters were alive at some point, but no Joey, so Miss Parr is the only intervention.
So if you're looking at the chitter and you see Damek mentioned,
Yeah.
that's because Damek does exist. He was never swapped.
Right. Okay, but something still isn't really adding up here.
I have no idea what you mean. It's clear as night that when Tagora and I had our little...
Galek trails off, as if you were about to mention something potentially embarrassing. You ask him, what does he mean exactly? Galek flushes deep blue.
Tagora and I got into a small dispute shortly before the murder. He said some things about not being able to trust me, and I may have responded poorly.
Tagora did mention that before, but you suppose he probably didn't want to talk about it. But it all sounds like a lot was on. It sounds like a lot was on his mind in general. If you can put all of this together, maybe there's a chance you can show that Tagora actually didn't kill anyone. You've gathered enough evidence to prove your case to Galek. Click on the Start Trial option to begin. Yeah, there is going to be a bunch more of that. Jude deserves so much more. I think that Joey and Jude are living their best life back on Earth.
Yeah, I'd like to believe in this timeline maybe Jake wasn't such a horrible parent, and like, you know, that's what parents just did.
Roxy adopted them.
Yeah. Aw, Rose has these siblings.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, not too bad.
So yeah, alright.
Maybe Roxy doesn't become as much of an alcoholic and Rose will have a happy childhood.
Exactly. Alright, so we're going to start trial now. So the first of three trials. And we've got some new chitter stuff that appears periodically. Yeah, so we got a chitter from Malik, which is just he writes a bunch of like generic anti-imperial propaganda, and then Tizius.
Some folks seem to get off on acting like honorable tyrannies even when they're about as horrible as a guardian swarm bug.
Galek has the cargo bay turned into a kind of makeshift courtroom just for the purposes of this trial of his. It's a little bit weird to be conducting a trial mere feet from the still warm body of the victim. Yeah, you know what? It really is. Galek's poses look like a male model. Seriously. He doesn't have to be a CIA anymore. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember what I have him doing in the ending.
Last timeline, Galek becomes a male model and Tagora owns an MLM.
I'm telling you, these cosmetics are fantastic. You can't buy this kind of thing in the store, not just because it's not approved by the what is the fucking one? The food one. FDA, thank you. Here's the money that Nixon Bruno. You get an extra fun decade before the apocalypse. Yeah, well, we'll pretend the apocalypse. Since we never got full details on, like, what exactly that was about, like, we'll just assume the apocalypse doesn't happen.
And then when Tagora is making me think of that fucking con artist play I wrote.
Yes.
5 minutes play about
Oh my god. Yeah, the start trial option, I really didn't want it to be like, I didn't want you to be in an unwinnable situation in the trial, because it doesn't let you save during the trial sequence, mostly because it breaks stuff. But like, yeah, I wanted it to be once you went to trial, you could complete it. Alright.
Well, now that everyone is assembled, I will be taking on the role of Chief Persecutor for the...
Something inside you feels strange when you hear the word council. Some kind of strange, detached feeling. A memory that you haven't had yet. Also, I accidentally clicked. Oops. Galek gets one look at your face and frowns.
Will you be quite able to conduct your duties?
Yeah, you're a little bit unclear what those duties are exactly. Next to you, Tizius sighs loudly.
Normally, a trial consists of a persecutor who presents the case, and a respondent who's basically there to look stupid while the accused is found guilty.
You're going to sugarcoat it. This sounds like a bad system.
Yeah, no shit. It's all for show, of course. Don't worry. I'll help you run through this, okay?
Okay, you've got this. I'm pretty sure you've done this before. Maybe. Honestly, you can't even remember if it was you or if it was someone else. You've got this feeling of this kind of fleeting memory of another trial, but it doesn't feel real. This is really not the time for an existential crisis.
Very well. We will begin. I will present the Empire's case in this matter, and then you will be able to respond. I think it's clear enough what happened here. My Kismesis here was involved in black solicitations with someone else. He was always acting in a secretive manner, hiding his pitch affair from me. I never thought it would extend to murder, and yet here we are.
Look, some of the stuff he's saying doesn't make sense. You should press him on it to uncover inconsistencies, and then you can show evidence that pokes holes in his story. Just be careful. If you show a bunch of random shit, you'll end up pissing him off. But don't worry about asking for more information. The only way that'll hurt you is if you keep pushing the issue again and again.
You know, this makes sense. Get ready to go back over Galek's statement. Really get in there. Really get up to your elbows and bullshit.
Beautiful tweet.
Yeah, Daydreamer's art is really, really good. Actually, wait, no, that sounds really gross. You're just gonna do Legislacerator stuff.
Haven't slept in 72 hours and
Sustained solely by caffeine energy, yeah. I mean, yeah, that was on purpose. Yeah, so you've got, your coffee meter, you got your statements, you can press them. I know what to do. So we're gonna press on the first statement.
Objection!
But wait a minute, you say? That's not the whole story, is it? You wonder, does Galek have the actual proof that Tagora wasn't being faithful to him? Surely someone as confident in his own intellect as Galek wouldn't leap to any conclusions.
Very well, you make a good point. Let me revise my earlier statement. I suspect my Kismesis was involved with someone else, given how distant he'd become lately. There's no other possible explanation for the way he was acting towards me.
Oh my god!
Remember his good buddy Mispar.
He got a new hoodie. Lizzie Maligan Volume 2. A little bit, not a lot. So, like the Ace Attorney games, I try, and, not a game I've had a lot of experience designing, but, tried to make it so that the evidence was, at least a little bit logical. The game's very forgiving of you failing, and, I put a guide online, but also, I wanted it to be logical, so, we did do some tweaking. Actually, watching one of the streamers, one of the things in the last trial, I tweaked some of the evidence so that you could, present another piece of evidence that made sense, but I hadn't thought about it. So yeah, you just basically find evidence that logically pokes holes in this. So he's saying there's no other possible explanation for why he was acting like that. Yeah, there is, the fucking Kismesis agreement. Because all the evidence descriptions will kind of let you know what's going on. Present evidence.
Take that!
Well, what do you think of this? But wait, you say, in a very snappy, very confident manner, there's another reason why Tagora might have been acting a little bit suspiciously.
Oh? I'd love to hear it.
But he already knows the reason. You pull out the copy of the Kismesis agreement with all of Galek's annotations on it and smile confidently. His face falters for a second.
Objection! But what possible relevance does this have to the situation? As I previously pointed out, that contract is quite standard among pitchmates. Unless you have something else to suggest, some meaning I've failed to derive.
So here, if you're playing on the hardest difficulty, you will have a time limit for these, but we don't. But we just want to find something that backs up the fact that this is a thing that was important. So we've got Tagora's Galek's statement, which is about, the fight that he and Tagora had. So obviously Tagora wasn't happy with this.
think trolls need to wear their sign on person, though? Here's somebody blog.
So, like, that's not, I don't believe, a canonical thing. We've just kind of gone with the idea that, like, some of the trolls don't have to. Like, these are more, like, white-collar, bureaucratic-type trolls. They're allowed to not wear the sign. You will see trolls that are, like, low-bloods in the army are wearing their sign.
So, actually really fun. Usually not a fan of these games. Oh, cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
The thing with the Act 2 trial is that they were doing it to kind of things, but they didn't do it right.
Yeah, like there's like it was.
They eerily talk about BTS
Oh,
for
no.
half an
So,
hour.
like-
I had to edit that shit when I
Yeah.
did the live show. This must be so much different than
Like,
what can be done.
The Ace Attorney thing is, like, you're supposed to be able to find, like, actually find evidence and talk to people and then, like, connect everything together and, like, have a logical picture that forms. And it's, like, it shouldn't be super difficult and you should feel like, you should feel smart when you figure it out. Like, it shouldn't be so easy that it's just, like, obvious. But, like, just having it be, like, some of the Act 2 stuff was kind of, like, random. Yeah, it didn't feel super logical, so it's like, that kind of sucks.
I also
Well, you felt very unsatisfied because they threw Rivera to clown.
The evidence is right there in his own words. The argument that he had with Tagora earlier. Obviously, Tagora didn't think that the contract was just standard.
You're goddamn right I didn't.
Very well. I'll admit that Tagora might have had some legitimate reason to be upset.
You bulge-sucking pile of... You were trying to treat me like some kind of pet.
That is essentially incorrect. Besides, it doesn't matter what his feelings were because Tagora was still in the area at the time of the murder. He had plenty of opportunity to commit the murder and cover his tracks. As much as I hate it, I don't see any evidence to the contrary.
Something's still not right. If you can figure out where the contradiction is, maybe we can actually convince him that Gorgor's innocent.
Alright. So, again, you can, like, press on this. You can press on all the statements. I'm just gonna do the one that actually you need to, because, again, we're on the route. So, yeah. Speed run. Because we're, like, talking about other stuff, too. So, yeah, we'll press on that. There's something else he isn't saying, isn't there? Wait a minute. How does Galek know exactly what time the murder was committed? Because he sounds pretty sure.
Yeah, the fucking hog.
Yeah, exactly.
The hogs and batteries, and like that's not a good.
Yeah, like it feels very contrived and like, okay, reference it, but also like maybe give the player a path that feels logical. Galek actually stammers. I don't think you've seen him lose composure like this in a while.
Well, the thing about that is...
He sighs and shrugs.
I suppose there's no harm in it. All of the ship's personnel are equipped with an implanted biomonitoring system known as Vital Track. It allows me to record their vital signs down to the minute. Here, I'll provide you with the record for our poor maintenance worker. Based on the information I have on hand from the monitoring system, the time of death was around the same time that Tagora was seen in the area.
So if we check our evidence, now the Vital Track time of death record. See, we do have a name. Dial Syax was the, this is a Ace Attorney reference. That is the name of the deceased troll. We have the time of death. So if you look at the two things, you see that, like, okay, 1434 alternating universal time is in the middle of Tagora, like, extended ranting at Tizius. So, like, probably unlikely that he was able to, like, one-handed kill somebody while doing this. So, you know, yeah. Plus.
Objection!
Well, what is the other one? Now, you're not going to pretend to be an expert on murder, but somehow you feel like maybe it takes a bit more than a few minutes to commit a brutal murder, and then hide the signs that you just committed a brutal murder? Just hypothetically speaking, and all that?
Fine. I will amend my earlier statement. The murder was obviously rushed and sloppy. He didn't put much forethought into this at all.
Yeah, it's on the first. You're like, the time specifically are gonna poke holes in his statement.
Oh, the big budget troll the office!
But yeah, so we got 2 pieces of evidence. A lot of the evidence here, like, you can present it either way first. Like, I didn't want it to, like, lock you in. So you can present it with vital track time of death or the chat log and then the other piece. So, chat log.
Take that!
Well, what do you think of this? There's no possible way that Tagora could have been the one to kill the victim. You say this with all the confidence of a TV lawyer about to make a really big discovery in the case.
He's the girl boss. We
I
even
really hope you've got something to back this up.
Of course, you've got the chat logs between Tizius and Tagora. That clearly shows the two of them engaged in a conversation. A conversation that would have made it hard to split time with doing a murder.
Objection! You have some kind of evidence to actually support this baseless speculation?
And then we've got the time of death. Galek stands there stunned. His mouth is opening and closing, and for once, he's actually speechless.
There. Are you satisfied I didn't fucking kill anyone? I swear to Empress, you're the worst sometimes.
Well, this was a massive waste of time. Can we actually try to figure out why there's a dead body in your airlock?
You're inclined to agree with Tizius in this one. You're pretty interested in knowing why there's a dead body there, and perhaps who caused it to be there. Especially if that person is still around to, kill again.
Take the dead body out for a nice dinner. Weekend at dead body.
Weekend at dead body.
A little more dramatic than I would have put it, but basically yes.
You're still watching Galek's face when something clicks behind his eyes. Something you're not liking the look of.
Wait a minute. The logs cleared Gorgor of any involvement in this.
Oh, so it's Gorgor again now.
But you...
He's looking right at Tizius, and his hand is straying inside his coat pocket again.
Of course. It was the perfect opportunity. While Gorgor was distracted, you made your move. I don't know what your endgame was, but you let yourself slip on this one.
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you seriously accusing me now?
You quickly jump in between Galek and Tizius and throw out your hands. Wait, you know that this looks bad. You guess? Honestly, you're not really following Galek's logic anymore in this. But doesn't he want to find out what actually happened? Galek relaxes a little bit, which is probably a good sign.
Fine. I'll give you a chance to make your case. If for no other reason than to properly follow Imperial law.
Yeah, exactly that. You're a huge fan of Imperial law. Probably one of your top... it makes the top 10 list. Easy. Love that Imperial law.
Stop overselling it. Come see me as soon as you can.
Yeah, you get the three people pointing from the guns at each other. Oh my god!
Okay, so this is bad. Tizius has been locked in her quarters, and you're pretty sure the Galek is out for blood now. Teoploid blood, specifically. Which means that you've only got a little while to figure out how to convince him that Tizius is innocent. Alright, so now we've got some new Chitter posts. We got Galek. Okay, I will admit that I was wrong about Better Call Gorgor, but I insist that my reasoning was solid. More Malik, having a breakdown on Chitter. There's a lot of things that are solid about Need to Know, but his reasoning isn't one of them. I think that you should consider saying that to my face instead of posting about it on Chitter like a coward. I think I need to remind at Need to Know that I'm not talking to him right now.
Yeah, Galek is definitely sleeping on the lounge line tonight.
Alright. You'll be the first to admit that you weren't expecting things to turn into such a complete nightmare when you went to go back. First the thing with Scratch and your powers, now your friends are being accused of murder left and right. But there's one thing you have going for you that no one can touch. Your powerful, unwarranted, completely unearned sense of optimism. Which you'll admit is really not a whole lot of help. But you really need something to cling to right now. You need to go talk to Tizius to see if she can help you figure this out. Alright, so we're going to save. Second investigation. Alright. So, we've got locations, guest respite block. You open the door and already you're not getting a great feeling here. Tizzy's is sitting on the couch, the lounge plank, you guess, and she's got her head down in her hands. She's obviously been crying recently. You're not really thinking a "hey buddy" would be appropriate here, so you knock softly on the door frame. Tizzy looks up and wipes her face.
What is it? Why can't you just leave me alone?
I walked in on something and I am confused.
You walked in on Friendsim too?
Yeah, we are in the second investigation out of the 3 in the first volume of Friendsim 2. So, there's a murder question mark on the ship. There's a dead body in the airlock, and Tagora was accused of murder. You proved that he was innocent, and now Tizius has been accused of murder. So we're gonna try to prove her innocence next. No, you don't understand. You're here to help her. You're really quite good at helping, and... Oh, she's laughing at you.
Really? This is your idea of helping?
You point out that you didn't think your being here had anything to do with the murder. If anything, she'd be even more screwed if it weren't for you.
If you weren't here, Gorgor would have been spaced over something he didn't do, which sucks.
The unspoken but is hanging out there. It sucks, but she wouldn't be facing imminent execution.
Yeah, exactly.
Sitting like Shinji on the chair.
You know what? Yes, definitely.
I don't know.
There's the scene in Evangelion where he's like bent over. She sighs heavily and leans forward again. Once again, you're struck by just how unprepared you were for any of this. You were expecting a kind of victory lap. Maybe give a couple inspiring speeches, sing a few songs, perhaps.
A reference to something that actually kind of inspired some of Friendsim too.
Yeah, the Broadway Stuck 2020.
So Jonaya, about it was about a year and a half ago, was like, "Hey Anna, wanna make Friendsim 2 with me?" And she pitched her idea, which was this, and I was like, "This sounds a lot like my Broadway Stuff 2020 show," which she hadn't seen yet.
Yeah, I hadn't watched it yet, and there are some similarities, sort of, kind of.
Not
it diverges a lot.
But like the first idea, which I mean, the idea being Miss Parr going around and picking up friends and saving them takes it a lot of timeline. That is literally the plot of Broadway Stuff 2020, except the Homestuck trolls are there, so you get stuff like Tizius and Karkat singing a duet, you get Torona and Terezi just fucking vibing, you got Dirk and Sagiri hanging. Go watch Broadway Stuff 2020.
It's very good.
Songs? What the fuck?
Also, the way I developed my Tizius voice was first I developed it, a voice, and then I changed it so I could sing as her. So now you saw me singing as Tizius.
Oh shit, you were talking out loud again. Never mind. Point being, you know how to roll with the punches. Tizius shrugs and looks away. So, she didn't do it, right? Tizius fixes you with a very particular kind of glare. The kind of glare that suggests you should have known better than to even ask the question.
Why would I do that?
You shrug. You can't think of a reason, but it seems like a lot's changed in the last few years. Sweeps, whatever. You don't remember Galek being so willing to kill people last time you met him?
I wouldn't know. I only met him recently, in a professional capacity.
Nikki.
Oh
my god.
That explains the Friendsim using verse.
Yeah.
So if you're comparing my shitty fucking jukebox musical to fucking Janine's story, thank you.
Very weird pull, but it's been bugging me all stream, and I figured out what I was thinking of. Anna's Tizius sounds like Honey Pop's Nikki. I've never played that. It is a NSFW it's like a game that has NSFW, and it's very popular. But yeah, I've never played it, so I don't know.
Evangelion is a lot like Homestuck. The end of humanity, the bond of human connections. Karkat is there.
Hello, T-Man, and welcome to the stream. Neat, but also you notice she's not actually answering the question. Tizius glares.
No, I didn't fucking kill anyone. Although, if you keep acting like this, I might have to change that.
Actually, let's look around the room. I'm, again, doing the quick version of this. More Malik ranting. Actually, so Malik does mention, like, stuff from later in the game. Wink, hint. Although, he's very vague about it. We got Tizius. You want to read this? Alright, so we are going to look around at the stuff in the room. The Recuperacoon sits in the corner, characteristically full of slime that seems to glow slightly. Honestly, the times you've been in one of those, it was actually quite soothing. Puzzle dating sim. Yeah, that's a good description of it. The slime tended to get on you, and you hate how that feels. Fortunately, a nice shower can... Weird, there doesn't seem to be a shower anywhere in the room. In fact, you're pretty sure that you've only noticed one shower in your entire time on this ship. Okay, so I guess I did canonize the fact that none of the crew get to take a shower. God. I it's not a plot hole. It's not a plot hole. It's just horrible. You should ask Tizius what the deal with that is. And for some reason, it feels important to this. Malik breaking down hard. Yeah, Malik's not doing great. You'll find a lot more about that eventually. Alright, so let's look in the drawer. Looking through the nightstand, you find a book of notes written in almost incomprehensible handwriting. It looks like there might be case notes about something? Investigation reports? You're honestly not even sure. Got this. The desk is full of a bunch of teal-colored makeup and a few books shoved in the drawers. There's some popular novels, along with a thick tome on Alturian equivalent of jurisprudence, a subject which seems to involve a lot more being eaten by a giant monster than you typically understand the term to imply. So let's ask Tizius about the shower and stuff.
Well.
There aren't that many non-thing additives in the musical.
Shower lore! Yeah! Shower lore. Also, this investigation, if you know exactly what to ask, is like the shortest one. There's a lot of like optional world building dialogue you can just straight up skip if you don't want to do it. We'll probably skip a lot of it. They need to hose each other down outside the ship. The helmets and nothing else. Why isn't there a shower in here?
A what?
A what? A shower! Way to wash yourself off! You notice that there's Recuperacoons, but there doesn't seem to be any way to clean yourself off. That seems messy. What happened, boy? Assuming you're talking about Malik, he's been, like, trying to do revolution stuff, and it hasn't been going super well. You'll learn more... Actually, in Volume 2, there's more about that.
Yeah.
It's kind of, like, sprinkled throughout the game.
Oh, an ablution block. There's one in the Master Respite block. For the fucking High Blood and his Kismesis. Not us, though. Not the fucking peasants. It's fine. The slime runs off into the trap next to the Recuperacoon.
Still, it must kind of suck having to go so long without bathing, right?
Ugh, tell me about it. I miss just being in the hot water. It's relaxing.
Yeah. Not being able to take a shower sucks. You wouldn't even be able to wash yourself off. You've got all sweaty or dirty or something.
You know me. Always getting all sweaty.
We had to have a selfie sex joke.
Okay, you think that was probably a sex joke. Moving on. Are these for notes?
You really just think you can poke around in other people's things, don't you?
Well, you see, the thing about that is, yeah, you actually kind of do think that. You sheepishly admit. They shake themselves clean after a nap like dogs.
That doesn't surprise me very much, actually. You don't need to worry about those notes anyway.
But that's ridiculous! They could be the key to cracking this whole case.
You think that the key to this whole thing rests on some random notes? You don't think that maybe you can use your own logic to figure stuff out?
Yes, I did take a couple of jabs at Act 2's trial sequence. Well, you guess so, but you're pretty sure you need this one specific item to make it all fit together. Maybe even something from the previous game in the series, if you're being honest.
That is possibly the silliest thing I've ever heard.
Alright, that's all the stuff we need to talk about. We've now got evidence for handwritten notes and ablution bomb.
So, and you know it.
Alright, so we go to the airlock. So of these, like, you don't even need to go to the bridge in the observation deck. You can talk to Tagora and Galek. I would encourage you to do that. They have lots to say, but it's not essential. Celso's standing in the middle of the airlock looking around when you arrive. Of course, no one has bothered to move the body yet. I guess that's probably good, though. The ship doesn't exactly seem like it has a fully functional medical examiner's office on board.
Oh, hello there. I'm sorry that we had to meet each other again in such strange circumstances. Otherwise, I would have been quite happy to catch up.
He tells Celso the feeling is mutual. You missed chatting with her, too. You even missed working out together, although you'll admit that maybe that wasn't your best quality.
Well, we can't all be perfect.
She frowns. You ask what's on her mind. Is it related to the dead body that's sitting there in front of her? You're betting it's probably about the dead body.
You could say that.
Celso groans and presses her fingers to the bridge of her nose.
Oh, Zizi. I always thought that you'd end up working yourself to death.
I don't
All
know what
those
you
long
mean.
hours spent studying for the cruelest bar, or preparing for work, or whatever it was you were always off doing on your own.
If you mean that the people that aren't me are quieter, that's because we're using my shitty laptop microphone.
That's my fault.
Next time we stream, we will have better audio because we've got a couple.
We will
of
be
mics.
prepared.
All right. Wait, what's that last bit? Celso shrugs and looks away.
I don't know. Zizi was always out at odd hours doing something she refused to talk about. I trust her and all, but I also worry about her.
Yeah, well, next time. This microphone, it's also the fault of the laptop. The laptop's mic is, like, bad. Like, notably bad. Yeah, Celso always did strike you as a worrier. You get it. You're somewhat constantly consumed by anxiety yourself.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I do know that my mate Sprite is in a lot of trouble right now. I don't...
If you want to talk, you want to, like, lean over. Because the microphone is, like, somewhere in there. True. I'm sorry. She's starting to cry. Oh, geez, what are you supposed to do? You can imagine a couple scenarios more awkward than this, but not many.
I need you to help her. Whatever happened here, I know she didn't do anything.
We are all in an accident.
Yes!
So, me and Jonaya live in New York City.
Yeah, we both live in New York.
And Chrissy lives very close to New York City. So we're taking advantage of that and all spending some time together.
Yeah. Anne and I are the Studio June's New York studio, consisting of our 2 apartments.
Most importantly, your voices.
And yes, including a fully functional recording booth in my apartment.
She was with me the whole time this horrible thing happened.
We did hope to have one of the other writers here as well, actually, who lives in the New York area, but they had a Passover-related thing they were doing, so...
I'm constantly consumed by anxiety too. No! I'm normal!
Oh my god, the Volume 2 stuff. Mental health is not a priority.
That is literally Volume 2. There is a line in Volume 2 where Celso literally yells, "Mental health is not a priority!"
Oh, the face she makes, it's funny. Okay, we don't actually need to ask her anything else. We do, however, have to look around. So, like, who updated shit? Oh, Celso.
This advocate didn't do anything wrong, and I know it. I'm so sorry, Zizi. This did nothing wrong.
This did nothing wrong. So, like, a lot of this stuff is actually not super important right now.
prison sex either in New York or Seattle.
Nowhere else.
I'm taking you're a Seattle homestead.
Yes, a different faction.
Yeah. So we can.
It's the two genders. New York homestead.
Two genders. Let's save here. Save. All right. So we're gonna look at some stuff. I think the only things that are required are the dead body and the splatters, but I changed it so that the evidence is automatically provided. So like, you can look at the other stuff, but it doesn't matter much until the third. Ooh, Missouri, nice. You have no idea what this means, but you feel like it'll be important later. So we look at the body. You steel yourself for the extremely unpleasant task of checking the body closer. Hey, this isn't the first time you've had to deal with the blood or a dead body. Dead bodies are basically just an alternating way of life. Or a death? Drawing the bile that's coming up for your throat, you carefully check the body. It's a troll wearing a spacesuit of some kind. Judging by the color of the blood, that's literally everywhere. They were once a bronze blood. Gritland. Nice. Wow, that really is a lot of blood. It looks like it started from a large gash in the neck of the suit, and it just got everywhere. You struggle down another wave of fresh bile, really not wanting to throw up in front of Stelsa. Looks like blood is sprayed all over the place. Whatever happened here, it was messy. Looking up, you notice that there's a strange pattern of blood splatters leading all the way to the airlock. That definitely seems like an important thing to check out too. When we released the game and people started playing this, everybody got stuck here because you have to like investigate the blood splatter, and people kept missing it. So now it tells you that there's probably something you should check out. And looking at either a piece of evidence will just give you what you need. And if you leave without looking at it, it will just automatically give it to you. So we can look at any of this stuff in here. Because people were missing this little bit. Yep, that sure is a lot of blood. You feel like, generally speaking, that blood is going to be very important to this specific defense. God, you really want to throw up? So now we've got it. So evidence, we've got blood splatters, blood on the suit. And we need to go back to the guest respite block to talk to Tizius and tell her that Stelsa is worried, because we're going to find out. We're going to find out about Tizius and the rebels, which also unlocks our ability to get the bad ending. Before we'll do that once. I talked to Stelsa. She's worried about you. Tizius lets out a long sigh and shifts in place, turning away from you. With your amazing powers of friend observation, you notice that perhaps she's feeling uncomfortable about something.
Really? Is that your big takeaway here?
Oh shit, you said that part out loud.
Look, I don't want her to worry.
You tell Tizius the whole about to be executed for a crime she didn't commit thing might have a lot to do with why Stelsa is worried about her. She clearly loves Tizius a lot.
45 minutes is a blockbuster. Well, we hope future players don't have to deal
Yeah,
with that.
well now if you're playing the patched version, this was like literally the first thing we patched on day one. If you're playing the patched version, you can either click either blood smear, or you can just leave the room and it'll automatically like make a comment about it and give it to you. But yeah, a couple people playing it early on, it was like every time somebody was like, I'm stuck on the second trial, it's like, I know exactly why.
I know that. I know, okay? I know she loves me, and I know what I'm doing is dangerous.
Wait, what she's doing? Tizius looks around the room and steps in slightly.
You're not allowed to tell anyone. Do you understand?
You nod frantically. If nothing else, you can keep your friend's secrets. You've got all kinds of neat secrets running around inside your brain right now.
Okay, great. Well, the truth is, I haven't been telling Stelsa about everything.
Oh no, is she cheating on Stelsa? In some kind of complex quadrangle with another woman?
What? No, why would I ever do that? I've been in touch with the rebels for over a sweep now.
Oh, honestly, that's significantly worse in a lot of ways. Why couldn't it have just been relationship drama?
Yeah, well, you introduced me to Memorial, and one thing kind of led to another.
I binged the game so hard, I finished everything on the original patch. Fuck yeah. Yeah. This ROM hack difficulty. There was nothing game breaking, but there were a couple of quality of life things and like some very hard to find bugs in the trial sequence, which we we couldn't replicate until we saw a streamer like playing it that then got the bug, and I figured out why it was messed up.
I ended up talking to some of the rebels.
Yeah,
sending them
it
information.
wasn't clearing the scene out properly. It's a rendering error. Well, rendering error that I caused by not having the code, but whatever. Oh no, and Stelsa doesn't know?
I think she suspects something, but she doesn't know what. I'm less worried about my mate sprite and more worried about Galek.
It's the line from the trailer. Yeah!
You know he's Alternian intelligence, right?
You seem to remember Stelsa mentioning it at some point.
Well, that's where I'm at. Unless you can pretty definitively prove I didn't kill anyone, I'm basically dead.
The clueless alien respects your lesbianism. Alright, and I think we've actually got our evidence. Yeah, you can ask some more questions, but like, honestly, we've got everything I'm gonna save. Actually, let me check something here. Check something quick. Pay no attention to what I'm doing. Okay, so anyway. Alright, so we are going
Wait, sugar first.
Ooh, yeah, we've sugar updates. So we've got 3 Tizius ones.
Easy, stop talking like everything is hopeless. As long as we're both alive, then things will be just fine. I wish I could believe that. I really do.
Alright, so now we're gonna do our second trial. Which, like, people seem to have an easier time in the second trial than the first one. Because I think the evidence was, like, more obvious. The third one is a little more... The third one is tricky because there's a shitload of evidence, like half of which is red herrings. Well, we're not. But yeah, because there's stuff that only supports one path or the other. Alright, let's fucking do this. You look over at Tizius nervously, but she's avoiding eye contact with you. Instead, she sighs heavily and shuffles her feet.
We will now begin the trial of Legis Lacerator, Tizius, and Tick. If you cannot produce evidence that Miss N. Tick is innocent of the charges brought against her, the penalty is immediate execution.
You swallow heavily and wait for him to begin. I really like the trial theme.
I believe that I've been quite clear in the matter. There is nothing that exonerates Legis Lacerator and Tick. She is clearly and unequivocally the murderer here. She had both the means and the motive to kill, so she clearly did.
Well, this is certainly a sticky situation you found yourself in.
Wait, why is Tagora here again? You look over and narrow your eyes. You're not entirely sure that Tagora is exactly the kind of person you want on your side for this one. What happened to Stelsa?
Oh, she's quite distraught over the impending execution of her mate sprite. Really not in any shape to help anyone right now.
Tagora shrugs and grins. And you think that right now he's just happy to not be dead.
I won't even charge you extra for this.
Oh, how incredibly generous of him. You struggle to even comprehend the depths of his generosity or the sarcasm of your previous statement. I like how some of the... Oh, so the verification is basically like celebrities and high bloods.
Wait, is Galek verified?
Galek is... I believe Galek is verified. Let me check that. Yes.
Is Trixie verified?
Trixie is verified.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like, it's high bloods, government officials... yeah, I mean, they're big bloods.
What's this verified? You know, there's
It means you're like a notable person that's built to requirement for visibility. Oh, it's a balanced bit. Yeah, it's a balance. Yeah, exactly. Tagora is somehow verified. No further explanation. Zebra is fucking verified because he's a fucking hardwood. Trissus, of course. Yeah.
Anything in the home arts room, Jonaya can even get on the bus. I wouldn't be surprised if Shower Little Cast was there too.
You know what? Fair.
And Never Shower was so odd to me that I figured it had something to do with the trial, since otherwise that would be a strange detail.
Yeah, you get it. Unbothered, moisturized, happy, in my lane, focused, flourishing.
girl boss.
Alright. He glances up at Tizius, but she only shrugs her shoulders and looks away. Really wish she was the one trying to help you. What did she say before? There's something off about what he's saying. What is it? Okay, so now we have... I actually don't remember which thing you're supposed to press on, so let's just do that.
Objection!
Aha! You confidently yell, pointing directly at Galek. There's more to it than that. Everyone knows her name. Isn't...
Oh, nobody's were hating on her. She is #living.
Isn't that completely backwards? Why does he need proof that Tizius didn't commit a murder? Why is that the default assumption?
Actually, it's pretty standard to assume guilt in the Alternian legal system.
As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing that shows that she was doing anything else at the time. Is that sufficient proof for you?
Well, no, not really. But you suppose it's all you're gonna get.
There is no one else on board who could possibly be the murderer.
Fuck, that's still messed up.
Oh.
Well, I technically do not have proof she committed the crime. Actually, hold on, I might have to patch this. Haha. I'm gonna check something real quick. They won't be able to see it. I'm going to do some secret work now because apparently there's still a bug that I thought I'd fixed.
Live code.
You don't get to see it.
Oh, things that are getting exploded in the code.
No, this is Line 1's code. Technically, do not have proof that she committed the crime. There we go. Wait, what the fuck? That's weird. It should be fixed. I'll look at it. That's weird. I think one of the voice files got fucked up. It's not patched. Let me check that. Or I didn't make one game. That is possible. Yeah. 3. Ooh, nice.
Every day, me and Jonaya, my day was called Playing the Game, where I asked her to guess how much money I made on YouTube the previous day. Usually it's 3 cents. Today it was 8.
Nice. I don't know.
Oh, all my games do stuff.
Oh, nice.
Objection!
Aha! Okay, but what makes Galek so sure that Tizius is the murderer and no one else?
Simple process of elimination. My own staff are tracked throughout the ship using their integrated biomonitoring devices.
I think that voice line is actually messed up. Like, I need to actually replace the file. Oops. I think it got duplicated.
Your previous work has eliminated Tagora as a suspect.
Find out.
An audit terrorizer says Yat was in her quarters according to the thermal alert systems installed in the cabins.
Okay, that is more than a little bit creepy. You don't want to say anything to Galek, but you think that maybe he's taking this whole thing way too far.
Regardless of her motives, she was clearly the only person in the vicinity at the time of the murder. And I see no evidence to the contrary anywhere.
Okay, yeah, their voice files actually got their names swapped. Oops!
Oh!
Yeah. Live patching! Voice file 4 and 5 are switched. I guess I could just switch them in code, or listen to them. Actually, hold on. We're gonna go to this, because the game audio isn't there.
Cece killed someone? And what do you want me to do about it? She looked good doing it.
I'm gonna check something really quick.
Look, priorities, man.
I'm patching things live.
If I really wanted to do that in Stelsa's voice, I would have mispronounced Tizius, because text does that.
Yes!
So now I have a headcanon that Stelsa saw Tizius' name in writing, and just sort of thought it was pronounced Tizius in her mind forever. And then they actually got to talking and like fell in love and stuff, and Tizius like eventually corrected her, and she was like, "Oh, that's so difficult. I don't want to learn how to do something new. I'm just gonna call you Zizi."
That's actually 5. That's actually 4. I'm stupid. I can't believe I flipped my own fucking voice files. Congratulations, you've let me make sure. Yes, you've witnessed us patching the game live. Now I'm going to do the thing I need to do to deploy that in a second. Live game development, behind the scenes.
Woo!
Things. Fixing. I've got another thing I want to look at after stream. The voice files will be fixed when you play the game next, as if by magic. All right, let's go back to gameplay. Yeah, that's the only time that bug should show up. Game development, baby. All right, yeah, I love the galek expressions. All right, I think. Okay, where's okay, I think it's this stage. Let's get to the next section with fucking Stelsa as the witness. What possible reason would Tysius have to kill anyone? It makes absolutely no sense that she would just randomly decide to murder someone.
I do not pretend to understand the way that she thinks. The fact remains that no one else was nearby when the murder was committed, and therefore, she is left as the only suspect. Regardless of her motives, she was clearly the only person in the vicinity at the time of the murder, and I see no evidence to the contrary anywhere.
I think... Yeah, okay, so it's this, where you have to present... So Stelsa's statement, like, you have nothing to go on. Like, you have no way to, like, poke a hole in this. So, Stelsa claims that Tysius was with her the whole time. So you present that evidence.
Take that!
Honestly, you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, like... I could do that. Everyone can see my, like, massive garbage. Actually, everything's spoilers at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing Volume 5 stuff. You wind up your hand and point dramatically, just to show how sure you are that this evidence will prove what you're saying is true.
Oh? I'm listening, of course. I welcome any opportunity to engage in a lively bout of discourse.
I really hope this is good.
See, you've got solid proof. You know for a fact that Tysius was with Stelsa the whole time.
The area's thermal sensors seem to suggest otherwise. I will add the pertinent log to your evidence file.
Well, fuck the thermal sensors. You know because you've got something even better. You've got eyewitness testimony.
Is there a tag for some people? Ooh, is there?
Not yet, but if you want to, like, start one, go for it.
Yeah.
Also, if you add the Friendsim 2 account, we'll retweet it. Like, we don't get enough volume of tags to ignore stuff, so.
I've been stalking the Friendsim 2 on Twitter
Yeah.
3 days.
That's how we discovered that I had to use the block list that blocked like 4,000 people, which it probably shouldn't have. Including someone who was like, why am I blocked by the writer of the game? I'm like, I don't fucking know. You've got eyewitness testimony. Ah, yes. Notoriously reliable, infallible eyewitness testimony.
Fine. I'll indulge this for a moment longer. Let us call auto-terrorizer Stelsa Seziat to the stand.
Poor Stelsa. Stelsa sits nervously on the stand. She keeps glancing over at Tysius, and you can see a look of pleading on her face. It's obvious how much she doesn't want to be here, and you really can't blame her. You wouldn't want to be in her position either.
Very well. The persecution will now hear the testimony of witness Stelsa Seziat, auto-terrorizer first class. You may begin whenever you are ready.
Okay, you're calling Stelsa here because she has key evidence in this case. Specifically, she knows that Tysius couldn't possibly have committed the murder, right?
That is completely correct. There's no possible way that Tysius could have murdered anyone. After all, she was with me the entire time, in our respite block. Besides, you know that she was just talking to Tagora the whole time. I think I'd know if my own mate sprite was going around plotting murders after all.
So,
Well, This is certainly interesting.
God, please stop trying to help Sorbor.
Tagora shakes his head indignantly and glares at Tizius, then turns to look at you.
You see the kind of environment I'm forced to work in? Some people simply don't appreciate the help I'm trying to provide.
Tizius sighs and looks up at Stelsa, and for a brief moment there's eye contact between them, and a look of bitter sadness.
It doesn't matter.
I don't actually have many Homestuck people blocked. Like, I used some block lists that were supposed to be for, like, turfs, and not even turfs, but, like, people that were shitty to, like, A-spec people and non-binary people, and it just, like, blocked a bunch of queer people. Like, whoever managed the block list either did a really shitty job, or they were intentionally adding people to fuck with them. So I just went through and unblocked, like, everybody, because whatever. The Homestuck people I generally don't block. Like, it was mostly, people I blocked manually were mostly turfs who had seen interacting with me, or, like, fucking weird pro-cop people from when I was doing, like, protest photography. And, like, they don't interact with me anymore because I just do Homestuck shit right now. Alibi. Okay, so this section actually, you cannot present evidence, and once you press 3 statements, Galek just pulls her off the stand because she's the shittiest witness. So, like, you basically choose which of the statements you want to see the response to. If you try to present evidence too much, they'll basically tell you not to do that. Let's see. I'm going to do this one because I don't. Objection! But wait, isn't there something that Stealth is forgetting? You have the logs that prove Tizius was talking to Tagora the whole time.
Logs which leave a large window of time open where Tizius could easily have snuck out, murdered the victim, and then returned without anyone being the wiser.
Oh yeah, that.
I mean, you saw the logs. You know that she was talking to him. Maybe there was a gap in that time, but...
What's the other one that's funny? I think it's this one.
Objection!
Oh wait! Oh, okay. If Tizius was with her the whole time, then there's a possible way she could have killed anyone. It's so obvious.
Actually, now that you mention it,
Oh, no,
Zizi did have to step out for a bit.
Which is consistent with the thermal scanners I have installed in the respite blocks.
Well, god fucking damn it!
She... Okay, so she stepped out of the room for a little while to talk to someone. But how could she have murdered anyone in that time? You don't believe she actually killed someone? Objection!
But why is she so sure that Tizius never murdered anyone? Wait, that makes it sound like you don't believe her. Shit! Let's, strike that from the record.
You idiot. You can't just do that.
Well, I just don't believe that my Zizi could do such a thing.
This is a waste of everyone's time. I believe that the facts speak for themselves, and they tell a story that is distinctly unflattering to Miss Antic.
Snuck in to use the shower. That's a good one. She wouldn't have access, though, because she doesn't have, like, the biometric key that was mentioned in the first trial. But that's good. Actually, seeing streamers' theories on, like, what happened was great, because, like, there was a lot of, like, maybe it was, like, Galek that actually did the murder, and I'm like, these are fantastic! Like, there's some very, very interesting... It's cool to see, like, fan theories about the game.
I think it would be best to simply wrap this up so we can all go on about our lives. Except for Miss Antic, who will, of course, be executed immediately.
Galek sighs heavily and motions herself to get off the makeshift witness stand.
As it stands, there are a number of quite simple facts in this case, all of which are indisputable with any kind of evidence. Number 1. Miss Antic has no solid alibi for the time of the murder, given that her only defense is the unreliable testimony of her matesprit. Number 2. Miss Antic had more than enough time to commit a brutal murder. Number 3. As previously stated, there is no possible evidence that Miss Entik was not the murderer. All signs point to her being there in the airlock, killing without remorse.
He's right.
You stare at Tizius. What the hell was she talking about? You know that she didn't randomly murder someone. She's a lot of things, but a killer isn't one of them.
She cut off Galek. The boy was sleeping, but he grew it back like a starfish.
I mean, no, like, that's the point. I felt silly about my theory. No, like, the point is that it was supposed to be, like, that there was a few different possible interpretations, and, like, the evidence points to the right conclusion, but, like, it's not necessarily instantly obvious. And then the third trial, you take advantage of that, and you can choose different outcomes.
How do you know? Maybe I've changed more than you think in the last few sweeps.
She sighs and shakes her head. And you don't know anything you're supposed to even say to her. You've already got the sense that this was a lot heavier than you were used to before, but this is diving right into the downright depressing.
If you've got some secret trick up your oversized hoodie sleeve, now would be the time to use it.
Alright, this one I think we're gonna go. So, this one, I think.
Objection!
Wait a gosh darn minute. This has been going on for long enough. Also, I forgot about the secret bad ending. I'll do it in the third trial.
You really assume Galek committed the crime.
Yeah, a lot of people did, apparently. You just can't imagine Tizius doing something like that.
Oh? It disturbs you to think of it? To imagine your friend covered in the blood and viscera of her crime? To smile at what she did in return with no one the wiser, having no sign of her deeds? To try and pin all of it on my beloved Kismesis?
Oh, Empress, he's laying it on thick.
I have bad news for you. Sometimes the people we believe are the most trustworthy are the ones we have to watch the most closely. Sometimes, the only ones we can trust are ourselves. Number 3. It is obvious that Miss Entik entered the airlock, brutally slashed the throat of a maintenance worker, and left their bloody body to send a message to me.
Alright, now we can do the evidence. So we've got the blood. There's like 2 different blood evidence. You can use either one. Excuse me. Using either one, or you can do the ablution block. So blood on the suit.
Take that!
You've got something you think Galek really needs to take a look at.
Well, what is it? This had better be good. My patience is growing extremely limited.
There was a lot of blood on the body. Not just on the body, everywhere in the airlock. Everywhere. There was so much blood, just everywhere.
Objection!
So what? What possible relevance does that have to anything? You make these claims, but you don't connect them to anything.
Well, it's a good thing that wasn't your only piece of evidence. And then we do the no ablution block. You stare directly at Galek. There's something that he hasn't considered at all. How did Tizius clean the blood off? Out of the corner of your eye, you can see Tizius lift her head up. Galek stares at you.
What do you mean?
Well, body in the airlock had bled all over the place. You very distinctly remember lots and lots and lots of blood.
So what? She obviously washed herself off before she was discovered. She had plenty of time to do it.
Of course. But how? You see the recognition dawning on Galek's face.
Of course. The only ablution chamber is in my own respite block.
Galek's mouth hangs open as he stares at you. And you think that this is probably the first time in a while that he's felt stupid. Across the room, Tizius starts to laugh.
Oh my god!
She bursts out laughing.
You're right! Stultz was so annoyed that we couldn't wash off, but... Looks like I'm in the clear, Galek. Unless you think I magically made the blood disappear.
You're right. If you had killed the individual in question, there would have been an overwhelming amount of blood. And yet you remain spotless.
He sighs heavily.
Legislacerator and Tick, I believe I owe you an apology.
Aw, that little halfway smile.
Tizius and Stelsa spend at least 10 minutes holding each other, with Tizius reassuring Stelsa over and over that she is, in fact, completely okay. Nothing like your impending execution to get the blood flowing and all that. Once they leave, followed by Tagora, Galek finally comes over to you, his face deadly serious. Half of you is worried that you'll be the next person who decides is guilty.
I believe I owe you an apology as well. You see, as a member of the intelligence service, I'm under a lot of pressure. Almost constant pressure, as a matter of fact.
Well, that's all well and good, but he almost killed his own Kismesis, not to mention Tizius. Galek doesn't seem overly concerned by this, and he waves his hand and shrugs.
A completely logical misunderstanding. The matter leaves a large, unanswered question. Namely, who killed my maintenance worker, and why? I'm convinced that I was either the intended target, or that eliminating the victim somehow facilitated getting close enough to me to strike. I need to ask you a favor, as the only true outsider on this ship.
Sure. You're a little bit put off by the fact that Galek just tried to kill two of your friends based on some pretty flimsy evidence, but you're willing to let bygones be bygones. You guess that addiction to sweet, sweet friendship is still a part of who you are.
I need you to find the identity of the killer and uncover the truth of what happened.
Oh, well, holy shit, that's a lot to take in.
I know, I'm asking a lot of you, but this is important, and I can offer substantial rewards.
You want to play it smooth here, to make sure that Galek knows that the way he's been acting is so far out of line it's not even in the same universe anymore. Of course, that mostly comes out as a non-committal groan, followed by immediate agreement. Galek apparently thinks this is more than enough to get started because he nods back, smiles, and immediately leaves. Who or what killed the troll? You are going to find that out!
On next week's episode of...
On this week's episode of... So, like...
This night's episode of...
So, Great, what the hell are you supposed to do now? I'm uncomfortable when things are not about me. Oh, we've got another Alternian alert, too. Oh, yeah, this is the fucking, Malik hacking the Imperial alerts. Just the second trial ending. I forgot to do the Tizius bad end. We'll do that on the third one. Oh.
Alien Invasion of Worlds, thank you so much. You saved our useless advocate. I don't know how I can ever repay you.
Alien Invasion of One. Just an FYI, my rates are now doubled. You're welcome. Oh wait, who's that chitter? Oh yeah. So interestingly enough, the game was originally not going to have like a murder or whatever. It was going to just the concept for this was a Kismesis dispute or a contract dispute. But it's like I couldn't figure out how to make that into meaningful Ace Attorney gameplay that wouldn't suck. So it was like, okay, I'm gonna do a murder thing. But yes, we're going to find out what actually happened, just like now, or very shortly. Okay, so we've got to do some investigating. Now we're opened up a little bit more. We can talk to different people. We can go to different places. Airlock has Tizius and a bunch of evidence. Observation deck has Stelsa and Tagora. Bridge has Galek. Alright, let's do... we'll do the bridge first. Get Galek out of the way here. You're honestly kind of afraid to talk to Galek at this point. He's just standing there, staring out the window with his hands behind his back. When he turns around, there's a look of intensity in his eyes that you really don't like.
Ah, my alien friend. I trust that your investigation is going well? This has become something of a matter of Imperial security, in case that wasn't already clear.
You smile as winningly as you can manage under the circumstances. Sure, things are going just great. But it would be pretty helpful if Galek could just maybe answer a few more questions. He eyes you suspiciously.
I suppose that would be acceptable.
Okay, and I think the first one we need to have him answer because it provides some evidence.
In my line of work, you make a lot of enemies. Those who want to hurt the Empire, or just those who feel personally wronged by it.
Contract Kazmisa's killings. Well, you can maybe understand how some people might feel personally wronged by the Empire? Galek glares at you.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. My point is that the Empire's enemies tend to end up becoming my enemies. I might be a lowly piece in this game, but those even lower down stand to advance their own standing by removing me.
That does sound pretty bad. Has he ever considered maybe leaving? Galek laughs at you.
Oh, that's a good joke. I appreciate the attempt to lighten the situation. I know your alien customs are strange, but you should know as well as anyone that you don't just leave your responsibility to the Empire.
I think that gave us evidence. Yes, Galek stated. So now we need to go to either the observation deck or the airlock. There's a bunch of stuff that, like, you need to get Celsa and Dizzy into the room to talk to each other, but you have to talk to both individually first. As you walk toward the observation deck, you hear voices from around the corner. Slowly poking your head in, you notice that Celsa and Tagora are in there talking to each other. You wisely decide not to interrupt their conversation. Not so you can listen in or anything, just to be polite. Yeah, that seems like a completely plausible thing to believe.
That's why I'm so worried about her. She's always working, and she's always burning the wax light cylinder at both ends all the time. I wish she could take just a few minutes to herself to keep from burning completely out.
Well, your mate sprite has a certain determination to her that she just won't let go of.
Tagora sighs and shrugs, looking over at Celsa.
Not the worst problem to have in the grand scheme of things.
What do you mean?
I mean, I've got a Kazmisis who's gotten to the point where he genuinely thought that flushing me out an airlock might be a viable solution to his problems. I hope I don't have to tell you how much that hurts, do I?
No, you're right. I just wish that Zizi would be more open.
And I wish that Galek would stop being such a stupid bastard. Sometimes we get what we want, sometimes we don't.
Sure, you're right.
Celsa's head droops, and you can't help but notice that everything about the way she's speaking and carrying herself feels wrong.
I'm going to go lie down for a bit. This has been such a stressful day.
Fine. Suit yourself.
Celsa turns to walk out of the observation deck, and you quickly jump back into the corridor right before she sees you.
Oh, it's you again.
Without warning, Celsa's hugging you, and there's tears streaming down her face as she sobs quietly.
Busiest leads the life of a hairdresser. I don't know.
Oh, just another Malik.
I'm sorry. I just can't thank you enough for what you did back there. I was so sure I was going to lose Zizi forever. And then, what would I do? I can't go through life without my mate sprite. It's unthinkable at this point.
She quickly lets go and steps back, wiping her eyes frantically. Seeing the expression in her face, you feel an ache growing in your heart. She should never have to experience this kind of thing. Should never be forced to live through something so traumatic.
If you see Zizi, can you tell her I'm worried about her? I'll be in our room.
Celsa politely brushes by and takes off down the corridor. On her way to the guest respite room, you lean around the corner and see that Tagora is still standing by the window looking out at the stars.
I know you're there. You might as well come out.
You walk onto the observation deck in the most casual way you can manage. You were definitely just walking by, not sitting there for several minutes and listening in on his conversation with Celsa.
Seems like an awfully specific thing to say. It doesn't matter. There's something I need to ask you. When you said before you could get me away from this place, what did you mean exactly?
whole leaving thing. Tagora perks up as soon as you mention it. He looks instantly more alert.
I need to know what you mean by this. Are you talking about running off and joining some filthy bunch of rebels in a cave somewhere?
Oh no, there wouldn't be any caves involved in this process. You see, you've got the powers of a first guardian. Well, you did anyway. Point being, you're sure you can get those powers back, and then you can actually work Tagora and anyone else back into another world. You set up to be a nice, peaceful alternative to... You gesture around vaguely. Tagora doesn't look convinced.
Okay, so imagine for a second that what you just said doesn't sound like the ramblings of someone who's taken one too many hits to the head.
Very good voice. And done lots of good work development.
Thank you. Yes, I'm the voice actor for Tagora, as well as Doc Scratch, and another character who you won't see for many volumes.
Imagine that I'm interested in what you're saying here. I'm not leaving without Galek, and he isn't going to come with us unless you give him a really good reason.
A reason like...
You have to convince him that someone's out to kill him.
Yeah, about that, you're not entirely sure that's actually true.
It doesn't matter. If he believes it, the truth is completely irrelevant. Besides, we'll be living it up in this world you claim you made.
Tagora sighs and shrugs.
Or you're lying, and we'll end up sitting around in a cave playing games with a jade blood and fancy casual wear, and a cerulean with a series of sexual hang-ups involving pirates.
Very specific, Tagora.
Well, you think that's maybe a bit too specific a scenario? Honestly, it feels a little bit unrealistic. Tagora shrugs again.
Still better than the alternative.
Alright, and I think... I don't remember if Tagora has any actual evidence.
What makes you think it matters what really happened?
Tagora sighs and leans closer, smiling in a way that makes you feel more than a little bit uneasy.
You remember what I told you about being a showmaster?
Kind of vaguely? Something about trials or something like that? You get the feeling that it was kind of like a prosecutor? The person responsible for finding the accused guilty as charged?
No. Well, that's part of it. They're always found guilty. But it's more like being the creative director of the trial. You need to make sure it's a big production. Something that makes it clear that no one can question the system.
Oh, you're starting to understand. Trials are a form of theater. A way to make the Empire look good.
Yes. But we can use the same
Also,
energy
no
to convince Galek it's time
this
to
does not
leave.
require dialogue.
Just put on a good show. Whether it's real or not, that's irrelevant.
And it's pretty vague about it. You'll learn more about the whole Teal legal system in Volume 2. There's a lot of, backstory or world-building stuff.
Yeah, you get some world building about the past, about how it came to be.
Yes, you do!
Oh, a lot of world building. I can't wait until you see our, more.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Alright.
I'm still worried about that. I don't want to involve in something that'll get her out. I can't do that.
If you make someone a promise, you better be prepared to keep it. Alright, let's see. That did not actually give us any evidence. We did not need to talk to Tagora. We do ever need to go to the airlock, because there's a bunch of shit in here. You really don't want to go back into the airlock. The body is still sitting there, and there's still just as much blood as there was before. You've developed a pretty strong stomach over the years, but this is still a lot. But still, something draws you toward the scene of the crime. It's that sense of lingering unease that you've become all too familiar with. The sense that something isn't right here. The sense that you need to look closer.
What are you doing here?
Theseus basically appears directly behind you as if you were able to teleport in. Or more accurately, you don't notice her walk in because you're too wrapped up in your own thoughts.
You know that something's not right here, don't you? Something doesn't add up.
You shrug. I mean, yeah, of course not. Things on Alternia, and by extension the space around Alternia, never seem to quite add up. But you're not sure what to do with that here. Just the Galek asked you to find out who really did this. Theseus doesn't answer right away.
I think you should take a very close look at everything in here. I think there's a pattern here, and I think you're smart enough to see what it is.
You start to interject that you're not really sure what she's talking about and that you're very new at this kind of thing. But before you can even finish your sentence, Tizius interrupts you.
I'll be in my room if you need anything. It's been a long day so far. If you see Stealth around, let her know that I need to talk to her.
Well, shit. Okay, that was pretty vague. A little bit mysterious and basically completely unhelpful. But you suppose it wouldn't hurt to just take one more look around the gross, blood-filled airlock, for old time's sake. So now, like, everything in here matters to the case. The body is still lying there, basically untouched from the last time you checked on it. The wound to the throat is looking more and more suspicious. Something about it feels so random. It doesn't seem like it was done deliberately at all. More like the result of something chaotic and unpredictable. Are you sure there's clues around here that will make the picture a little clearer? Off to one side, there's a toolbox lying open. While the box itself is tethered to a nearby wall, it appears that something might be missing from the box itself. If only you could find some kind of record that let you know it was missing. Weird. There's blood splattering in the airlock door. That doesn't seem to make any sense for a murder inside of the airlock. And the blood running along the floor seems too spread out to just be the result of spray from the wound. You don't know what any of this means yet, but it seems really important. There's a very conspicuous bloody handprint right there on the control panel that operates the airlock.
I don't know what you're
Hi! Thank you for coming and checking out the stream. Judging by the blood on the maintenance workers' gloves, this must have been left by them. So you guess they didn't die right away then? That's actually pretty disturbing. Something about this control panel gives you a very important vibe, like it's somehow the key to any number of mysteries. Sadly, you also have absolutely no clue how to work any of it. Maybe you should come back later. Oh god, a silly chick. Kind of close-ish.
I mean, depends on whether you consider flailing after having your first foot of the dick.
Maybe someone has some kind of user manual, a handy illustrated guidebook on how to use this. I think we got all the evidence in the airlock for now. We'll have to come back in a minute once we get the thing. But let's go to the cargo bay, which just opened up. And we got these two little doohickeys. It looks like this is the log of the maintenance staff that had been down in the area in the last night cycle or so. It doesn't seem like many people come down here. After a little bit of searching, you find a manifest for the contents of the toolbox that's in the airlock. You're sure if you compare the manifest to the contents of the box, you'll be able to figure out what's missing. Whether or not that actually means anything? Look, you're working this thing one step at a time. So yeah, like if you look at the toolbox, you have a list of what's there, and the tool manifest lists the same thing, except there's a monomolecular blade knife thing. There's a knife that's missing, basically, from the tools. Maintenance log, we've got specialist logged in, logged off, logged back in again. Didn't log out again, because, dead. They were doing some work down there. We've got the blood on the airlock door, we've got the blood splatters on the floor, we've got the handprint. There's a lot of evidence in this one. Alright, let's go to the guest room block. You open the door to the guest room that Celsa and Tizius are staying in, and the first thing you see is the two of them huddled up together, talking in low voices. You really don't want to interrupt. This feels intimate. But also, you don't want to risk the sound of the door breaking the moment, so you just kind of stand awkwardly and listen.
I don't see why you're acting like this. I almost lost you, Zizi. I can't do that.
It's fine, Stealth. Nothing actually happened. I'm fine, and Galek knows I didn't kill anyone. It's fine.
It's fine now. What about next time? I keep telling you to stop poking your head up.
So, what? Just smile and nod along? Just hide myself away and what?
Stay with me!
I'm not going to leave you, Stealth. That's crazy.
I don't mean like that. I mean that one day you're going to do something, and I can't live with myself if I let that happen.
You see Tizius reach out and place a hand on the small of Tilsa's back. Slowly, Tizius leans in and stretches her neck to kiss her mate's from the jaw, right at the base of her neck.
I'm not going to get killed, okay?
You don't know that. Everyone says that, but no one knows it for sure.
It feels wrong that Timmy's taller than Stelza here.
I know.
Stelza's supposed to be 6 feet tall.
Not an issue.
I imagine her to be like fucking like average or
Yeah.
like 5 feet.
You shift. Oh my god. You shift and lean back, which of course has the side effect of loudly banging into the door, causing both Stelza and Tisius to jump.
You!
You point to yourself. Me? Tisius glares.
I need to talk to you. Alone.
Out in the corridor on the other side of the now closed door to the respite block, Tisius hauls you a few feet and starts to speak in a low, urgent whisper.
I need you to listen to me and not interrupt. Do you understand?
You're about to say something when you catch Tisius' look instead. You nod silently.
Good. Now look at me. I know you're trying to help, but you need to understand something here. I don't want to leave Alternia.
You stare at her.
I care about these people, and they deserve better than to suffer under the heel of the fucking Empress. How can I do anything about that from another world?
You suppose you hadn't really thought about the implications of what you were proposing? You very wisely decide to keep this pondering to yourself for now.
Truth is, there's a reason I was here. A rebel contact who said that they saw some signs that Galek's loyalty to the Empire might be wavering. So I was coming here to see what I could find, and then someone dies. And I'm pretty sure it was my contact.
Okay, yeah, that does seem to be a bad thing. Does she think that they got killed because they were discovered?
I have no fucking clue. But I do know that there's something else going on here, and you might actually be able to figure out what. Take this.
She reaches into her pocket and pulls out her palm mask. And after a few quick taps on the screen, your own palm mask vibrates softly.
It's the service manual for the airlock controls. Something weird is going on with all that. Check the controls and see if Galek is willing to give you the access logs. Plus, it probably wouldn't hurt to search Galek's respite block and office again and see if there's something else you missed before. And be careful.
You think that Tisius is being a little bit hypocritical, given what you just overheard between her and Stelza. But the key thing is, you think this and don't say it out loud like an idiot.
Okay, now we're gonna go inside and you're gonna be nice to Stelz and reassure her that everything's fine. Okay?
The way she emphasizes the last word makes it pretty clear that this isn't an optional kind of thing. Stelza smiles when you walk in, and you find yourself wishing that you could just talk to your old friends in a situation that didn't involve a literal murder. You feel weird thinking it, but you actually kind of miss the way Alternia was. It sucked. A lot. But there was also a certain kind of regularity to how it sucked that's completely gone now.
Hello again. I wish that we could have reunited under better circumstances.
Yeah, you do, Stelza. Me too. Alright, let's see. Final investigation. So the one that is like, these are flavored, but this one, any ideas about what might have happened is required.
Oh my goodness, no! That kind of thing is more Zizi's department and not mine. I assume that's what she was talking to you about just now?
Yeah, let's go with that. You were talking about murder forensics or whatever. But it would also be nice to have some fresh perspective. Stelza cocks her head to the side and smiles.
Well, honestly, it seems like it's all just some freak accident.
You stop and stare at her. Is she serious right now? Surely she can't be this oblivious to how urgent things are.
It seems to me that there's no actual evidence of a killer or killers, right? So maybe the truth is the simplest explanation, that there was never a killer to begin with.
Okay, so that gives us the statement. So we got Stelza's statement, Tisius' statement, which is the key to the bad ending.
We have to do that.
Yeah, you can get the bad ending in Trial 2 or 3. If you give Galek evidence that Tisius is involved with the rebels, yeah, you get a bad ending immediately.
Oh, no.
First, you have to check. So the office or the master respite block will have the amended Kismesis agreement. It's random, so I don't know which one it's in. Let's try office first. We got new flavor text on some of this stuff. Tizzy slides in the feature basement. You love to see it. Yeah, the next volume is maybe a little bit like all about that.
Yeah. It is called
Yeah. Well, that Alternian kitten is still hanging in there, for better or worse. I don't think there's anything else of substance to be gained from this poster, but maybe you can take a lesson from the cat. No matter how bad things get, it can always get worse. You can always drop to your horrible death on the field of spikes that are surely just out of frame in this poster. Well, that got dark. Shit, all the stress must be getting to you. There doesn't seem to be anything on these bookshelves besides the same boring books you saw before. While you're impressed with how you've retained your ability to read Alternian, it's not much help with what you're trying to do here. Okay, so it's not in this location. Let's try the Master Respite block. Oh, yeah. It is L-word.
Can't really head into town, I guess. Time to hunt her down.
Alright, so we check the drawer again. Digging through Galek's drawers again, you stumble on a set of papers inside a teal file folder. At first glance, they look like the same Kismise's contract that you saw before. But on a close examination, you notice this document has been modified heavily. So now we've got the amended Kismise's agreement. Which, yeah. So when you're actually doing the logic of the trial, reading the descriptions is important because it tells you, more about them and stuff. Basically, this is telling you that, it's implying that Galek is vacillating with Tagora, and that's not great for someone who's in a high-level government position in Alternia. It's more that he's doing something that the Empire considers really bad to do. Yes. No, it's frowned upon. You're supposed to have one in each quadrant.
Okay.
You're supposed to fill your quadrants and not vacillate. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Yeah. That's important to, some motivation stuff during the trial. The tattoo Malik gave him mean nothing. Oh! So, in case it wasn't clear yet, the actual explanation for this is that it was not a murder. It was an accident. The airlock, if you look at, so we're about to find the evidence that the airlock decompressed accidentally, pulled the knife out of the toolbox, and it just hit the person's throat, kept on going out the airlock, splattered some blood everywhere because it was flying through the airlock, and then they managed to hit the thing to close the airlock before they died. So that's what actually happened. But we're gonna lie because we're doing salvation, so we're gonna lie and make Galek think it was actually a murder.
Oh, but you're the one who told you know.
Missed part lies. Missed part lies a lot. So we'll get a bridge. We gotta get a cold piece of evidence first before we can go to trial, though. So we need to talk to Galek. We need the access logs. Explain that you've got a real killer lead. Okay, bad phrasing there. But the point is, you've got a hunch to chase down. You need Galek's help to do it.
I suppose. What is it that you need from me, exactly?
You need the logs to show who accessed the cargo airlock in the last couple hours. Galek's expression softens and he nods.
Of course. I can send that information to your palm husk right away.
Okay, and that's, I think, all that we need from him, and then we need to go back to the airlock and do the thing with the service manual that Tizzy's gave us. So we've got to look at this bit again. If you tried to figure this out without a manual, it would have surely ended in disaster. Maybe even your untimely death. But armed with the power of the written word, nothing can stop you. You quickly run through the diagnostic settings until you find the last part of the internal records for the controls. From there, it's just a drag and a drop to move the information over to your palm husk to review at your leisure. Alright, now we got enough for the trial. You've got enough evidence, yeah. Yeah, we have. Alright, let's do the final trial.
Woo!
So start trial. You're on your way to the bridge to find Galek when you hear the familiar sound of Tagora clearing his throat behind you. You turn to see him glaring at you.
Look, if you want to convince Galek that leaving with you would be a good idea, now's the time to do it. Just make sure he understands that someone's been gunning for him.
At That's the thing you say. You're pretty sure that no one's gunning for him. In fact, you're pretty sure that the murder wasn't actually a murder.
It doesn't matter as long as he believes it. Just put on a good show.
You tell Tagora that you're not sure if you can do that or not, but it's certainly a thing that you've been thinking about.
Well, keep thinking about it, because I have a feeling I know where you're going right now.
Before you can round the corner, you feel a hand on your shoulder. Turning around, you see Tizzy is standing there, frowning at you.
Hey, we need to talk real quick, if you're going where I think you are. You know that no one was murdered here, right?
Well, you're pretty sure that there's a dead body down in the airlock? Tizzy shakes her head.
You know damn well that they weren't murdered. This could be an opportunity.
To do...
Don't act like that. You're smarter than you let on. It's a chance to shake Galek's faith in the system. If you can show him the truth of what happened, and how he was willing to kill to support such a flimsy illusion, maybe not a lot, but it's more than nothing. It'll help.
So, you're really not sure about this? It seems like a big risk. You wouldn't necessarily describe yourself as unwilling to take risks, but you feel like you're really been pushing the luck recently.
Ugh, stop it. Can you please consider something bigger than yourself for once?
Okay, you'll think about it. That's all you can promise right now. Galek is still up on the bridge when you get there, and you're not sure you're ready for this. You didn't have a choice the last couple times, but now you're actually going to put your head right in the lion's mouth all on your own. That's the thing, right? Putting your head in the lion's mouth? God, why would anyone do that?
Is there something I can help you with? I trust your investigation into the murder is proceeding apace.
You wonder if it would be worth pointing out to Galek that you're not actually any kind of investigator? It'd probably just complicate things even more. Instead, you nod and clear your throat. Yeah, you figured this out. Alright, so now we're gonna lie to him. Someone is trying to kill you. Galek's face darkens and he nods.
Of course. I suspected as much all along. Do you know who did it?
Well, the thing about that is...
No, never mind. Bring in whoever you need to present your case. It's critical that we get this sorted out right away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get this sorted out. This is definitely you revealing the truth and not engaging in an elaborate ruse that has decent to high chance of failing. This is gonna go great.
I see you finally decided to come to your senses.
Look, you don't exactly feel great about this, but if he's sure it's going to work, then you guess it's worth a shot. Spoken to her like 4 times, it just saved her life.
Just be careful. He's still on edge, and if you fuck this up, you might be the one he turns on.
Oh, well, shit, that's not exactly what you were expecting. Tagora shrugs.
Welcome back to Alternia. Let the show begin.
Okay, you turn to Galek and nod. You've got proof that not only was someone murdered on this ship, but that they were murdered by someone who was specifically sent to kill Galek.
Well, this is certainly disturbing. Not entirely unexpected, but disturbing all the same. While I freely admit that there is definitive evidence that a murder has taken place aboard this ship, I have no idea how they would have committed such an act of brutality. I am still shocked that it took place while I was so close by.
He's all over the place. You need to focus his attention.
You let Tagora know in the simplest possible way that you have no fucking idea how to do that.
He needs to be sure that someone killed that person, and that they did it in spite of his security measures. Walk him through it. Show how the murderer could have done it.
Alright, and we're just gonna, go for the bad end right now.
Sounds good.
So, if you present evidence that Tizzius is involved with the rebels in trial 2 or 3, you get a bad ending. So, we're gonna present that.
Take that!
Oh shit, you shouldn't have said that.
What the hell?
No. It's okay, you got this. You weren't saying she was involved with the rebels, just that she was hoping to get into contact with one of their... That's not better, is it? Tizzius is starting to cry, and you can hear Stalsa's startled yelp from nearby.
Zizi? What are they saying? What's going on here?
Please don't.
Oh wait, never mind. You were just being silly. This is all a huge misunderstanding and you don't know why you even said anything. You say so many stupid things. What's the big deal about this one thing? Galek speaks up and his voice is cold. That's a bug.
No,
Shouldn't be that.
I think this is something which warrants further investigation.
Oh, no. Stepping out for something. The council will see you now, and we've already got that, so let's try again. Alright. Fuck yeah. Okay, now we're gonna do it for real. Skip ahead. Okay, here we go. I think this is the one.
Objection!
But wait, you know things are a lot more complicated than that. Well, wait a minute now. Surely the killer got their hands on something particularly deadly. Particularly sharp.
My staff are not permitted weapons, and all defensive arms are securely stored away. There's simply nothing the murderer could have used to commit the crime.
Okay, so now we gotta show that there was a weapon that was available, so open toolbox and tool manifest are the two halves of that.
Take that!
Wait, you've got something very important to show him. Something really, really good. There was an open toolbox in the airlock itself.
So what? What does that matter?
Simple. It's the key to all of this.
Objection!
I don't understand why something like that would be important in the grand scheme of things. Surely, you're not going to tell me it matters without providing context.
Alright, so now we gotta show the tool manifest. It doesn't matter if the staff don't have weapons, because the murder weapon wasn't a weapon at all. You can see Galek's face struggle to process the information.
Of course. The missing knife that you're showing me. That was the murder weapon all along.
Exactly. The assassin could come in and kill without even needing to bring a weapon with them. Galek looks afraid now, genuinely scared. It's like the whole idea of someone assassinating him is finally catching up to him in a meaningful way.
But why? Who hates me enough to send an assassin after me? Especially such a cunning, elusive one.
He turns and points a finger at Tizius, who's standing nearby.
You, Legislacerator, you investigated the crime scene, didn't you?
Sure. I made a brief investigation.
I will require your testimony immediately. If it brings us even a little bit closer to the truth, then it will be worth it.
What I saw was completely inconclusive. Why would any of the Empire's enemies want him dead that badly? I'm simply a humble public servant, after all. I don't know about all of this political intrigue.
She's not going to play along with this easily. After all, she's concerned with things like the truth. Ugh.
Okay, but maybe we could work with that?
Yes. A slice of the truth, but not the whole grub cake, you know?
You assure Tagora that that silly expression is close enough to the one from Earth that you get his meaning. You're really good at getting things. Yeah. Alright. I just like the response to pressing this statement. It's not critical. Is she, though? Is she really? Tizius glares at you.
All praise her imperious condescension, and all that.
This is the actual one.
Objection!
But wait, you know things are a lot more complicated than that. You're pretty sure that someone wants Galek dead. Someone with the means and resources to come after him.
Oh yeah? Like who?
Also, this is the bad.
The scattered, disorganized, underfunded rebels? Seriously? You want to maybe think about that one a bit?
Tizius narrows her eyes, but she doesn't say anything right away.
No one would want Galek dead. Not even the Empire. He wasn't doing anything that would make him a target, and you've got no reason to think otherwise.
So here's where I have to present the amended Kismesis agreement, which implies heavily that Galek is doing something bad. So if you remember correctly, the idea of your quadrants being mixed up at all wasn't something that Alternia looked very kindly on, especially for someone who is not only a high blood, but in a high-level government position. No wonder Galek kept this a secret.
Take that!
The thing is, there is a reason the Empire might want Galek dead. Tizius still doesn't look happy, but she's staying calm.
Oh? And what's that?
You pull up the Kismise's contract on your palm husk and show it around the room. Galek's eyes go wide. See? This document clearly shows that Galek is experiencing a number of conflicting feelings for his Kismises. Feelings that verge dangerously into the subversive. Feelings of an almost untrollish nature.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The kind of subversive, borderline vacillating feelings that might make a high-ranking Imperial officer something of a target for culling. Not only that, but you think he knew that in his heart.
What makes you say that exactly?
Objection!
This is absurd. I won't stand here and listen to this any longer.
But wait, you aren't just saying things at random. You frequently do say things at random, but you swear that in this one specific instance, you're actually telling the truth, and you can prove it. Now we want his other statement where he talks about various things. Yeah, this is the one. Galek looks around nervously, his eyes flitting quickly from place to place.
We're almost there. Just need a little push.
Are you finished asking me these ridiculous questions?
Yes, you're done. I can't believe it. I could be attacked at any moment. My Kismesis could be attacked at any moment. My only hope is constant vigilance, of monitoring everyone on my ship.
What are you even supposed to do to convince Galek of any of this? He's just kind of ranting now. Nothing he's saying is really something you can address.
Don't look at it like that. This means that he's about to crack. Keep pressing him until you see something you can jump on. You want me to leave? That means he leaves, and that means convincing him it's in his best interest to get the fuck away from the Empire.
Okay, I think this is the one I'm gonna press him on.
Objection!
Okay. But is that really it?
But no. No, I can't monitor everything. The whole idea of constant vigilance is a lie.
Galek doesn't seem to be taking this well at all.
How does an assassin appear and vanish without a trace like that? There has to be some explanation as to why they weren't found on the ship.
So here we have the air access log, which shows that somebody, went in and out of the ship, theoretically. Except it doesn't, because it was a pressure failure, but
Take that!
Fortunately, you've got one more thing to show.
What are you getting at here?
Well, he's been focused on the idea that the murder had to be committed by someone inside the ship. But what if the murderer had come on? The Empire has ways of doing that, right?
Of course. One of their commandos, perhaps?
Okay, right. You knew that was a thing, and we're just about to suggest it. In fact, they probably used their vast knowledge and resources to cover up how they got off the ship.
Objection!
Oh? How do you think they managed to do that? Exactly.
Tagora leans in and whispers to you.
Listen, you might not have proof of this.
On account of it's alive?
Yes, exactly. Well, you might not have proof, but I think you do have something you can twist around if you present it in the right way.
This is the error code, because if you hide the timestamp, it does kind of suggest that what you're saying is true. You should Galek the information you got from the airlock error log. Of course, you're careful to position your thumb just so. Can't have him seeing that pesky, incriminating timestamp that happens to match up with the time of death exactly.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this?
Doesn't he get it? You're surprised that someone as smart as Galek doesn't see the connection right away. Galek frowns.
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that perhaps they faked an error in the airlock log to cover their escape?
He's so smart that you, goad him into, imagining all this shit. It's just yes, I know exactly what it is. He's just making shit up. You're fucking gaslighting Galek. Galek, I don't...
Gaslight.
Yeah, sure. That's exactly what you're suggesting. Calec's face turns down. He puts a hand to his chin.
Indeed. There's only one thing left that puzzles me. Why? Why did they kill this random maintenance worker?
Oh, that one is easy. Wrong place, wrong time. You know how it goes. You're supposed to be doing routine airlock maintenance, and then someone pops in, kills you, and vanishes into the depths of space.
Of course.
Please don't ask for additional information.
Objection!
You have proof of this? Anything at all?
And yes, you have proof that the worker was there when they died, obviously. They're just supposed to be down there. That's it. That's all there is to it. No grand reason for the murder, but just because that person happened to be in the airlock at the time when the mysterious assassin, who is definitely real, showed up. Galek looks around nervously, no longer focusing on the people in the room, but instead out the window into the cold void of space. And for the first time since you showed up here, the anger and suspicion in his face is replaced with fear.
I believe that I owe you an apology, my friend. You went far above and beyond any duty you had to anyone, and in doing so you revealed the truth behind this whole messy business. If there's anything that I can do to repay you, please let me know.
Well, so there's one thing. You're not exactly sure exactly how, but you seem to have found yourself in a bit of a situation where you're on the Empire's call lists or something. No big deal, it's whatever. But it would be nice to not be on those anymore.
I suppose I could do something about that, yes.
He pulls out his palm husk and makes a few quick notes. After another few seconds, your own palm husk vibrates quietly.
Were you telling the truth? About being able to get us out of this entire timeline?
So now we've got, Chitter alert saying recent intelligence suggests that Alien Invasion 1 is no longer a threat to the Empire. Please update your kill lists accordingly. And the trending. And then Trizza's, I don't know, just do the fucking contest. Yeah, go read Trizza's.
What's Trizza's personality? Or is she influencer?
Yeah.
Yes, Alien Invasion of 1 is okay, but I've got my eye on you. Hashtag loyalty.
She does have a voice, but I'm super not revealing it.
Oh yeah, no. Her voice is super.
They'll tell you things are normal, that everything is fine. They're fucking liars. Oh, Tagora. Honestly, at Alien Invasion 1 is one of the most sensible, intelligent people I know.
It's so pure. I want them to be good friends.
He's always saying that because he just do what he wants.
Watching how the government takes his wood is the same dumbass they always were. More practical. You shouldn't be here. No way.
Of course. You try not to lie. Well, Tagora shoots you a look and you smile. You try not to lie unless absolutely necessary.
Very well. I will go make preparations to leave immediately. The idea that my own empire would try to have me killed is disturbing.
Okay, that's awesome. But there's one small problem. You don't exactly have those powers right now. Not right at this second, anyway.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me you can't even get yourself back home, much less the rest of us?
No, you're not saying that at all. Just that you might need a couple more days, nights, cycles, whatever, to get your own shit together.
Fine. We'll both get ready, and then you can pick us up when you can.
Daria and Chrissy are talking for a specific reason you will find out in Volume 2.
Yeah.
The closet.
Yeah, in the closet. As Galek walks away, Tagora turns to Stelsa and Tisius and smiles.
Anyway, it was nice knowing both of you. So long.
Wait a minute! You're not just going to run off like that! Don't play stupid with me, Tagora Gorjek! I've been covering you on your own paperwork for a peregrine now, and I don't even work in the same department as you. If you don't come back and sort through the rest of your backlog, I'll make sure you aren't capable of walking well enough to leave anywhere with anyone.
Fine. Let me just get my things.
All of a Oh, yeah.
You start to hand him back the bomb Husky gave you before, but Tagora shakes his head.
Keep it. I've got a dozen of the damn things as burners. Now let me go. I have a whole skincare routine to get through before I leave.
I really wish you'd helped me out back there.
Zizi, what are you talking about? Didn't they do a good job finding the truth of what happened?
Tizius sighs and shrugs, and all of a sudden you feel bad for letting her down, but still, did what was right, and you can't feel too bad about that.
Yeah, sure. The truth. We're going back to the Eustitia now. That's her home ship. You're welcome to come along, at least until you can figure out what's going on with your powers.
You know what? Sure. Why not? This has already spiraled out of control in ways that you couldn't possibly have imagined, so what's one more turn? One more crazy thing to happen to you. A ship full of teal bloods. Well, god fucking golly gee damn, that sounds like nothing at all could go wrong with that. Maybe you'll meet some of your other friends. Torona, maybe?
Oh, goodness no! She won't be old enough to go through the ordeals in Ascension yet.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. Still, we're trying to remain optimistic about all of this. In the words of someone who never had anything bad happen to them, what could possibly go wrong? Yes, I did quote fucking Bubsy.
Bubsy Tourette.
Yeah, Bubsy. No, that's an actual Bubsy quote.
Oh, I know, but it's funnier.
Yeah, it's funnier if it's a threat. Yay! Salvation! We got through Volume 1 and the prologue. Yeah, so, hey! Volume 1, Implication Theater. I wrote this one too. And I was Tizia, Seal was Galek. I was Tagora, Tex was Stelsa. Daydreamer did all of the sprites. And Charlie Flock, background artist. Magpie Raven, actually a background artist who did work for like one of the Mystery Skulls videos and some other animation and stuff. Just found like basically at random and ended up being one of our most prolific background artists. Works incredibly fast, very good art. You'll be seeing a lot of her stuff later. Let's save this one so we've got the Route 1 Salvation. A lot? Like 9 times the like 54 of them.
Nice. Volume 2, A Thinly Veiled Secret, written by me. You will see it along.
Yay!
So yeah, we did it. Your gallery unlocks the endings you see. We've unlocked a few of them and promo art and stuff. So yeah, cool. Let me switch it over to the BRB screen so we can. Or no, the BRB. Thanks for watching. Blue.
Oh, the chibis are so cute. I love them. Also, Jonaya has a chibi of herself.
Yeah. Yeah, the artist who did the chibis and sprites like drew a chibi version of me as myself and a troll and also did a sprite of me, like just one state, not like a whole fucking character. It was really fucking cute.
I want an excuse to use those chibis in more videos. I used them for the Rocky Horror video. If you all haven't seen that, it's Tagora singing Rocky Horror songs. It's good.
Let me see something here.
Forward time?
Yeah, I've got to check something else. Something which may or may not be broken. Okay.
What's the well about?
I don't know. Oh yeah. So yeah, that's the game. I hope y'all liked it. We had a lot of fun with it, and it was fun to make.
Yeah.
Let me see something.
And we got another 14 months of it.
Yeah, we're going to be releasing approximately once a month. I guess we can take our headphones out now. We're going to be releasing approximately once a month, with the exception of May of 2023, because we wanted to hit both 413 and 612. So next volume is going to be coming out May 13th. That is going to be volume 2, which Anna wrote.
It is the Stelzius route.
It's the Stelzius route. It's got a lot of...
If you didn't get enough of everyone's favorite teal Willowuz.
It's good, and it's got a lot of lore and world building, and it's also got some really fucking good music, which Anna also composed. It's got such a catchy song. So yeah, do that, and then we're gonna go on from there. And then 612, we got Volume 3, and so on and so forth. So we got a lot of cool stuff. There's the credits are listing only the people that have like their work has appeared so far. There are other people whose names you probably will recognize in later volumes. I mean, some of them already are known because they've done sprites that were used in promotional stuff, like Riot Breaker sprites. But there are even more artists who, some of whom are in the fandom or they're in the, they worked officially on content, some of the musicians. We basically have people from every Homestuck adjacent thing that ever existed, including a bunch of Vast Error people too, which was actually turned out to be a really big, windfall for us. So yeah, what's the...
Yes, there's lots of... Honestly, I have a feeling you're going to like the Stelsa lore, because, in canon, she's got some meat to her, but, it's not that meaty, and it's easy to brush her off as just, a Empire stan and all that. But we have beefed her up a bit. She does not have a Live, Laugh, Love poster in her room because she lives with Tisius, and Tisius would not let her do that.
Yeah. So there's it's I found the bug. I found another bug. I have another problem. Let me find the... I'm fixing the problem. Yeah, that we've actually, streamers have really helped with bug fixing, because we don't have a lot of programmers on the team. We have me, and we did a lot of testing, but I mean, we don't have the time or people to do
and we have Jonaya.
full stuff that we just don't. We just didn't notice because the specific conditions didn't come up, and streaming actually helped us find some of the more elusive bugs. So that was really helpful. We really appreciate people streaming the game. It's been really cool. Oh,
Thank you for bearing with my constant allergy attack. It's been 5 hours and it hasn't stopped.
I'm so sorry.
The Claritin didn't help.
No, I've never taken Claritin before, so I didn't know if it would actually work. And clearly it didn't.
I'm really sorry. That didn't help.
That's true.
Live bug reaction. Yeah! Some of them were kind of funny. The rendering error one was weird looking.
Where you got a giant gallon and
giant gallon, a tiny... Yeah. So yeah, we found a few, nothing super game breaking, but little things, quality of life things. Also some accessibility features that people suggested. Actually, we got another one that people suggested about the chitter notification numbers that I'm gonna tweak probably in a few minutes. But yeah, shit, that was fun. Also, we went on for a very long time.
Yeah, it's been really nice though.
Yeah. It's a decently chunky game. If you play this straight through without reading everything out loud and listening to the dialogue, with listening to the dialogue but not reading the narration, it's probably going to take you at least an hour and a half if you know what you're doing. And if you're messing around, it could take you a couple hours.
And if you're streaming, it can take 7.
Yeah, if you're streaming, it can take a while. And if you get lost in the chitter feed and start reading,
or if you want to read every single thing out loud.
Oh, that would take forever. There's so much of it. Oh, we put a lot of work into this, and I hope people enjoy it. There's a lot of stuff. As those of you who poked around in the code know, there's a lot of things that are to come, and there's some stuff that's not even in there because it's in code that you can't see because it's only on my development box. But there's some really cool stuff happening. I've been really happy with what we've been able to do, and the team that's worked really, really hard on this. So, I'm tired. We should probably stop streaming.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for showing up. I can't wait to be hosting these streams every month for the next 14 months.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do that.
It's at the very least going to be me and Jonaya.
Mm-hmm.
depending on if there's another writer, the writer of the route may pop in. I don't know if we're planning on getting Momo to pop in during
We could
Volume
probably
4 or
get Momo on Discord. They're in Pacific time, so.
And I'm sure Arrow would be happy to come to the city for their routes.
Yeah. Which will not be releasing around Passover this time.
Nope.
Yeah, so yeah, we got lots of stuff happening. It's going to be fun. We're looking forward to seeing people's reactions. Oh, so yeah. Thank you for bearing with us and hanging out.
Yeah. Also, I bet I made like a full $1 on this stream.
Ooh, a full damn.
You can buy 3 munchkins.
Buy 3 individual munchkins.
Thank you so much, and thanks for sticking around for literally 5 hours.
Yeah, y'all watch a long ass stream. Hopefully you got some like insider stuff.
Yeah. Actually, can I drop one little Easter egg about next
Go for
round?
it. It's coming out in less than a month.
You know how Stealth's troll call card used to say troll Jewish on it before they got rid of that because they were like, oh, we didn't actually make her Jewish? Well, we're putting that back in. She's actually troll Jewish now, and you're going to learn a little bit about that lore.
It actually like fucking means something now, which is cool. Yeah. So yeah. That is going to be good. I've been like, I don't know. I have the 50,000 foot view of this because I've been directing the game, so I see everyone working on everything all the time, and like it's interesting to see people playing the game that are not me or not like familiar with it. So it's cool to see. I'm glad people like it. I'm glad people like get some of what we're trying to do. Because I would feel bad if it just kind of like completely flopped.
It has done the opposite of that.
Yeah, no, people have enjoyed it a lot, and I'm really happy, and I'm glad, and I don't know, I don't know if my vibe has come across as I'm trying to like stick it to What Pumpkin, but I'm really not trying to do that. I just wanted to make something cool for a fandom that means a lot to me, and I'm pretty sure What Pumpkin just like is definitely never going to make a Friendsim 2. So like whatever, it's fine.
I mean, if they make an Act 3, I will be surprised.
I hope that happens. I don't think it's going to happen.
It would be very nice if it happened, but we've had radio silence for a year and a half. And yes, What Pumpkin is no stranger to radio silence. We've had radio silence for a year and a half, not even a trailer drop, not a word from anyone saying that they're working on it.
Yeah.
So at this rate, we're making our own content.
Yeah.
And that's all we can ask for.
Yeah, this is something that a lot of people are having a good time with, and I hope people enjoy playing it. So, hell yeah. I think we're going to go. You want to go?
Yeah.
I want to go.
It is fun.